Now we come to 378. It's the same kind of idea, but this takes us all the way back to Adam. Moses is going full circle, and since he's doing the same thing in Psalm 90, it's fitting that he would do it in Genesis. Because what he's essentially doing is accounting for why God delivered Israel and the tale of the three waters, as it were. Okay? That's our theme. So he's got to really kind of account for it, going back to Adam. And the way the numbers are working, he comes full circle to Adam here. All right, and how do I know that? Because if I take 378, which is the third day, I take 378, lower right-hand corner now, calculator. I multiply that by 7. That's 2646 plus when Moses writes. I get 4046 BC, which is 60 years after Adam fell. Now, he had a lot of sons and daughters at that time. I don't know which particular one is in view, but if he's referencing the firstborn Cain, Cain would have been 60 years old at that point, because Adam had a kid within a year after he fell. All right? Now, why 60? It could be some other kid who's not 60. Okay, but if 60, one of the things that's distinctive about 60 is that it means you're talking 3 generations. In other words, childbearing age, it can be in a female as early as age 12 or even age 9, depending on when they menstruate. But for a male, generally speaking, it's age 12 to 20 in terms of ability to propagate. All right, so if you're looking at 60, then you're looking at 3 sets of 20 on the outside. So a minimum of 3 generations. You could even possibly say 4, because Adam would be the first generation. And so there's 3 more in addition to Adam generated. Okay, idea of 4 generations now exist on the earth. Okay, now why would that be important? I don't really know. I'm just showing the math relationship. If we take 378 as is, multiply it by 7, and then add it to the date that Moses is writing Genesis 1. That's what you get. Now, that's not necessarily the target. The target could be 378 plus 7 times 7. Wait a minute. 378 plus 7 equals times 7 equals plus 1400. And that takes you back within 11 years. Because he's using a 7ing, it's not going to be an exact match. But now he's talking about 11 years after Adam fell. All right. And the oldest kid was Cain. So then that would be referencing something else if he was doing that. But it's clearly talking about, as it were, in some generation right after Adam. I don't think that he's doing 378 plus 7. Okay? What's concerning me is, why do we have the 14 here? Why isn't this number 364? I would have expected it to be 364. Instead, we have 364 here, which implies either that we're ahead or behind schedule at 378. Actually implies that we're ahead of schedule, because the 364 gets completed before the end of the 3rd day, whatever that stands for. Okay? So then that makes me think, okay, well, maybe what I should do is base this on 364, because the 14 is already understood. So if I take 364 times 7, I get 2548 plus 1400. I get 3948. Okay, 3948 is what? Okay, I don't know. 3948 is sometime between Seth and Enosh. and I don't know what. So that's not really helpful, because they would have been both too young. But, Adam had other sons and daughters, and Cain was firstborn. 3948 minus 4106 is whoever the oldest would be, like Cain, would be 158 at that point. But Cain's age and his generations in Genesis 4 aren't listed how old they were. So I don't really know the significance of that. So maybe that was a local importance at the time he wrote Genesis and now not important. But I kind of doubt that idea too. All right, so all we can say is, well, he's going full circle to Adam at this point. So anything after the third day isn't going to use a times 7 anymore, because then he's overshooting the field. So then your other option is, okay, what about 378 plus 1400? And that's 1778, and that's, of course, in the 18th dynasty realm, or at least its start. Okay, so you got 1778. All right. Amenemhat the third was the building pharaoh who ended up putting Israel into slavery after Joseph died. 1778 is during his rule, or just after his rule, because he dies in 1797. Okay, and he was, of course, still the 12th dynasty. The 12th dynasty declines, and so you're looking at something like 21 years or 19 years after he dies. All right, why is that important? I don't know, but it's Egyptian history. It should be checkable. Okay, so you could be making some reference to that. More importantly, and I don't know how to figure this out exactly yet, and my bet is that just as we had this thing relate to Noah having a 490 or a 1000 time grant, we've seen that twice. The date lines in these shaded things are referencing Noah. See, the 210 referenced Noah. Okay, the 119 referenced Terah. All right, and the 210 is more or less bald because, of the way that, but it was 1610 BC plus 490 took you back to 2100 BC when Noah died. So the question is, who picked up the baton in 1610? I don't know, but we've got so much evidence of that happening. Specifically here, 2046 from Adam, Noah's personal 490 runs out based on him getting it in 1556 during the voting period. He super matured during the voting period. And so therefore there was a deadline. We know for sure that this was a time grant because all the Bible numbers reconcile to the Abrahamic credit, because that was the outer limit of time for the Jews. All the Bible numbers reconcile to it. Marius Magnificat does. Paul, when he does his numbers in Ephesians 1:3-14, all of John's writings, all of the Romans, all Paul's writings, everything Luke wrote, everything Peter wrote. I mean, all the Bible writers reconcile based on the Abrahamic credit, because that was going to determine when the time limit of the Jews ended and when the millennium was supposed to begin. And Moses, of course, is reconciling to Abraham's time credit also. And I did videos on that. Cute little short, simple videos, okay, which are in the Psalm 90 channel. All right, Psalm 90 is reconciling to Abraham's credit here. So that's totally obvious. What was not obvious until I started doing this video, okay, these videos in Genesis, was that there's also a time grant based on Noah's death, 490 years from his death. And that's what the 210 is referencing. Somebody in 1610 BC picked it up. I don't know who. But the fact that somebody would, because there's a measurement like that, well, that doesn't, that's obvious. If I got one that I can see, then there are more that I don't see, but they exist, you know. So I'm not worried about that because I can see this one. All right, so by the same token, if I take 378 plus 4 and I get 1778, is that somehow a measure of some kind of 490 expiry? Like we got a 490 expiry. And the question is, if so, who? All right. So if it's 1778 is a backward measure from 378, then what I need to do is add 490 to it. And 2268, do we have somebody else dying in 2268? And why that would be important, I don't know. 2268. There's Noah dying in 2100. All these deaths are later. Could it be somebody born in 2268? I kind of doubt that. I'm not seeing it. Okay, so then maybe it's not a 490. All right, so then we subtract the 490, get back to our day again. And is there something like 1050 that's relevant? 2828. This is the kind of sleuthing you go through with the meter. See, here's the problem. At the time this was written, it would have been taught. You wouldn't have to go through this kind of guesswork. But because our ancestors didn't pass down the meaning, we got to go through the guesswork. Bible records the numbers so we can go through the guesswork, but it is painstaking. 2828. Well, here's 2816. I don't know that that's it. Doesn't look like it. So what's 28 reference? And the answer is I don't know. Okay, so if it's not jumping out at me, then maybe I got to do 378 plus 7 plus 1400. And it's 1785 instead. See if there's anything in 1785. I already know there's not going to be. Because that's the interregnum period. See, 1785 is in the lower middle of your screen. 12th dynasty. It's still 12th dynasty. Okay, that might be important in Egyptian history to look up. But somehow I suspect that's not what he's trying to do. So let's add 490 to that. And we get 2275. Okay, 2275. Well, here's Noah at 2100. And since it's just him coming out of the flood, who else is going to be around to talk about or to talk back to? 2275 BC is before Noah. Well, I don't have anybody before Noah. I mean, 2100, he dies 2006 from Adam. All right, so it'll be somebody dying roughly 175 years prior to that. All right, so what's 175 years prior? Don't have anybody. Not in this roster. Okay. Shem dies later, not earlier. Arphaxad dies before Shem did. That's interesting. Okay. Everybody's dying later now. Peleg, well, he died early. I don't know if that's right. That doesn't look right. Okay, well, the point is that It's not coming up with anything, so that makes it kind of like unlikely. All right. So then the question is, well, okay, if it's 2275, 385 plus 1400, 1785. We added 490 to it to get somebody. That was where we got 2275. That's not ringing a bell. So subtract 490 again. And now what? Add 1050. That's 2835. 2835 isn't going to yield anything either. Okay? Because of the flood, essentially. 2835? Where's what do we got for 2835? We got Cannon again, but that's 35 years before he dies. Why would that be relevant? Okay? Mahalel, he dies 2016, so that's like 15 years before he dies. Why is that relevant? Alright? Because they're not telling you anything about these people. They're in the roster. So, I'm sort of striking out there. Alright, so it's not a 1050. Could it be 1,000? Alright? 385, we're still working with that. Doesn't really matter which. We get 7 years difference. Okay, plus 1,000? That's 2785. Well, we're not going to fare much better with that. Okay, 2785? See, again, the flood kind of cuts the line off. So it's like, well, okay. What does that tell me? So it's not 1,000, it's not 1050, it's not 490. So then what is it? So I'm still in the dark on 378, even if it's 378 plus 1,400. You got 1778 plus 1,000 will be 2778. Okay, we're not coming up with much of anything there. 2778? Where? Okay, if it's 2778 for 1,000, then with 1050, we got 2828. And again, we're back in this area somewhere. But both of these guys died later or earlier. That's not helping. Okay, so I still don't know what 378 stands for. Okay, so really, we've accounted for 119 and 210. 364 seems to be just symbolic. You know, Noah in the boat. Okay, we stop. I mean, because this is like the cycle of nature, the cycle of a year, how long it takes the earth to turn around the sun so that the trees can grow and the fruit and the crops and all that stuff can happen. And the year Noah was in the boat. Okay, what this means, I still don't know for sure. Okay, I haven't accounted. I still don't know for sure. These dates here, I've already counted. These all relate to different aspects of Joseph and Jacob. So we don't have a problem there. That's real pointed. Times and seasons are based on Joseph and Jacob. Yeah, they really are. Okay. And then the only other thing to account for besides 378, therefore, is 651, and 686, and 735. So I got 4 numbers to account for yet. I still don't have a good accounting for 378. Okay? I still don't have a good accounting for 651, 686, 735. 700 is dating from the death, the 1050 from the death of Noah. So I have 4 dates left to account for. 735, 786, 651, and 378. And so far I haven't done 378. So I'll have to come back in a later increment and see if I can find it. Alright, our next conundrum is 651, and it's not really so much of a conundrum, but you have to allow for, again, rounding between beginning and ending of year. And we really should be finding this as a benchmark. It's kind of cute that it's got a 91 close paragraph with it. I mean, it's not really, yeah, it's 91. 560, which was Jacob going to Haran to get a wife. Okay, 91 earlier in time. Earlier. Okay. So who would that be? Abraham. How do I know that? Here's the calculator again. Here's 651. But I'm going to count it a little differently. 2046 from Adam is equivalent to 2060 BC. But again, you got a rounding issue. What fiscal year is being compared, whether it's beginning or ending of a year, so it's not going to round exactly. All right, if you got 2060 BC, and again, that's a rounded number to start with. All right, subtract when Moses writes, and you get 660 years. Okay, now if I take that 660 and I subtract the 7 in ellipsis, all right, that's in Moses meter, I get 653 instead of 651. But if there's a rounding issue, then 651 is going to work. Because look, 651 plus. See, because we got several years being rounded off here. Is he writing really at the beginning of 1400, which is what it looks like? Well, then we could be saying 1401. You see, end of 1401 is the same as the beginning of 1400. All right? And then if it's a 2060 at the end or 2060 at the beginning. If it's 2060 at the end, then you could be saying 2059. So you see where the two variants comes from. Okay, so 651 plus 1400, just for, is 2051. Okay, plus 7, you got 2058. So you're within 2 years of it. So that's got to be the target. So, and that's, we should find a benchmark to Abraham in here somewhere. Paul makes a lot of benchmarks in Ephesians. It took me 150 pages to write up that section. Beginning, I want to say around page 82. Half of it is on all the ties that Paul makes to the patriarchs. Okay? Specifically to Abraham. Abraham, David, and he uses 33 sevens, 45 sevens, 78 sevens, and 94 sevens to do it. I'm not sure that I've even accounted for all of the sevenings that Paul is taking into account with all of his numbers. Okay, so I would expect that, Moses ought to be doing the same thing, and that would explain why Paul's doing it, because Paul's getting this from somewhere. Who's the precedenting guy to do this? Well, it's got to be Moses. All right, so here we go. 2058 is tagging 2060, because I'm converting this to BC to make it easier. All right, I could have just as easily said, okay, Moses is writing 2706 from Adam. All right, and now he's tagging an event that's 651 years prior. Okay, so it's 2055 from Adam, and then we subtract another 7, and that's 2048 from Adam, which is within 2 years of 2046 from Adam, and therefore that's probably what he's tagging. Okay, because of rounding issues with beginning and ending of year to the event of Abraham versus Noah's eclipsing of the 490 versus when Moses is writing. Okay, you got all those roundings to take into account. So say a 2-year variance is going to be okay. I'm not even going to worry about that. That's what he would mean. And he should be tagging Abraham. Okay, now, to look at it better, we got a 91 here, which means that God's will is delivered. Okay? And that doesn't mean that it's all played out yet, but it's delivered. Okay, well, Abraham matured. That's a deliverance. Okay, it's a deliverance for him. It's a deliverance to him. It's a deliverance of time. But the time hasn't finished playing yet. So that's why it's 91 rather than 98. Okay, so now, what is the text? wet, kaluf, kanaf, la minonehu, wa yare, lohim, kitov. Okay, now this is really cute because this play on birds and flying is in Psalm 90. There's an analogy that Moses makes in Psalm 90 to your life flying. You're like a bird flying in the air for a short period of time, and then your soul flies upward to God at the end. Just go look at the text of Psalm 90. Okay? He plays on oof and elef, because elef means 1,000. Oof, elef, hanaf. Okay? Going up, flying around. Your soul flies around on this planet for a little while as if you were a bird, and then you're gone, flying up to God. So that's really cute. And the reason why you can be in that position is because Abraham matured. Otherwise, it wouldn't be any time. So that's pretty clever, actually. That's pretty doggone clever. All right. The truth is that it's 660 years when he writes verses. Abram. But when you add on the 7 that's in ellipsis, okay, then this 2-year variance can be, added to. In other words, there's really 2 more years because of the rounding between the beginning and the ending of the year, between when Abraham actually matured in whatever month that was versus when Moses is writing. And he also could be counting a whole year when it's really a partial year. Okay? Anybody who does, accounting back to ancient times, they'll be able to tell you this. Okay, I do this every day for a living too. It's called beginning or ending of year valuation. Okay, you can even Google on that. We use that all the time now, where you treat, even though a year is partly elapsed, you treat it all the way to the beginning of the same year. You count it. And the Bible does that. The meters do that all throughout the New Testament and throughout the Old Testament also. One of my problems I've got with Isaiah 53 is it's real hard for me to tell where he's shifting between beginning and ending of year. So I haven't done videos showing exactly how Isaiah is charting every single year from first David to last David. I haven't done videos explaining that yet. Someday, hopefully, I will. So this 651, we got an accounting for it. That's close enough. And it's an important accounting based on Abraham. So that's where I'm going to leave this one. So now we've got to explain 686, 735, and I still can't explain 378. I'm going to have to just play with that. So that'll be in the next increment. Alright, this turns out to be a lot simpler than I thought, the 686. Again, it's related to Abraham, which it ought to be. Okay. Specifically, it's relating to Genesis 12. Here's Genesis 12. Okay. So I'll just put it alongside. It's interpreting 686 there. Okay. 686, here's Genesis 12. Let me do that so you can see it in a little more detail. There you go. Okay. Got my calculator in the lower right hand corner. 686 is the number. Add to 1400. 2086. Okay. 2086 BC. 2086 BC minus when our boy, look at the lower window now. Our boy Abram was born 2160. So now look at the calculator. Subtract 2160 when he was born from 2086. And you got, rounded again, 74. 75 when he leaves. Okay? So that's, again, rounded. Close enough for government work. Okay, because this is a rounded number to start with. And it's a rounded number when Moses writes. So 1400 plus 686 is 2086 when Abram was 75 and God calls him out of Haran to Canaan. That really ought to be there. So this is like a little chronology. Hi, I'm writing you 651 years after Abraham matured, okay? Which is 686 years after he was called by God to leave his father, which is 700 years after Noah died, okay? And that all fits. He's showing what he's doing is he's establishing cause and effect. Hi, you want to know why Israel is called out? Well, here's the chain of events that led to the third flood, with the flood of troops of Pharaoh dying in the water, with Israel being delivered through the water, even as Noah was delivered through the water, even as the earth was delivered through the water. And all of this is now being presented to you in the context of the third day. And what happened on the third day? Well, what was going on the third day? The third day was, and God said, okay, bring forth from the waters, Hamayim, okay, Shoresh Nefesh Haya, okay, and the birds, I'm sorry, this is the fifth day, not third day, and the birds, okay, having wings and all the flying and sea things and blah, 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 okay, under heaven. All right, fifth day, not sixth day. Sixth day, he's paralleling to Israel right here. That's current. He's full circle back to his own time. This is what led up to Israel being Israel. This is the precedence for it, the chain of events, the chain of history. Because Israel doesn't just come out of the sky. Okay, since he's talking about sky, we'll play on that. All right, Israel doesn't just come out of the sky. There's a chain of events that led to her development. Noah here, Abraham later. See, because this is going backwards in time. All right, Noah is earlier in time. Abraham here, Noah here, and of course this date 735 I haven't yet defined, but it's probably related to Noah in some way. We'll find out in a minute. So you see how cute this is? He's showing a chain of events, a chronology of a chain of events in the three floods, the tale of the three floods. Not the tale of two cities, the tale of the three floods, Israel being the latest one. Okay? So that's why when you get to Daniel 9:26, and the end will come with a flood of troops, just like the end of Egypt, which is the beginning of Israel, came with a flood of troops drowning in the Red Sea. It's really cute. The literary parallel is extensive. And see, that's what I'm trying to show here. The rhetorical style using the meter elucidates the meaning that you're supposed to get out of Genesis, but obviously nobody is. All right, now we're dealing with the 735 right here. The important thing about this is that it's designated with 35, which means God votes. So God is ordering something. All right, whatever this event is covering, it's like due to God wanting something, God ordering something, which means that there ought to be Bible text about it. Now, obviously, we're talking about an event which is 35 years prior to the death of Noah, because 700 means the death of Noah. Okay, so what could that be? Terah leaves, see here? Now, the reason I'm concluding that it has to do with Terah is because at this point, Abraham who's Abram, was born in 2160 BC. And we're talking about 2135 BC because we got 1400 BC plus 735, or possibly even 742. We got 2135, and if we add that 7, we're looking at 2142 BC. Okay. Minus when our boy Abram was born. He was either 18 years old, which means he's still under his father's authority, or he could possibly be, okay, get rid of that. He could possibly be 7 years old or up to 25. But in those days, you were under your father's authority, okay, even after you married. And it's real clear that he's under his father's authority here, because the word here for took is Hebrew lakak, and that has the connotation of ordering with authority, okay? And in the Greek, it's also using lambano. So it means that Terah is asserting his authority over his sons and taking them out of Ur of the Chaldees into Canaan. Now the question therefore becomes kind of speculative. Why did he do that? Okay, because we know that the Lord tells Abram to leave when Abram is 75 years old, 50 years later. 50 to 57 years later, and that's significant. 50 and 57 are significant numbers in the Bible. Okay, so I feel kind of comfortable with this semi-speculation, but where the speculation part is involved is if Noah is still alive, where is Noah at that time? Where is he? Did Terah leave Ur of the Chaldees? I think they're called the Gutians, the G people who ended up invading Ur after Abram left. Here it's like Terah's authority, why they left. I think it's the Gutians who came in afterwards and overran the area, and it became a lot worse as a result. But they're out of there by then. So God maybe ordered Terah. That was still the good days of Terah. Okay? Abraham would have been between 18 and 25 years old, still under his father's authority, even though married. And they leave. Now, if they left, Noah was still alive. Where was Noah? It's very possible, and therefore we should find some kind of scripture about this. Was Noah in Haran? They went as far as Haran and settled there. Why would they settle in Haran? Okay? Usually in those days, the way culture worked is you settled someplace where you had family or relatives. Why would you even go to Haran? Okay? What if Noah was in Haran? And what if they're there because Noah is older and it's a family seat? And Noah knows that, the area where Terah is living is about to be overrun, sends word to him, hi, you better get out of there, come here. And so that the last 35 years of Noah, Abraham is around him. Because it doesn't say anything about Noah leaving. And Canaan was one of Noah's sons. So it makes a whole lot of sense that they went to live with Noah. All right, now, if that's true, there's going to be something else in Scripture to confirm it. Probably not in the English. And it's probably going to be metered somewhere. Maybe even right here. Maybe it's metered to tell you when this was. Because that would account for why Genesis 1 is tagging it. All right? It's got to be tagging it. If it's tagging it, then since this is Genesis 11 and Moses wrote both chapters, Moses will be tagging the text back to Genesis 1. If it's metered, and it probably is, the chronologies all ought to be metered. I haven't, abstracted them to know. I haven't parsed them. But they ought to be. Whenever you got a chronology in the Bible, it ought to be metered. The begats give you the numbers. Okay? So you kind of don't need the begats to be metered. But when you got text like this and it's not telling you when, maybe because the text is actually telling you when by means of meter. Just like the date lines do. Okay? That would make a lot of sense. People had to remember syllable counts. It would be a real handy way to do it. And it would be a nice way to do it because that way you don't confuse any text with numbers. Any text with numbers with the meter. Okay? See, they didn't have verses and chapters. They had meter. That was how they remembered stuff. Okay? And it's real handy because whenever I see these meters, a lot of times I know exactly what's being referenced. I just don't know it with respect to this. But what makes the most sense is to say that the 735 represents when Terah left Ur to go stay with Noah and family, because Canaan was one of Noah's sons. You had Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and Canaan was, actually a grandson. Okay? Makes sense. So then we can say, well, that's what 735 probably represents. I'm going to say probably. And that God somehow made it clear, either through Noah or directly to Terah. Get out of there. Okay, that leaves, therefore, 378. And none of this is cast in stone. I'm just trying to show that there's some kind of continuity of style. Okay? So now that still leaves 378 to explain, and I don't know the answer to it, so I'm signing off now. So now I'm back to 378. The proposed idea of its meaning was based on sevens. 378 times 7 plus 1400 when Moses writes, which will take you back to roughly 60 years after Adam's fall, the idea being that there would be 3 generations besides Adam on the planet at that point. So you'd have 4 generations. That's kind of like, there's something in my mind, is it plausible? Yeah, but like why? And you can say, well, he's playing on 3. Shalosh. Okay? So yeah, you could say that. 3rd day, 3rd generation. Haha. The main point was to get the 364 there. And the other main point was to show that there's a 14 Chad here. Okay? But the 14 Chad doesn't relate to Adam. It doesn't relate to those 3 generations 60 years after Adam. It doesn't arise then. The 14 only arises due to Jacob. So why do we have 14 past 364? I'm still not happy with what I'm saying the explanation is. But that could be one explanation. There's another one that takes us a little closer to home and is therefore a little more, what do you want to call it, plausible, where we could take either 385 or 378, doesn't matter which. We could just say 385 for the sake of argument. 1400. That takes you 1785, which is after the start of the decline of the 12th dynasty. Basically during the 13th dynasty. Just about, we're talking 12 years into it. So it wasn't in that much decline yet, but it had already started. The point of showing it that way is that Amenemhat the third was the guy who started the whole slavery thing. Okay, so Egypt is given 120 years left before she's going to descend into chaos. Idea of fourth generation curse. It's sort of akin to dating it back to Adam 60 years after Adam. Fourth generation curse, because most of the kids didn't believe. All right, Adam didn't have anybody to carry the name until Seth, and that was when Adam was 130. So at age 160, at age 60, Adam, not age 60, but 60 years after the fall, Adam and the woman had a lot of kids, but there was nobody to carry the name. Hubble, aka Abel to you, he died. Cain had killed him. So all those kids started populating the earth, and again, I want to remind you that ancient populations were small and mobile, and so people who aren't too swift in their thinking mistake the many deposits of trash and locations as being much larger populations than actually were. Small and mobile makes it look like the populace was bigger to an untrained, thoughtless person who calls himself a scholar. Now, I don't know how many real scholars would be so stupid as to think that there were large past populations. They weren't. They were small, they were mobile. And the evidence of that in history is gigantic. Okay? So, be that as it may, the point is that 3 generations plus Adam is 4. So to tie that perhaps with the 4 generation curse on Amenemhat III and his progeny, because they enslaved the Jews, kind of makes some sense. Okay? Amenemhat started to rule in 1842. That he really ruled this long is kind of like surprising. Okay, it could be someone erased the cartouche, but he could have started ruling when he was really young. There's a lot of debate over that. How many of these years are co-regnal with his dad? Okay? The number and the age and the year that I'm using here comes straight from Encyclopedia Britannica, 1984, which I have back now. I lost my initial set, and I've got a replacement now. Okay, so that's one idea. 1785 is the start of the denouement of the dynasty. 1785 is also potentially, and scholars vary, when the Hyksos came into what's called Lower Egypt. But you have to understand that lower is upper and upper is lower. Okay? Upper Egypt is actually south of Lower Egypt. Lower Egypt is north of Upper Egypt. That's what's so confusing about it. The same nomenclature applies to the Germanies during the time of the Roman Empire. So the Hyksos came into what's called Lower Egypt, which is actually the Nile Delta, about this time. And everybody's, has their own opinions about who the Hyksos were. Some say that they were Asiatic, some say they were Semitic, some say that they were Canaanites. The Canaanites were really Greek sea people, so, take your pick. The point is that you have a potential dating based on a group of people that were well known to the Exodus generation. And apparently Moses was, as the first incarnation, so to speak, of Thutmose III. Moses helped finally expel the Hyksos from Egypt. The guy who started the expelling was Ahmose the First, right here. Where is it? Ahmose 1. Ahmose. Come on, where are you? Almost. Right here. Almost had started it. Okay. But you'll notice that's, in 1570, really, the Bible's dating it from 1560. And some scholars do also. That's several hundred years after our boy Amenemhat the third. Right here. See, that's when Amos comes in. This is the decline. I think they call it the intermediate period. 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th dynasty. The 18th dynasty is Amos right below it. I should have seen that right away. Okay. So if Moses is dated using the 378 as a dual tag, first of all, back to the three other generations besides Adam, if I use 378 times 7, that would be an interesting thing to do, considering this is the third day. And also, by extension, if he's also referencing the Hyksos, which means the foreigners. Okay. That would also be interesting. But why would he do that? Okay. 3 is not a good enough reason to say that, yeah, for sure he did it. I don't know for sure he did it. It's a hypothesis. And I'm not even sure it's the best one. But I don't have any others I can talk to right now. So leaving this as it is, 119 times 7 is Terah's birth, who is Abraham's father. 119 is the age of Moses when he writes. So Moses is backdating to his own day 1, and he's also backdating to the day 1, see, because this is first day, backdating to the day 1 of Terah, who was the founder, as it were, the scion of the family that left Ur of the Chaldees and came into Canaan. Okay? That's a very clever thing to do, because he's explaining the as it were, the precedence for, the origin for, the raison d'etre, the justification for the existence of Israel. Why did God pick Israel? So he's going back in time with this first, well, back in time here, the first link is the slavery. God delivers his people who are enslaved. These are all doctrinal concepts, all right? The second one is the people who were enslaved were God's people from the beginning, and actually their enslavement and their deliverance were promised to Abraham, son of Terah. Moses, of course, being one of those sons, 4th generation from the generation that entered Egypt. Okay, his mother was a granddaughter of Levi, which was a higher claim on the priesthood versus the other sons, because she was a daughter of Levi directly. So a long story about how all that works. I covered that in the Jochebed HDM. With this one here, he's going back to the lineage now. First, he goes back to slavery as the juridical cause. God delivers his people out of slavery. But now he's going back behind that, because why did they go into Egypt in the first place? Because they were told to. God promised that they would be enslaved for 400 years. God promised that he would deliver them at the end. So based on that promise, Jacob and his family entered the land. Jacob's grandson of Abraham, son of Terah. See how all this is tying together to form a comprehensive explanation by means of the historical underpinning of the meter. And then Moses is basically tying himself in because he was Pharaoh. And because he believed in the promise too, he abdicated. Because he's got to explain, well, I was Pharaoh. Why did I join the Hebrews instead of staying Pharaoh? Why didn't I deliver them as Pharaoh? And of course, by the time he gets to the book of Exodus, he's going to explain that in more detail. But right now, he's giving them a heads up by means of the meter. It's really clever. Day one of Israel. Day one of Moses. Day one of Terah. Okay, now, the text here is let there be light in chaos and wasteland. Chaos and wasteland trashed up. We got light starting to restore. Okay, Israel's supposed to be the light of the world. That shouldn't be too hard to understand. Terah saw the light, and before the Gudians invaded, God must have directly or indirectly ordered him to go out, and he must have listened. But he only went as far as Haran. God tells Abraham directly, which means that Terah was no longer listening. Because while Terah was still alive, God goes now to Abraham instead of Terah. 50 years later, he goes to Abraham and says, get out of there. Get out of Haran. Go to the land I'm going to show you, which is in Canaan. Okay, when he does that to Abram at 75, they were already in Haran. Were they in Haran because for a little while Noah was still alive and that's where he was? Because Haran wasn't Canaan. But now God orders Abram to leave Canaan. So light to Terah, light to Moses, made them both have individual exodes. Is that the plural of Exodus? Exodi. You see the parallel here? They were in the dark, they get enlightened, they leave. So when they leave, that's day one of their new status. So there's a definite parallel being drawn here, and the events picked are paralleled also to show juridical basis for the nation Israel. Okay? Now we get to day two. And in day two, the parallel is made to Noah. Day two, look in the lower right-hand corner, 1400. The 1610 plus 490. That's the year that Noah died. It's just kind of coincidental that 210 is the same as our 2100 BC. Noah died, had a 490. Someone 490 years later, and Moses is writing 210 years after that. Someone 490 years later super matured. Who that someone is, I don't know. Maybe you can find it in the Bible. But definitely the people who saw this text metered, they would know. Now, does 210 mean something else? Probably. Something besides that. I don't know what else it is right now. That's day two. Now you can see the tie with Noah, the so-called blessing by association of time, 490 years. Blessing by association is my pastor's term, but he didn't know about specific denominations of time like I'm telling you. He didn't know the meter. He speculated about it in his Daniel series, lesson 45, but he didn't know. I went to God about it, and that's how come I know now. That was 15 years ago I went to God about it, because I wanted to document what my pastor was saying, because I couldn't find it in the Bible, and I knew he didn't come up with it out of thin air, but he was getting sick at the time. So I went to God about it. All right? I'm showing you the results of that. So you can test it yourself. You can go to God about it. This is all forensic evidence in the Bible. 210. Blessing by association. Somebody picked up the ball. And 210 years have passed since somebody picked up the ball from 490 years after Noah died. So it's 490 plus 210. And everybody should have known who that was. Pity we don't, but I'm sure if we're supposed to, it'll be somewhere in Scripture. Okay? The text that goes with that is the separation of human and divine viewpoint, represented again by the waters. Human waters, politics, human thought, philosophy, culture, mores. Divine water, water of the Word. Water of the Word restores you. Water of humans drowns you. That's the basic idea. So, it's appropriate that Noah be tagged with the blessing by association from his 490 from his death. It's not the only 490 he had, because the one that's documented the most in Scripture is the 490 that he got when his sons were born. And Abraham was the guy who ended up reaching supermaturity in time when Noah's 490 ran out. That's the earliest 490. This 490 from his death, I'm not 100% sure if it really creates blessing by association or not. Okay, because it's a later 490, and this is the first time I'm seeing it in Scripture. So until I know more, it might just be a benchmark, or a benchmark principle. There are 490s that are definite blessing by association benchmarks. The most notable ones are from David. 490 years after David's death. Without that, the temple couldn't have been rebuilt. 1,000 years after David's death was the outer limit of time. So there might be some real punch to Noah's having a 490 based on his death. But I don't know what it is yet. This is the first time finding it. Okay? But it would be the latest one. The earliest one, which was obviously critical of importance, got met by Abraham. Okay, so Noah is being referenced here. On day 2, separation of the waters. Ha, ha, ha. Okay? Because Noah was in the boat, you get the pun. Alright? Noah was in the boat. It benefited mankind that he be in the boat. He was separated between the waters of heaven and the waters of earth, on top of the waters of earth, and, as it were, buoyed by the waters of heaven. So that's really cute. As you can see, there's a significant contextual doctrinal tie to what the numbers are tagging compared to the text. Okay? So it's not just snoozy text. Alright? So that's day 2. There could be other meanings, but at least that one. Alright, now we come to day 3, and that's where I keep on having my conundrum. If I take 378 times 7, I go back to 60 years after Adam's fall, at which point you would end up having 3 generations of humans on Earth, plus Adam makes 4. And they're pretty much all under a curse. Except Adam, he's still growing. The kids aren't growing because the child that ends up becoming appointed to carry the name doesn't occur until Adam is 130 years old. Alright, and that was 378 times 7 plus 1400 when Moses writes. 4046 as opposed to 4106. Okay, that's one idea. The second idea ended up being 378 or 85. We'll use 85 like that for plus 1400 when Moses writes. That's 1785 approximate time for the Hyksos coming in. And then that ends up sort of being symbolic of the 120 years also, in that there's an allowance of the decline of the fifth dynasty, okay, because if you got that minus 120, it's basically 1600, okay, depending on how you want to measure it. Okay, because the 4-generation curse, 120 years starts when? Okay, did it start immediately when Eminem had died? You know, you have to just sort of like be a little loosey-goosey about that. Okay? So you got sort of embedded 4-generation curse in there too. Alright? Very common phenomenon in history. It's been noted in many cases. Like Sir John Glove in his book A Short History of the Arab Peoples, if you look at his appendix, he's amazed that you got effectively a 4-generation curse acting on the Arab dynasties. Okay, and he's trying to figure out why that's happening. He's not saying it with respect to the Bible's curse. He's just trying to understand why they decline after 4 generations. And he was an Arabophile. He really loved the whole Arab Muslim culture. Okay, so you can see it there. You can see it in the Adams Chronicles book, which is about the Sam Adams and his family when they came to America. There's a 4-generation thing going on there. You can see it in the book of Vanderbilt's that was written by one of the Vanderbilts about his own family. The 4-generation curse plays a lot, often, in real life. You find it. So here we got it pretty well documented here, and then the idea of going back to Adam here. Now, the point that's really important about this is if you're using a times 7 for these numbers to get to a reach back, a tag back, that's as far as you can go. Because once you go to the next one, 424, you're going past Adam's fall. And what do you do with that? And you don't need to do anything with that, because what we found out is that just using the plain numbers, these are numbers that all tag events in the life of, and I'm going to just let you look them up because there are too many and it would take too long to explain them all. Okay? From Jacob, right here, row 56 of the worksheet, all the way down to pretty much full circle back to here, row 71. Okay? So he's kind of going full circle. If he's tagging this to be the Hyksos, then he drops it, because that's as far back as you can go if he's doing the times 7 with Adam. And now he's going back again, because he's still staying on the same theme. He's going back again to the origin of why Israel went into Egypt. And this is when Jacob leaves 490 years after the flood. That's cute that it's a 560, since he leaves 490 years after the flood. The sum is a 1050, haha. That Jacob leaves 490 years after the flood to go back to Haran, and get a wife. Alright? And then these are the aftermath of him doing that, which includes Joseph, and Joseph becoming vizier, and the slavery and all that. So it's kind of like talking back to the 378 with the Hyksos, which actually happens as a result of Joseph dying, okay, and Israel going into slavery. So this text, these meters that are occurring after 378 are in essence explaining why the 378. That's another juridical idea, that if you curse Israel, you'll be cursed. That's Genesis 12, Genesis 15, Genesis 17, and he's basically folding that in by making that reference there. Okay, and then this serves to buttress what he just did. See, because the text is going downward, but the meter's going upward, And as it goes upward, it's going backward in time. So the backwardness of the meter serves to explain the current being explained by a past. Okay, and this past here is exclusively Jacob and Joseph. All these numbers are Jacob and Joseph, with Jacob kicking the whole thing off at the 4th day, 490 years after the flood, going back to get a wife in Haran, where Terah had stopped, and God told Abraham to leave Haran, and he did. So Isaac was born outside of Haran, and so was Jacob. But Jacob is told to go back to Haran by Isaac, and he does. So it's full circle. And as he's on his way to Haran, God affirms the contract separately with Jacob. And the 14 is definitely an overage there, because he was only supposed to be working 7 years. But why God is considering him either late here for some schedule, that I don't know. I'll find out, but I don't know it now. So now it's like, okay, well, this is allocated to the 4th day of history. All right? 3rd day of history was allocated back to Adam and the 4-generation curse. Okay? 3 generations plus, the first one. So it's 3 plus 3 days. All right? This was allocated back to Noah, 2 days. All about separation of waters. 3 was about the separation of dry land and water and vegetation. Okay? So you got dry land, water, and vegetation. The water is so that you can travel more and have more freedom, or so that you can congregate with other humans. The same for the land. You switch between one and the other if you want to get away from the other humans, as much as if you want to go with them. So it's your choice to do either one. Vegetation, of course, would be something you could eat while you're doing all that travel, either as a loner because you want to study Bible, or in congregation with other people because you don't, or because a whole bunch of other people are also studying Bible and you all want to be traveling together. See, that's how metaphorically it fits. So you have variety, you have freedom, you have choice. Okay, and that's a cycle man goes through, from choice to slavery to choice. See, because this was separation to prevent slavery, because pretty much everybody chose to congregate together, so they all wanted their water to be together, so God drowned them in their own water. But Noah came out. All right, and then metaphorically, then we've got 3-generation curse, really 4-generation curse, but that's the initial, and then 3 more generations. And I'm sure there are other meanings too, but that one just sticks out. And the curse occurs because instead of electing God's water, you're electing your own, and now you have the freedom to choose to get away from people, and you don't take it. Okay, so then you get cursed. See? The ability to go to land or sea is a freedom. You got food in the sea, and you got food on land. So you can be alone, or you can be with others. Question is why and how, and are you choosing God's water over their water? Okay? Because the whole idea here, remember? We got God giving directives to Noah. We got God giving directive to Moses. We got God giving directive to Terah. Okay? We got God giving directive to Adam. We got God giving directive to the pharaohs. Who do you listen to? All right? So then by the time we get down here, God gave a directive to Jacob. God gave a promise to Jacob. Jacob listened. He did a lot of things he shouldn't have done, just like everybody else. But he did listen to that. Okay, so that's the fourth day. Now, why would that be so important? As a fourth day, think about this. It can't be too hard. Messiah is born 4106 from Adam. 4103. He was supposed to be born 4106. He was supposed to be born 2,000 years after Jacob was born. In the fourth day of history, so to speak. So it's kind of cute that Moses tags Jacob here, going to get a wife. Because once you get a wife, what can you do? Propagate. Now, I'm not saying all this so that you just accept it as true. I'm trying to show you how you can sleuth the meter, ideas. Okay, this is the kind of stuff that the meter is designed to deal with. All right, whether what I'm saying is true about these meters is actually true about them, you're going to have to test that with God. But to see the idea of how you go about testing it, that's what I'm trying to show here. Just bringing up lots of hypotheses that make some sense in light of the text. And the fourth day text is what? Times, appointments. Appointments to what? Appointments to learn God. Appointments for God's plan to be worked out in people who listen to him. And who are those people in context? Jacob and Joseph. Not the other members of the family. Jacob and Joseph. And because of them, there is a fourth day of history. And Messiah comes from Jacob's loins. Okay? That leads us to the fifth day of history, which is just about as bald as it can be. Okay, 700 years since Noah died. Okay, and Noah died. Noah's death. Noah was the guy of the flood, okay? And here on our sixth day, full circle back to Moses. Moses is running 1050 years after the flood. It was Noah who went through the flood. And Noah died 2100 years, okay, 2100 BC. He died 2100 BC. 1050 after he died will be 1050 BC, which in terms of the way Moses would be writing, 1050 years remain to the birth of Messiah. Because Messiah really was supposed to be born 4106 from Adam. But because of the intervening stuff that's going to happen during that last 1050 years, Messiah ends up being born 3 years earlier. And so if you don't notice that timeline shift, you get your Bible dates wrong and then you blame it on the Bible rather than on your own lack of attention. That's the sixth day of history. Brought to you by the fifth day of history. Now, hopefully you know in Bible, 5 means number of prophet, 4 is the number of completion, 3 is the number of Trinity, 2 is the number of hypostatic union, God-man. 1 is the number of, how do you want to call it, uniqueness or unicity, or, the oneness, the shared oneness of mentality, of fellowship. Okay? The 2 shall become one, the oneness prayer in John 17, all those ideas. Okay, so the prophet, see, this is the fifth day right here. The prophet from Noah dying in 2100 BC is that there's a 1050 time grant that I didn't know about till I started doing these Genesis videos. I didn't notice that math connection. Now I know it. So it means I gotta go look for others like that. Like, for example, now that we get down to Abraham, he dies in 1985 BC. So that would imply that he had a 1050 time grant that went from 1985 minus 1050 to 935 BC. And here I thought that his time grant was dated from 2046, which I'm sure it is, but it might also be he might have a second one, because David had 6 of them based on events in David's life, based on his 2 kingships, based on his death, and based on based on his 2 kingships and based on his death. And there were 2 each. There were 3 events, 2 each. Okay, well, I wondered why David had so many. Well, maybe that's the way it was with all of them. That each one of them has a time grant based on their death. Paul accounts of 490 based on Christ's birth. So there might be one based on birth too, but I haven't tested that. Okay, so what do we know? Well, profit, 5th portion. 20% in the law based on a time grant from the death of Noah. Okay, so, I'm sorry, there we go. So, that would be an idea for 5. Now, 4 had been appointments and times, which we covered. 5, what is analogous there? That it's considered profit. What do we got here? Air and sea life, which is kind of cute. Because what was Noah doing? He was in the boat. And what did the boat contain? Life. Animal life. Teeming, in fact. Keeping it alive in the boat. Because why? Because you had air and sea life only while he's in the boat. Isn't that cute? Air and sea life. That's what this is about, 5th day. See? Birds flying. Noah releases the raven, the dove. Okay? All those animals in the boat. So teeming life is in the boat, and teeming life is outside the boat, and Noah is charged with having the boat. So that's a profit to Noah. It's a profit to the world that the life was in and outside the boat. And of course, we make all of our profit, directly or indirectly, off that life, even today. Ha ha. Okay, day 6, land, life, and human. Which got through the flood, because Noah got through the flood, and then 1050 years afterwards, the king of life is supposed to be born. Okay? And God saw what he had done, and what he knew. It's very good. This is vehemently, ma'od, vehemently good. Okay? So I'd say that's a pretty consistent explanation. Is it 100% right? Of course not. Is it 100% plausible? Probably. But you decide. Peace out. Here's another meter test on Genesis 1 that needs to be run on a Bible passage, especially when you have more than just the date lines being 7. What you're trying to do is find out the theme of the meter. The theme of the meter, when you've got it right, it jumps out at you. Right now, I must not have it right because I'm not getting a theme jumping out at me. I know what the theme is, but the numbers aren't bearing out the theme that I know it's supposed to be. The theme of Genesis 1 is supposed to be the plan of time. You know that for sure because Moses' text is analogizing his own name, Moses drawn from the water, with Israel going through the water, with Noah in the boat, and with the initial restoration of the world underwater. Those are 4 water symbols. That's why water is mentioned over and over and over. Hashemayim, the heavens, likened the water, and Mayim, okay, the waters. All right, and then you got Yamim, which is also played on, which means seas, stuff like that. Okay, it's all about the water, delivery of birth. That's the fifth analogy that's being used. So the text is real bald that this is about birthing, plan of God for your life. Okay, so why isn't the meter showing it the way I would expect? 1050 is the basic civilization unit. So that meter's got to be okay. 1141 seems a little iffy, but it looks like it's unfinished, and it is unfinished because church isn't predicted in the Old Testament. Okay, because it might not have existed. 560, that's 490 plus 70. That's a no-brainer. 497 rather than 490 here means that the plan, the scheduling is 7 years overtime. Okay, but the trouble is that this is linking up to an event that I don't expect it to link up to. Okay, 378, again, it's overtime, 14 years. 364 equals a year. 210 equals 370s. And that's very prominent meter pan Bible. Okay, and these individual meters are all prominent pan Bible also. But the pattern that they have, the way they interrelate to each other, is not, there's no symmetry. Okay, see, in Moses uses palindromes, and you can see that a little bit here. This is a 49, see, 49, and then 21 plus 28 is also 49. That's a kind of palindrome. It adds up to 49. If you start here and look to the left, it adds up to 49 if you stand here and look to the right. Okay, a palindrome is something that looks the same when you look in either direction. All right, and this is a sort of loose use of the term palindrome. The pattern in Psalm 90 was 84, 70, 70, 56. Very clear, very simple. Stood for 5, 10, 50 units. And since he's using the 1050 here and writing in the same year, I was expecting that kind of bald, simple patterning. But I'm not getting it. Look, 91 is used 3 times. Trinity, obviously. Okay, but the distance between the first 91 and the second 91, and the second 91 and the third 91 is not the same. I don't know that it ought to be the same, but it's not. Okay, so why is it not? And what does the distance represent? In Psalm 90, 70, 70, 70 represented each 1050 unit. 84 also represented the final 1050 unit plus the 14, that's prominent here also, of course. That's the hanging chad of Israel's history and the reason why, church exists, essentially. It's at 14. You trace that pan Bible because the 14 arises due to Jacob over serving time with Laban, and that hanging chad 14 keeps on occurring. I don't know why Jacob is deemed late returning to the land, but he is. The Bible keeps on tracking this 14. It changes character from Jacob to David. Okay, David being late to be crowned and the temple being late to be built. The temple was promised to David, 2 Samuel 7. So Jacob switches over to Laban, to David. And then that Davidic then switches over once the temple, after David, it switches over, half of it switches over to Rehoboam. Because Rehoboam onward, they didn't observe the sabbatical years. So by the time you get to Daniel, you got still the 2 sevens, which the scholars don't notice because they're using lunar years. And the lunar years for 483 are equal to 476 solar years. And so they think, oh, well, we got it right. No, you got it very wrong. And so for 2,000 years, we've been screwing up Daniel 9. Pathetic. Our scholarship on this is pathetic. And it's time to stop pussyfooting around and being nice, because when you're nice to somebody, okay, what happens is the same old keeps on going. We have the same old bad translations. We have the same old slipshod Bible scholarship. It's stupid. If a brain out can see how stupid it is, you can imagine what God sees. Do you really want that on your conscience? Let's fix this. The scholars still ought to get paid $1 billion a year. I'm not saying they're bad people, but the bad scholarship, because dear Dr. So-and-so from 2,000 years ago said X. Don't keep repeating what he said. Do it de novo. Do your own research. Do your own homework. Because, honey, when you go home to God, he's not going to hold you accountable for dear Dr. So-and-so. He's going to hold you accountable for not fixing dear Dr. So-and-so. Why do you think I'm doing this? I'm just a brain out. I'm not a scholar, but I'm going to be held accountable. God gave me this to understand and see the problems, and I do nothing about it. I can't face him even now without doing something. And then he's the only one who can make it work in anybody else's head. But I got to do my due diligence. All right, so here it is. 91, 91, 91. That's some kind of Trinity relationship going on there. 91 means the will of God realized. Not completed, just realized. Okay, 84 is the decree of God. 94 is saying that the decree is realized. Okay, 98 means it's completed. And we got a 98 here. 49, 21, 28 is a 98. So somehow between 497 and 546, just kind of poignant, you got a 98, which means that something God decreed got realized and completed. Now, what is that? Okay, well, here, 497, that's the beginning of Sesostris II, his rule. He was the pharaoh of the, was it the fat years or the lean years? Sesostris II. Where's my worksheet? Okay, sorry. Bear with me while I set this up again. I'm so used to doing this that I talk fast, and I don't want to, that's kind of rude for somebody who's not used to the material, and I don't mean to be rude, but I talk fast because I'm afraid I'll forget what I'm saying by the time I get to the end of the sentence. I do not have a good memory, so that's my big problem. Okay, here we go. Sesostris II. All right. He begins rule during the fat years. Okay, and here's how you know that. You take the calculator. Okay, and this is the 497 meter that we're looking at here. Lower left, lower center corner, where my shell cursor is. You got 497. How do I know that? Because you just take 1400 and you add. It's real simple how you get it. 1897. See, and that's Sesostris' start of rule. His dad, okay, was the son of Amenemhet II, right here. Okay, here's when he began rule. He was the son of Amenemhet I. Okay, they altered their names. If one was called Amenemhet, the son was called Sesostris. They were trying to honor two different gods when they did that. Okay, Amenemhet II begins rule here. He's the pharaoh of the dream. Now, again, I have to keep on saying this. Egyptology after the 1980s went into the toilet. It's almost as if there's a concerted effort to mask how biblically accurate the Bible is with respect to Moses and Joseph. Okay? This used to be common knowledge. In the late 1800s, Egyptology was bad too. They were dating everything too early by about a century. Now they're dating it too late by about a century. And when I found the Encyclopedia Britannica 1984 set that I bought, back then, I was really surprised to see how accurate it was. And then I lost my set of encyclopedias. Now I just got them back again, and that's what I'm telling you, where you can find accurate information. I'm sure it's elsewhere too. But honey, on the internet, you got all kinds of nonsense now. So I'm sticking with what I'm telling you because it fits, because it works, and because it makes sense. Okay, all the reigns fit. The names and the reigns fit. So whoever did the Encyclopedia Britannica list of the pharaohs during the 12th and 18th dynasty, they knew what they were doing. Who else since? I don't know. Amenemhet II begins rule. He is the pharaoh of the dream. All right. Sesostris II started in 1897. That's what this 497 here lists. That's what it's dating from. So what I was starting to say before I went off in my digression was this is a 98. That stands for 84 is God's decree. 91 is God's decree is realized. 98 is that God's decree is completed. So how do we know, how do we relate that to the text? Okay, well, first thing you got to relate it to the meter. What events are being depicted here? 497 is Sesostris II's rule start, right there. Okay, 497 plus 1400, real no-brainer. The second one is Joseph. I forget what it was in Joseph. Okay, I think it's in F. The second one is Joseph. Yeah, here we go. Here's Sesostris. Here's Joseph. Joseph going to prison. Okay, now that's again a no-brainer. 1400 plus 518. Okay, so then you got this. 1400 plus 518 is showing up just below the worksheet. Okay. Joseph, 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 Joseph. Okay. Joseph. He's enslaved in Egypt. Okay, in 1930. Okay, he becomes vizier in 1916. 1916 is the third year he was in prison. Remember, Bible says he was in prison for 3 years. So that's 1916, 1917, 1918. And this is dating back to when he goes to prison. In other words, it was the will of God that Sesostris take over. That was part of the completion of setting Israel up for her freedom. Okay? And maybe I ought to talk about that. 518 is a setup for him going to prison, because if he didn't go to prison, he wouldn't be in the same place with the baker and the wine cupbearer, so that their dream he interpreted, so that they could repeat it to Pharaoh. Okay? See, in other words, it's a chain of events that God is orchestrating. So I'm reasonably sure that these meters are right, because they all tie to the topic. Okay? God orchestrating time. If Sesostris II didn't come onto the throne, okay, when he did, if that didn't happen, okay, he's the guy who ends up being the pharaoh during the fat years. See, he comes to the throne in the middle of the fat years. See, it's a 40-year grace period with 7 fat years ending. Okay, the 7 fat years end in 1876. Sesostris comes during the last half of that time, from 1897 to 1878. Okay? So he's the pharaoh of the 40-year period when Joseph starts to become vizier in 1916. And then 40 years ensue, ending with the 7 fat years. According to the Encyclopedia Britannica, that's when a vizier, that's what Joseph was. They don't name who it was, and his name won't be Joseph. He'll have an Egyptian name. I don't know what it was. They don't know what it was. A vizier of an unnamed vizier, started the reclamation of the marshland in the Fayum Depression. That greatly increased Egypt's crops, and it ended up being a sort of like a thing that Egypt would do forever after. But it was Joseph who started that. Okay, and it completely realigned all the political alliances in Egypt, according to the Encyclopedia Britannica article. Now, what cartouches they're reading to get that from, I don't know. Okay, I'm kind of like accepting what they tell me, all right, because it's Encyclopedia Britannica. But then, of course, today's Encyclopedia Britannica is terrible on Egyptology. So, You got to be selective, I guess. 1916, Joseph becomes a vizier. 1916 is still, Amenemhet II is still ruling. See? 1929, 1985. Okay? He puts his son, and this was a common thing with those particular pharaohs, he has his son start to co-rule 2 years before Amenemhet II, father, dies. Okay? And then this is the 40, the years that he actually ruled. This is the 40 years ending with the fat years. Okay, I'm saying all this because we got the Bible telling us about this period. We just didn't know what names. And it's real obvious what names when you fit the data together. All right? But what's not so obvious, well, kind of obvious, I suppose, from the text, but the Bible's benchmarking the day he goes to prison. If he didn't go to prison, he wouldn't be a vizier. That's the point. Okay? So you count 3 years, 1918, 1917, 1916 BC. Okay, then the last number, 546, is when Joseph is born, and he was born in 1946. Okay? And in brainoutfact.htm, #6a, I show you the Bible verses I use to get all these ages, because they're not immediately easily known. I mean, the Bible tells you when he was enslaved. The Bible tells you how old he was when he died. The Bible tells you he ruled for 80 years. So then how do you fit that together with the data on Jacob? Okay? And it was a bit of a hassle to do that. But I show you how I did that in brainoutfact.htm #6a. So you can go look that up if you want. I'm saying this so quickly because a lot of the people who've been following this and are going to be listening to this video have already followed my stuff for 10 years. There's got to come a point when I can just talk fast instead of reviewing all the basic information over and over and over. Okay? So then we go back, therefore, to footnote L, which is where we were when I started the video, looking at these patterns. So here we got the 98 completed decree. Completed decree because Sesostris II came to power. Completed decree because our boy Joseph went to prison. Completed decree. I mean, it's not that God didn't cause these things to happen, but he sure had to approve them or they couldn't have happened. And see, the whole point of this is like, if God did this to Joseph, then what do you think he's doing to you and me? It doesn't matter that we say to ourselves, well, I'm not as important as Joseph. Joseph didn't start out as important. He started out as a baby just like you and me. It's what God did to him. Okay? There was nothing about Joseph. This is the theme of Romans 9. There was nothing special about Esau and Jacob. When they were in the womb, they weren't even human then. This is biological material, their house, as David will put it. You made my house in my mother's womb, and you made me outside my mother's womb. How come you wanted to do that? That's the big, surprise that David has in Psalm 139. Psalm 139, which is followed right after Psalm 138. You put truth above your name. That's how Psalm 138 ends. So now he's saying, oh, how precious are your thoughts, O God, because God's thoughts are truth. So Psalm 138 and Psalm 139 are linked. Has nothing to do with abortion. Stupid people try to misuse that passage. And they misuse it as a translation. Okay, but the point is decree. Here's the decree of God. Specific about Joseph. And of course, therefore, by analogy, Israel, because it's due to Joseph being where he is that Israel could be where she is when Moses writes. See, that's what he's doing. He's showing the cause, the chain of events that led up to what he's writing now. The chain of events God approved. Sesostris wasn't, as far as we know, even a believer in power. Joseph going to prison. Joseph being born. See, birth. Analogy to birth, and then Moses' own meter here is his own birth. Hi, I'm 119 years old when I write you. And then 119 times 7, he uses a 70 for Terah. Terah's birth. Moses' birth and Terah's birth. Moses' birth wouldn't happen if there weren't a Terah's birth. Terah was his great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather, who was the father of Abraham. So Moses had a birth because Abraham had a birth. And Abraham had a birth because Terah had a birth. And Terah was the guy, I guess God ordered him, leave Ur of the Chaldees. That's in Genesis 11, I think, verse 31 or so. Leave Ur of the Chaldees. Leave your home and create a new home, and he went to Haran to do it. The question in my mind is, was Noah, who was still alive then, was Noah in Haran? That was 2135 BC. Noah didn't die until 2100 BC. But I can't prove it yet. It might be metered in that passage in Genesis 11. Then maybe we'll know. But here's the point. The whole structure of this is the plan of God, how God orchestrates time. That I know. What I don't understand is why the meter patterns are so weird like this. Now, Paul did this too. Paul used meter patterns like this too in Ephesians 1, 3 through 14. And I spent 150 pages trying to analyze those meter patterns. I'm still not done. I'm still not clear on it. But Paul's meter pattern has a lot in common with this one. Moses' meter pattern in Psalm 90 is very simple. 84, 70, 70, and 56. I can't get that kind of simple meter pattern here. I'm not getting a repeat. I get the plan of God here being realized. Here's Sosthenes, Joseph in prison, Joseph born. I get it here with Moses born, Terah born, okay. This one is a complete mystery to me. 210? What's that? 210 years after the 490 from Noah's death ended. Okay, so this should mean something. I don't have a meaning. That's 1610 BC. Meaning? I don't know. All right, so maybe you'll find it. Maybe God doesn't want me to find it. Maybe he's going to employ somebody else. That would be kind of nice because I'm getting really tired. I got to tell you, I got so many things I'm not doing. Okay? I mean, I'd really rather be doing this my whole life, but I got other obligations. Anyways, shut up. Okay, so 364 is a year. 364 means what? What does 364 mean? 364, year 1, yeah, I get that. Revelation uses 364 meter also. This ends up being the year of a group. You know, if you're a dispensationalist, you know, traditional dispensationalism doesn't know the meter, of course. Doesn't account Daniel 9 properly, of course. But is right that there are dispensations. They just account it wrong. So do the Jews account it wrong. But the Jewish accounting of the dispensations is closer than the Christian. Okay, it's 2100, 2100, 2100. Okay, and you're sort of seeing that reflected here. If I can just get the mouse to work. You're sort of seeing that reflected here with 91, 91, and 91. Decree realized. See, first 91 would be for the Jews, second Goyim, because that's what they call the age of desolation in Judaism. That's, 2100 years. Second 2100 years is for the Jews, and the third 2100 years, the Jews call it the 2,000 years for Messiah. They think this is 2,000. They think that's 2,000 years for the Goyim, 2,000 years for the Jews, 2,000 years for Messiah. And church, of course, is part of the 2,000 for Messiah. All right, but it's not necessarily 2,000 years. That's the change. It might be 5,000 years. Okay, it's already been 2,000 years, or it's coming up. We're coming up on 2,000 years in 2030. So will the rapture happen in 2030? Well, if we're ready, yeah. If we're not ready, no. It could have happened in Paul's day. That's why he says, if Philippians 3:10 through 14, he was thinking, well, it could happen right now. If there are enough believers who mature, then church could have been raptured then, but they didn't mature, and we certainly haven't since. All right, so you see some kind of reflection of that here. All right, but that would mean the third year, as it were, is church, and that's how Paul metered Ephesians 1:3-14. And Revelation is saying that that year gets complete when it uses 364. I get that. Now, maybe this is all news to you, and you're like, what? But ask God, okay? Seriously, because He can explain it to you better than I can. I'm supposed to do this as a due diligence, but there's no way I can properly explain this section. I can just introduce the idea, and then you ask God, and He'll give you the details, okay? Because I only have so much time. Okay, so now 1400 plus 364, what's cute about that is Moses is tagging Hammurabi. See, that's 1764, and what happened then? Hammurabi had just finished taking over Lower Mesopotamia. He was kind of new on the throne at the time. And he was just one of many political entities in that whole area of Mesopotamia. And so, in order to sort of protect his own area, like often happens in history, if you need to protect your own area, you have to take somebody else's stuff in order to have a big enough area to defend yourself as a buffer zone. That's essentially the same kind of methodology that Russia has used historically. Okay? That's how Hitler got defeated in Russia and how Napoleon got defeated in Russia, is that Russia is so big, all the leader of Russia has to do is just sit there and then let the land defeat them themselves. Of course, all the people in Russia who are left of Moscow get hurt, but the nation gets preserved. All right? It's the same kind of stuff here. That's why Hammurabi took over. All right, now why make some comparison to Hammurabi? Because his was very typical of the stupid, really stupid laws that governments were making in those days. And the big point with Moses is, why Israel? Why is Moses being delivered out of the water? Why is Israel being born? Why was Noah delivered in the boat? Why was the earth restored? Okay? And what's the difference when God says, let there be light? Because that's the reason why. Israel is to be the light to the nations. Okay, well, how do you show that the nations are in darkness? You take a guy like Hammurabi and his stupid laws. Some of the dumbest laws I've ever seen. Hi, if you want to know if somebody accused of a crime is really guilty, throw him in the river, and if he sinks, he was guilty. Huh? First of all, that would mean that a lot of guilty people get off scot-free because a lot of people can swim. Okay? Which led in later medieval times, what they did is they tied a rock to your feet. Well then, if you've got a rock tied to your feet, then you're surely going to sink, even if you're innocent. I mean, this is a stupid way. You can't test guilt or innocence that way. There's no set of laws of evidence here. And all those people who praise Hammurabi, I'm sorry, whatever degrees they got from college, the college should just revoke those degrees. You can't, anybody who praises Hammurabi or says that Hammurabi is the basis for the Bible, they can't read. They flunked grammar school, or should have. Okay? It boggles my mind how people come up with the stupidest arguments. Whenever it comes to Bible, any kind of stupidity is accepted, but common sense goes right out the window. Okay? Just right out the window. All right, so Hammurabi is referenced in the 364. All right. 210 I don't understand, so I'm skipping it. Hammurabi's referenced in the 364. 378? What's 378? Okay? 378. 7 years after Jacob dies, so does Egypt's 12th dynasty. Well, that's kind of meaningful. And it's like Moses is giving a little history lesson, because you had to count the syllables anyway. And so each syllable's count back is referencing some event in history. Or not necessarily each syllable, but the 7 ones have to. See, that's what's bothering me here. I don't know what it's referencing in 610 BC. I don't see anything important happening then that relates to the passage. Okay, but 378 does. Because, Israel's coming out. Israel was enslaved by the 12th dynasty, and 70 years after Jacob entered Israel, 70 voting, 70, that's when the 12th dynasty, whose vote was bad, goes down. In other words, this is the real God. We're the real people of God. We're not better than you. But if you want to know this God, then vote with your feet and go where we're going. And of course, he's writing 40 years later. Because they got to take the book into the land with them and explain why they're taking over existing people. If they can take over existing people and God lets that happen, this is why. So you can just convert. See, the rule was always convert. And then if you don't, then God's going to do his thing, like we march around your city 7 times, shouting with the trumpet, and then your walls just fall down, and we didn't cause it, so God had to. Duh. That's the point of all this. It's how the real God has come to town, and we're not better than you, but we are his people, and to prove that, we're going to do something really stupid, like walk around your city 7 times with trumpets, talking about him. And then on the 7th day, Jericho, you're just going to fall all by yourself. So you know we didn't do it. God did it. So you know he's the real God. Okay, so he's got to set up an explanation, a whole book about this real God. And he's got to start with the past, about how this real God caused his own birth, caused Terah's birth, caused something else with relationship to Noah that I don't know what it is, caused is besting, as it were, Hammurabi and his stupid code, which was typical of all the pagans in that area. And then here, how he bested the 12th dynasty that enslaved Egypt. You see, there's a causality in the text and the meter, because this is the first day, let there be light. Yeah, when you're born, there's light. Ha ha. Okay. 2nd day, separate human viewpoint from divine viewpoint, the waters. Okay. And that relates to Noah. That's a ha-ha too. But I don't understand what 210 years after Noah's 490 ran out from his death. I don't understand what that is. But it does relate to Noah. And the text is separate waters from waters. And Noah went through the flood. So it's clearly meaningful on some level. Okay. And then before the 3rd day ends, this is the 3rd day ending, we got 364 a year. Some kind of purpose got completed. But he's linking it to Hammurabi. Maybe to something else. Hammurabi was the only thing I found that could be doctrinally meaningful. Because Moses is writing the Mosaic Law, which is a parody, definitely a parody, a satire on pagan law. See, here's your pagan law, you want to cut off your balls. Okay, really, that's what pagans did. Okay, or they had temple prostitutes. It's one side or the other. Total celibacy because it's enforced and you're made a eunuch. Or you just have sex all the time with a temple prostitute. Okay, well, my temple isn't going to have any sex in it at all. And no, you don't have to cut off. Okay, I have laws of evidence. Hammurabi didn't have laws of evidence. Hammurabi would have you jump in a river. And Hammurabi had death penalty for everything. I got different penalties. And I got laws of evidence. So you see the cycle of the rule for the year. Governing, okay, is somehow set. Now, I don't think my explanation here on 364 is good enough, but it's partial. That's all I got right now. Okay, 378, end of the 3rd day. End of the 3rd day was what? Dry land versus water. Freedom to vote away from Hammurabi and go to where Israel's going to go in the promised land and then serve the real God with real laws of evidence and a real good polity, which that was the design of it. So separate dry land and vegetation and sea. That was the third day. But somehow by that point, the schedule's 14 over. Here it was 21 short. I don't know why. That's another conundrum I can't solve yet. 70 years, however, after the 378, the decline of the 12th dynasty, 70 years after that, before that, rather, Joseph had died. See, because it's going backwards in time. The higher the number, the farther backwards in time it is. If Joseph dies here, Jacob dies here. That's what 448 means. And that's why it's marked with a 70. It's really pithy there. Because the 12th dynasty goes down because her vote was bad. Jacob voted to go into Egypt knowing full well he was going into slavery. Because that was a promise to Abraham. Jacob's vote was good. 12th dynasty's vote was bad. Okay? So that causality is linked, and I can see that. Okay? And then, of course, I already covered this. This is Sesostris II. This is Joseph going in prison. Notice how we're going backwards in time. This is Joseph being born. And then we get here, and that's 560. That's when Jacob enters Haran. Jacob is only age 40 at this point. He enters Haran at his mother's bequest to go get a wife. Okay? Because she didn't want him picking from the Canaanite women like Esau had done. And she got Isaac to agree to send Jacob back there. So, and this date here, this is what's so important about this one. Jacob goes to Haran 490 years after the flood. Moses is writing 1050 years after the flood. When I say after the flood, I mean after it began. Okay, the flood lasted a year. Arphaxad is born like a few days or within a month after the flood ended, after they got out of the boat. People think it's 2 years distance. No, it's in the second year. Okay, so that's why most chronologies are wrong, because they're not reading the Hebrew. 560 is 490 years after the flood, but it's 560 years prior to when Moses writes. That balances to 1050 from the flood. So again, the waters, we got Noah here being referenced, and now we're going to have Noah again, because Moses is writing 700 years after Noah dies. So there's a 1050 from Noah based on when he died. That is going to go past the 1050 for the flood. Noah died in 2100 BC. 2100 BC minus 1050 is 1050 BC. And 1050 BC minus again is when Christ should have been born. And that's how a lot of people think it. And they're right to think it. That 3-year variance we got saying that Christ has to be born 4 BC, it's a Bible discrepancy. It's a deliberate discrepancy the Bible tracks, because he ends up having to be born 3 years before the original schedule because of David. Because David is crowned late. So Messiah is born early, but he was scheduled to be born when we use our traditional AD BC. Now, did Dionysius know that? There's no proof. Nobody really knows how he came up with his AD BC. I spent $100 to get a book by a guy named Mosshammer. You can buy it on Amazon. Called the Easter Computus. And Mosshammer was trying to figure out if Dionysius in the 580s, when he came up with AD BC, whether he knew. How did he come up with that number? Because nobody knows. And Mosshammer just concludes that that Dionysius was following tradition. Okay, did tradition know there was a change in the Bible timeline that's deliberately tracked? I can't prove that they knew. What I can prove is that they couldn't add. Hippolytus couldn't add numbers. Eusebius couldn't add numbers. Josephus couldn't add numbers. All the people we got extant writing their own timelines, they're all wrong. But the ADBC we use is exactly what the original Bible schedule was. And this is part of what proves it. Okay. So then we go on, 651. I'm sorry for this long preamble, but if I don't do it, 651 is the 5th day. Okay. What's that? 650 years, we got to start using our lighted 7 now. Bible's real opportunistic about using the elisions. Years from Abraham's maturation. Okay. 686 is God tells Abram to leave his dad. All right, so 651 is really 658. And 686, so 651, this is Abram's maturation, but you got to add the 7. See, here's a 7 in ellipsis. Whoops. Yeah, there we go. Let's do it this way. All right, 651 plus 7, Abraham's maturation. So Moses is writing. It's really 660, but, he's measuring between. For what reason, I don't know. He's measuring from Abraham's maturation, and that's a number that he ought to be using because that's part of the cause of Israel's existence. 686, years prior to when Moses writes, is when God tells, in Genesis 12, God tells Abraham to leave his dad. Okay, see, this is his dad. His dad was born 119 times 7 years before Moses writes. Okay? And the thing that's really remarkable about that is that, see, 686, God tells Abraham, age 75, to leave his dad. Okay, but here's the thing. 735 is when Terah left. And the question is, didn't God tell him to do that? See, because that's Genesis 11:31. So Terah took Abraham, who was either 18 or 25 at the time. All right? And his brother to Haran. All right? 49 years later, that's a diaspora number. That means apostasy. God tells Abram to leave his father. So somebody, presumably God, or maybe through Noah, Terah was warned to get out of Ur of the Chaldees. And that was just in time that he left because the Gudians took over after that. They overran the area. Okay? Terah left just before that happened. Did he go and stay with Noah? Was Noah in Haran? I don't know. There might be something in the text to tell you, but I haven't found it. All right, so Terah was obeying God directly or indirectly when he leaves Ur of the Chaldees. But now God, in Genesis 12, when 49 years later, Abram's age 75, he tells him to leave his dad Terah. So he split with his own father when he's 75, 49 years after he arrived in Haran. So there's a pretty important story being told here between 651 and 735. Okay, 700 in between is Noah's death. So all these events are being correlated. That's the point I'm trying to make here. It's very clear the events are being correlated. I'm kind of surprised at what the events are that they're picking. But every single one of them is important to the causality of why Israel is out and why Moses is writing and why she's going into the land. All these events are critical to that happening. But they're not the only events, and I wouldn't have even considered them the most important events establishing why Israel is going in the land. But he's benchmarking them, and he's benchmarking his own age in Terah to the first day, which is light B. He's benchmarking Noah, 490 years plus 210, to the second day, which is separation of waters. And then the third day is dry land dry lands separated from sea and vegetation, like the breakup of Pangea and geology. Okay? And he's likening that to the decline of the 12th dynasty. All right, which is like why. And then this is Jacob going to Haran. That's the fourth day. And that was with, fourth day was the appointed times and seasons, which is pretty pregnant throughout because these are the interim meters. All right. Then you got the fifth day. Noah's been dead 700 years. The implication that there's a 1050 running from his death also, with the interim meters being the maturation of Abraham and Abraham leaving Ur prior. Then between the death of Noah and the calling out of Terah to Haran, okay, it's in between. And then you got the 1050, which is 1050 from the flood. And then 1141 is kind of like still future. Moses goes future once he hits the 1050. Why? I don't know. So now, that was a sort of windy way to explain that the 91s get set in motion excuse me. The 91s get set in motion with Israel coming out of Egypt. The original 91 here dated back to Noah, which was pre-Israel, of course. It's sort of tagged and referenced. But again, it just really bothers me why I don't know what 1610 is supposed to be. But it's still evocative of Noah, so there's something related to Noah, and something related, maybe I'm supposed to, even if I multiply it by 7, if I take 210 times 7, or 217 times 7, I still don't get anything meaningful. Okay? It goes back to Kenan's death. That's not very helpful. Okay? Look. If I do 217, that's adding the 7 to the 210, times 7. And then I add 1400 to go back in time. That's 2919. And 2919 is before Noah. Okay? It wasn't Kenan's death. Kenan's death is referenced somewhere else. But 2919 is what? Okay, that's 158 years, isn't it? 4106. No, it's 1187 years after. Okay, 1187 years. Okay, so Noah was still alive. And he was young. Okay, Lamech sired Noah in that year. See, here's Noah's birth year. Oh, you can't see it all together. There's Noah's birth year. This is Lamech. Okay, so that was after Noah was born. So if we were to take 1056 from it, Noah would have been 131 years old. Meaning, see, if I'm not getting a match, then either the meter is wrong, which is going to throw this whole thing out of whack, or there's an event I don't know about. So that's why all this testing has to be done, is that all of it fits together like puzzle pieces, but you don't know the picture on the puzzle box. And therefore, if you've got the right answer, it's all these pieces are going to fit together. And the meanings seem to fit together except for 210. But if I can't find a good meaning for 210, then some or all these other numbers might be wrong. It could be that the 210 is wrong only, and between 210 and 364, I got corrections to make. That's possible. All right? Again, because I'm making these videos to show you the methodology of sleuthing the meter, in case I die tomorrow. All right? And for my own due diligence to check what meter I've got, because I'm trying to say things about what this passage is doing with its meter. And right now, I can't tell you for sure that anything I'm saying is 100% accurate. In fact, it's never going to be 100% accurate, but I'd like it to be like 80%. Well, until this 210 is resolved, everything's in jeopardy. All right. More likely, it's just that the syllable count between 210 and 364 is wrong. So I'm going to have to revisit that. Because when I do 217, I don't get anything. When I do 210 times 7, I get that, plus 1400. So I get 2870, yeah, and that's Canaan. That's Kenan. All right, right here. Kenan dies right here. 2870. Now, there's a lot said on the internet about the Canaanites versus the Canaanites. All right, that doesn't necessarily mean that the two names are really quite unrelated. This means Nestor. Okay, but it could have been that the Canaanites mixed with the Canaanites. Canaan was Noah's son. Okay, that's why you know the provenance is different. Canaan is from generations before Noah. All right, Noah was not even alive when Canaan dies. Now here's Noah, and he's got a son named Canaan. Maybe as a result of being related somewhere back in time to Canaan. But the two peoples are technically speaking, quite far apart, as you can see, like almost 1,000 years apart. But maybe there's some family tie, and maybe Noah was living in Haran. I don't know. So maybe that does have a connection back to Canaan dying as the sire, as the scion of the family. But I don't know that. And why would that be mentioned by Moses? Why would that be so important? I don't know. So 210 right now remains a mystery. All right, so I already said that, but the point is that somehow something really important about it is true, because the 91 is linked up to it. There's a 91 differential between 119 and 210, which means that something really important about God's decree got realized. What? I don't know. So that's kind of a big problem, big accounting conundrum. I do auditing for a living, and if I were auditing somebody making claims about, pretend this was anything but the Bible, and I saw this, I'd say, honey, you better solve this first, or all the rest of your numbers are in jeopardy. Okay? So, I'm the one saying it, so I got to solve my own problem. All right. Then the second 91 is, for the Jews, and that is acutely linked, so we have a fair degree of accuracy here. This is linked to Abram's maturity, with the 7 added. Yeah, God's purpose is realized, not completely played out yet, but realized because Abraham got mature. This stands for 2046 BC. It should be in the text. It should be one of the benchmark meters, and it is. It just is easily recognized because of the kind of number that it is. But notice it's sitting between the 4th day and the 5th day. In other words, appointed times, which is the purpose of the 4th day. And now he's one of the appointed times. Your maturation. So begins the dispensation of the Jews. 2,100 years, they think it's 2,000, but it's 2,100. Okay? This is what Bible's dispensationalism is. And it's really not that much different from Christian dispensationalism, except it's better marked, better documented. And then all those preterists who keep on telling us dispies that we are not biblical. Well, honey, I got so much I can prove that you're not biblical as a result of all this, which is in the explicit text also. It's just a question of noticing that God is orchestrating time to these events. And you would know them if you plotted the Bible's dates, which nobody does. And the preterists aren't going to want to plot the Bible's dates because it proves them wrong. No offense, but preterism is just anti-Semitism in disguise. And if you're a preterist, you're Catholic or Calvinist, just go shoot yourself. Better still, use 1 John 1:9 and ask God why his brain not talking like this. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm trying to be blunt. True love is blunt. God is very blunt here. If it weren't for Abraham's maturation, the times of the Jews wouldn't have started. What, you think he's going to renege on his promise to Abraham now? I don't think so. Church has its own covenant. That's the theme of the book of Ephesians. That's also the theme of the book of Hebrews. Go read them in text. You don't even need to know the meter to know that. My pastor spent 7 years going through Ephesians day by day. It took 7 years to exegete that book because he took you all around the Bible to show what Paul was talking about. So here's the dispensation of the Jews. I'm sort of going back to the 91 to recap because before I was just showing the pieces. Okay, and then here's the final time. All right, the Jews call this dispensation of, they don't call it dispensation, they just call it age. The age of Messiah. Yeah, and we're part of that. Not prophecy. But it's a 91 decree realized. Future of when Abram writes. Abraham is right, Moses. He's writing 1050 years after the flood. So it all belongs to prophecy, that future time, because he's still in the age of the Jews. In fact, he's at the midpoint. Okay? He's writing 2706, not exactly the midpoint. He's writing 2706, okay, minus 2100 this years from Adam now, when it started. So he's writing 606 years into, well, not 2100, but 2146. 2706 minus 2046 when Abraham matured. That's indicated by the 651 here. Okay, very clever that the 91 is hooked up to it. I feel much better now that I see that. So at least that number's okay. 660 years after Abraham matured. That's when Moses writes. Well, but then he's got 2100 left. 1440, haha. Isn't that cute? 40 years ago is our 1440 BC. 1440 years from when Moses writes is the end of Jewish time. See, that's an equidistance pun. I wonder if Moses knew that at the time. I mean, you could figure it out even without ACBC. ADBC. Okay? So this is pretty good. I feel comfortable with this now, because that's linking up with the 91 and it ought to. This is linking up with the 91 and it ought to, but you'll notice that it's sort of like an incomplete number. It's supposed to really be 1155. But even 1155 is a queer number because that's only 98. A difference of 98. Because that's like saying, well, the actual amount of time is not disclosed. Yeah, church's actual amount of time is not disclosed. Church isn't even directly prophesied. So this is like a hanging chad. Oh, we have 91 for the Gentiles, 91 for the Jews, and like the Jews will still say today, 91 for Messiah. Okay, that's in Sanhedrin 97 through 99, and people like Rambam also said that. All right, that's very common. You can just search on it on the internet. I did 2 Jewish dispensationalist videos, so you can just Google on those. Okay, 91, the third 91. What's the third 91? There's a third 91. And every Jew will tell you, well, that belongs to Messiah. I don't think they know 91 means the, delivery on God's decree. But they will tell you that there's a third 2,000 years that belongs to Messiah. And we're it. Is it going to be only 2,000 years though? There's nothing in here to tell you that it will be. And of course, the Bible keeps telling you rapture's imminent. That's when the first, as it were, 1,000 years of the 2,000 years of Messiah ends. See, we're actually 2,000 years into it. But it's considered the first 1,000 because the last 1,000 is the millennium. Oh, yeah. So I guess you could argue it's a total of 3,000 years. So notice, you got 2,000 here, really 2,100. Okay, 2,000 here, really 2,100. And then 3,000 here. So 2 and 3 is what? The 7th day. Ding, 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 ding. But it might not be 2,000 years. That's just its title, based on the fact that it was a literal 2,000 years here and a literal 2,000 years there. Okay? So there is a fit with the numbers. I'm beginning to feel a lot more comfortable with this meter pattern I don't understand, because I can doctrinally relate it to the text, okay? And I can doctrinally relate it to some really significant dates in Israel's history. Okay, that was 91. Sorry it took me so long to get just through the 91. Now we look at the 14. The 14 is tracking something else. Let me get this to... Does that line up? No. There we go. I have to do it with space marks. It's really crazy. Okay. The 14 is illustrating that time is over budget. Okay? It's over budget. Starts going over budget here in the third day. The third day represented the decline of the 12th dynasty. So the 14, it was already over budget by 14 after Israel got enslaved. Which means if you go back in the Bible and look for the origin of the 14, the origin is the extra 14 years that Jacob served Laban. So by the third day, see, we're short 21, I don't know why, by the first day. Okay, so in other words, by the time Moses is 119, or he was born, which is later than this day, Israel's over budget by short by 21 years. Okay, that also corresponds to Jacob, all 21 of the years. But why? I don't know. Okay, back in Noah's day, or back in 1610, she was on time. Why? If she's late now, and she's over budget here, 14, how come she's on time in 1610? 1610 is 210 years before Moses writes. Why? What happened? So then the initial 14 or 21 on Jacob got made up, and then there's a new loss that occurs farther back in time? Or they were over 14 years. They were over budget 14 years due to Jacob, all right. But by 1610, which is 200 years before the Exodus, that overage was made up. How? Of course, what I'm saying could just all flat be irrelevant or wrong. Okay, it just looks like he's saying, okay, you're over here. You get that overage made up by here. And then the earliest date, Moses being born or Moses alive and writing now, you're 21 short. How come? Okay, that I don't understand. All right, so that 14, even though I don't understand it, I know it means the hanging chad, or behind schedule, or ahead of schedule, or something related to the schedule of when this 91 gets finished. The schedule's off here, and it was off, and that's what I don't understand here. Or he might be saying it originated here when Jacob goes to Haran. That's what the 560 stands for. That it originated there. Okay, and was still overhanging at the time the 12th dynasty went down. But then you go back here to Noah. This is 700 years after Noah's death, and you have a 14 even at Noah. Now, why would you have that? Well, that gets back into birth years and stuff, because Noah is born. All right. Noah is born. Let me move this down so you can see the 14s. See, look, 1050. The voting period started in 1540. Okay. Noah was born 1056. So this is when Lamech has Noah. This is Noah's birth right here. Okay. So that's occurring just after the 1050 ended. So it's like Noah is born 7 years late. Lamech became mature. He super matured, but late. 7 years later than scheduled, whatever that schedule was. And he must have been really pretty mature because look how old he is when he dies. 777, that's a praise number. I mean, it's his real age, but that's a praise number. Okay, it's really interesting. I wish I knew more about it, but I don't. Okay, and he has Noah, named him Rest, meaning rest from all the conflict that was going on at the time Lamech was alive. And of course, that rest would come due to the flood. All right. So, but Noah was born 7 years later than the end of the 1050. Somehow, it's saying it's late. Okay, but he's not the only guy who was born late. The next guy who was born late is Abraham. He's born 1946. All right. Now, why that matters, I don't know. Okay. It might not be those two, but the thing that's really disturbing to me is that Noah, I can see, you can argue, although I can't tell why. You can argue, well, Noah was born 6 years after the window, and somehow you could call that late. I don't know why it would be called late, because I don't know what's the interconnection that God is using. Why would Noah have to be born before the 1050 is over? All right. I don't know, if so, then something in the Bible is going to say that. Okay, fine. Where's the other lateness? Where's the other lateness? The one who's really late is Adam. 130 years after he falls, he doesn't super mature until then. Of course, I don't know how hard it was. Okay, so what's the story there? Who else is late by 6 years? Because this is a 14, not a 7. Now, that might not be what it means. I don't know. But see, that's another accounting conundrum I gotta solve. Because until I can account for it, then I don't really know why. You don't know what until you know why. And I don't know why. So that's an accounting conundrum. Alright, so that's enough for the 14s. I mean, I'm not really saying much of anything. I know what they mean. I know what they're for. I know they trace Pan Bible. I know that every Bible book tracks the 14s. Every single one of them. Every single one of them tracks the 91 also, which I didn't know until recently. Okay, so what is this story telling me? I don't know the answer. I told you what I know. Maybe God will tell you the answer. Okay? The next step is going to be the 98, which is kind of obvious. I've already covered it already. This is Sesostris 2. This is Joseph in prison. This is Joseph born. So maybe he's just showing the principle because, Genesis is seeding the meter pattern for the whole Bible. Because really, the whole thing is about God's purpose being realized. So now he's taking the example of Joseph. And this is outside Joseph. This is Sesostris 2 here. Senusret, they sometimes call him. All right? So he's including the Goyim with Joseph. All right, because there was no Mosaic law at the time. But he's including that. Showing they're in a relationship of. All right, now that's fine. That's all God's decree. We get that. That's simple. That one's kind of easy. This one we got unresolved issues. This one we got unresolved issues. This one is next. The 70 is next, and I think I'll cover that in the next increment because I'm getting tired. Okay, 70 is a nice break because it's real straightforward what this is. 448 is 448 plus 1400. That is talking back to when Jacob died. Jacob voted to go to Egypt, knowing full well that's where they would be enslaved. He voted with the whole family, and they went with him, and they could have chosen not to go. So for all the foibles and flaws and whatever you want to say about that family, they knew they were entering Egypt in order to be enslaved eventually, and they stayed there. They stayed there after Joseph died. Okay? They believed in the promise to Abraham that your kids are going to be enslaved for 400 years. And they waited for God to deliver them. We don't spend enough time explaining why Abraham, why Isaac, why Jacob. We just take it for granted. But you know what? The promise that God gave to them is pretty upsetting. Hi, I'm going to enslave your kids, so you don't even have any kids yet. I've been keeping you sterile all this time. And I'm keeping you sterile all this time because I'm developing you spiritually. And then by the time Abraham just didn't care anymore, then God renewed his sexuality. All the while, in the interim between age 75 and age 99, as Paul explains it in Romans 4, and the book of Hebrews explains in Hebrews 11, and James explains in James 1, during the interim, Abraham's just believing God. That, okay, you're going to give me kids, but look at Genesis 15. Yeah, I'm going to give you kids someday, and you can't even see them yet. And once I give them to you, guess what? I'm going to enslave them for 400 years. And then after the 400 years is up, I'm going to deliver them. Would you want a God like that? Would you want a God who makes promises like that? Would you believe in a God who makes promises like that? And if you did, you know what? You're either wacko, or he's the real God, and oops, okay. Sorry, I got a spider that's suddenly in front of my monitor, and I have to wait for it to do its little filament thing. Now it's crawling back up. Okay, you're either going to believe in that God or you're not. And if you believe in that God, then either you're crazy to believe in him, or he's a terrible God to want to believe in. Either way. The spider's slowly climbing up its little filament, so I'm going to have to try to keep talking. I don't like killing spiders. They're good for killing other bugs in my house. One of his legs isn't working. So that 70 is really important about Jacob dying, because 70 years after he died, this is the decline right here of the 12th dynasty. Okay? And this is when he dies. All right? So that part's real easy. Okay? Then the next one is easy too, because this is God ordering. See, 35, God votes. This is God ordering Abram to leave Haran, to leave his father. Abram is then age 85. He's ordering him to leave Haran and go to the place where God's going to tell him to go, which ends up being, of course, the territory we now call Israel, and the whole Levant, actually the whole Middle East, is a land grant to Abraham. Okay, so that's a kind of a no-brainer. It's easy. This was the vote. It's a 70 because God had given his vote in Genesis 15. Jacob is agreeing to that vote, and he dies in Egypt. So the 70 is completed there. So that's very meaningful. Okay? The 686 is just the order God gives, and obviously we know historically that Abraham obeyed it. All right? And so now we get here, and the parallel is made again to Terah. See, Terah's parallel was here, which gives me a lot of confidence that I'm hitting the right meters. Okay? Because if this meter was really wrong, all right, then I wouldn't be getting all these other meters being right. So then my error, if I've got an error in 210, it's between 210 and 364. Okay, here, 735. This is when Terah leaves Ur of the Chaldees and goes to Haran. And the way the text is worded in Genesis 11:31 It's like he was caused to do that. Okay, is he caused to do that by, for example, Noah, who was still alive then, telling him, come down here? God wants us all to be together? Or is he doing it because God told him directly? And what makes that so significant is that 49 years later, God isn't talking to Terah anymore. And he's talking directly to Abraham. And of course, Noah's dead then. All right? So what's the story there? I don't know. And I hope, because I can't see it. Oh, good. Okay, the spider's doing a new web somewhere else. Behind my monitor this time. So I'm going to keep on talking. I made friends with some of the spiders, actually. Some of the bugs, I've made friends with them. All right, so here we go, 735. That makes sense. All right, now, because that 35 is there, the distance here is 315, which is also about the flood. Okay, Noah was 308 days in the boat. All right, before it rests. Another 7 days goes by, and then he has to wait another 50 days after that before he's allowed to leave the boat. Noah's birthday is what we would call Passover. So 308 is his birthday. Okay, 315 is a week later when Passover week would end. That's why it's separated out like that in the Genesis 7, 8 account. Okay, and then he leaves. So it's real cute that he's using 315 and that this is 335. But the Psalm is 350, which is exactly the length of Psalm 90. It stands for syllables and it stands for years. So because of that, I know he's talking about a total of 1050 years here. So now then that brings up the next idea. Is, like in Psalm 90, Moses using 2 time tracks? If so, this is your typical, everything I've just said in all these videos, ever since I started talking about, part F. Okay, that's the normal pattern of the Meter Pan Bible. But he might be saying, okay, now I want you to go back to, because he's saying, hi, I'm writing 1050 after the flood. All right, but all of these dates are years behind when he writes. See, this is 119, this is 1400 BC, 119 years prior, 210 years prior, 364 years prior, 378 years prior, 448 years prior. All right, 700 years prior, 1050 years prior to when I'm writing. All these dates are in light of when Moses currently writes. Okay, but maybe he also wants you to account it in terms of year 1 from the flood to year now from the flood. But when I tried to test that, I didn't get any meaningful numbers here at these sevens. The sevens should be meaningful. They should benchmark meaningful dates that has meaning with respect to the text and to history and to the Bible and to Israel. That's a pretty tall order to fill. But if they keep on tracking, then you know you got the right meter and you know you got the right meaning. But I don't find it. That was hypothesis number 1. Okay? Hypothesis number 2 was saying, well, you don't do this kind of tracking at all until you get within the 6th day. So that would be between 700 and 1050, which is exactly the kind of tracking that Moses does in Psalm 90 from Adam to millennium. Okay, well, that didn't work either. That was hypothesis number 4 or 5. 4. The one I've been talking about is what I've been calling hypothesis 5. Just use the traditional way the Bible does something. The POV is of the writer in his current year. You look at the meter X number of years backwards from when he writes, or if it's prophetic, and you have to find your turnaround point. If it's prophetic, X number of years after he writes. The turnaround point here in Genesis is 1050. So 1141 is future. He's going from 1050. We know that from Psalm 90. We also know that because of the way these dates are all working. They're consistent. It's the same methodology. count backward from when he writes, and you get some really significant dates that tie to the text. All right? But then he might be using another track. I haven't found the other 4 hypotheses tracks to work. If I count this as year 1, if I go back to the text, and I say, okay, this is year 1 from the flood, when I get to year 50, I don't have anything meaningful. If I use 16 times 7, I don't have anything meaningful. If I use 50 times 7, I don't have anything meaningful. If I use 63 times 7 from the flood, I don't have anything meaningful. If I have 70 times 7, which is 490 years after the flood even, I don't have anything meaningful. So then that's not the accounting he's using. If I say, okay, well now we're going to take here because it's the longest day, and we're going to count this as years from Adam to here, and each 1050 stands for like 15 years, which was, I think, hypothesis number 3 or 4. I don't get anything meaningful. I get some dates, but then there's so many, you're going to get some hits anyhow. But I don't get anything particularly meaningful throughout. Every one of these dates is going to have to be meaningful if that's the system. That's the system John uses, and it's meaningful every single time. That's the system that Paul used in his dateline for Romans. It was meaningful every time. Okay, how come it's not meaningful here? Well, maybe because that's not the system. All right, then the other idea is, well, maybe this is only 1050. That was hypothesis 3. And then you're starting your count from the flood year, in which case each syllable stands for 5 years. I'm not getting anything meaningful here either. Now maybe you will, but I didn't. So because I didn't, I'm going back to the traditional, which of course this would be setting the precedent for that tradition. Years from when the writer writes. Years backwards from when the writer writes until you hit your full circle. This goes all the way back to Adam, if I use times 7. Otherwise, it's just straight years. All right? And full circle gets hit right here. So then this is future. And I get a lot of meaning on the 70, especially on the 98, 49 plus 21 plus 28. And I get meaning, but not complete. I got some conundra for 91. I got some conundra for 14. So right now, this is all I got. It's plausible, not certain. You can argue, I guess, I suppose, that it's going to be a long time before we get certainty. Okay, I've changed it up a little bit. We have a new line here with a 28. Plus, I noticed that 49 and 21 is itself an embedded 70. And what's really interesting about this is that all of these changes relate to specifically to Joseph. Okay, remember 546 is years since Joseph born. 448 was years since Jacob died. 497 is when Sesostris II comes to power. He's the pharaoh of the fat years while Joseph is vizier. He's coming into power in the last 20 of the 40 years that end with the 7 fat years. Okay, Joseph went to jail back, years earlier. Okay, 21 years earlier. Okay. And if he hadn't gone to jail, then there wouldn't be a 7 fat years, lean years. There wouldn't be an Israel. There wouldn't be a slavery. There wouldn't be anything. Okay, so this other 28 is sort of embedded, and you find this in the meters a lot. Like, see, 119, you have to factor it out. What does 119 equal? Well, the factors you're told right here bluntly, 63 and 56. But that is greater than 91. I should have accounted it. Okay? This stands for, 63 means vote short. 56 means vote in jeopardy. When it says 63 votes short, the difference between short and jeopardy is that short means it isn't going to get completed. It isn't going to reach 70. Okay, so you're warned. It's not going to reach 70. That means the next 7 years are going to be of tribulation quality. All right, in order to get it to reach 70. In other words, you can't go the normal route. You can't have normal times. They have to be tumultuous times or you're not going to grow. I mean, that's the way we are. Sometimes God has to kick us in the butt. He has to kick me in the butt all the time. All right. 56, 14 is the shortage. See this hanging chat is being stressed. This is the most common meter in the Bible, is 15, 56. Okay, but that's not the only way 119 parses. It also parses as its own 91 and 28, which makes sense because it was God's will that Moses be born 119 years prior. It was God's will that Terah be born 119 times 7 years prior. And Moses is setting up a parallel between the Jews today and Terah leaving Ur of the Chaldees. So that's why he's going origin to origin, birth to birth, water to water. Okay? So then you have what would otherwise be its own just an orphan, a 28 here. Well, there's no such thing as an orphan in the meter. They're always paired. So you got to look for the other one. And it's embedded in the 119 because 91 plus 28 is 119. So now look, when you know what 63 means, 63 sevens of Israel's slavery. Israel's slavery, however, started with who? Joseph. When? He was 17 years after he was born. And then this is 3 years after that when he's put in prison. Okay? Well, actually, yeah, 3 years after. He's 17, and then he's a slave for 10 years, and then he's put in prison for the next, starting after he had been a slave for 10 years. So his slavery is being referenced here. The slavery is 63 sevens. See, when you see sevens in the Bible, they're not necessarily contiguous. This is why everybody misreads Daniel 9. They think, oh, well, it's contiguous, so there's no such thing as a rapture. Baloney. There's sevens. The Bible says 70 sevens, not really 70 weeks. 70 weeks in our mind is consecutive. It's 70 sevens. This is a promise of the sevens. 7 means promise in Hebrew. That's why the 7th day is the way God created it, so you will remember the promise of deliverance once a week. Once a week, you're supposed to at least study Bible all day. Okay? That's why he ordained it that way. That's why you got the death penalty for working on the Sabbath. No, the Sabbath is reserved for studying Scripture. And if you're doing anything else on that day, then you're not realizing its purpose for that day. And to teach Israel how important that purpose was, initially there was the death penalty. But now every day is the Sabbath. That's in Hebrews 4. And the Lord's own comment on it in the Gospels. Well, you have to do something else. You have to at least go to the bathroom. All right, so what does that then mean if every day is a Sabbath? That means you're supposed to be thinking Bible doctrine 24/7. And then you have a rest from your body life, which you eventually realize is a piece of crap. Having a body life down here, living on earth down here, is not worth your time. You'd better be dead. But you don't know that at first. Okay, so God gives you time to find it out. This life down here in this body is a total slavery. Okay, so slavery, Joseph, 10 years, started here. Because there are 2 sets of sevens. The sevens that belong to Joseph being enslaved. Okay, and the sevens that belong to Israel being enslaved. Total is 400 years, so it's not 7 a bowl. So Moses is taking the 400 years and he's adding up the 10 years with Joseph being enslaved. And the 390 years of Israel being enslaved, neither one of those is 7 a bowl. He's adding up those 2 accounting pieces and calling it 63 sevens because he's writing. 470 years after Israel entered the land, 430 years after they left. After she was enslaved. And so he's taking that 40 years on either side and saying, okay, now I'm effectively writing 430 years after. But none of those are 7able numbers. So he has to create a ha-ha. And the ha-ha is, hi, I'm writing. And he's literally is writing 441 years after they left, after they entered Egypt. Okay? So that's how he's using it, because that's 441. So that ties you right back to when Jacob entered Egypt. But that's not the total slavery period. The total slavery period is 390 years with Israel as a whole, and 10 years of our boy, whatchamacallit, of our boy, Joseph. Okay, and what I did, that's Dateline A, the 63 sevens, okay, which is referenced here in footnote A. It goes back to Dateline A, and I explain all that down here. You can read it, because I talk too fast. So reading it will be helpful. Seeing the accounting. Because I'm not making this up. People have killed themselves, committed suicide. Christians have committed suicide because they didn't see how the Bible was right about its 400 years of slavery. They killed themselves over this. I mean, the count that I heard about was a guy on the internet who was writing about another guy that was his colleague who killed himself because he couldn't find the proof of the 400 years. Well, that's because the guy was being incompetent, but he blamed the Bible, and so he got mad at God, so he killed himself. That's kind of stupid. If you can't find proof in the Bible, it means you didn't do your homework. Keep doing it. Ask God. Don't kill yourself. Don't blame the Bible for being wrong, because it's not. It never is wrong. You're the one wrong. Anybody saying the Bible is wrong is the one who's wrong. And so you go to God and say, okay, I know the Bible's right, but I don't know and I can't prove how it's right, so show me how it's right. It's like in that movie of Christine, where Keith Gordon, the actor, is standing in front of the car, and the car is totaled, and he gets the impression from the car moving its parts while he's sitting in the car that the car itself is alive. So he comes out of the car, he stands in front of the car, and he says, show me. Say that to God. Because, honey, that's what I did. That's how come I know what I know. Now, do you need to be trained under a pastor? You bet. Don't ever give that up. But in addition to the training from the pastor, God's going to justify what that pastor taught you. That's what he's doing here. That's why I know. It's got two purposes. One, because I asked him, but more importantly, because it justifies what my pastor taught. God justifies his teachers. God justifies the people he hired to do a job. God justifies it. So God will justify what I told you if it's right. So I don't care about the fact that I'm female. I'm supposed to ignore that. I don't care about the fact that I'm not a scholar. I'm supposed to ignore that. All I do is say what I know, and then God will justify it to you or anyone else who asks. And I'm sure 100 years from now, somebody's going to say, oh, that brainout was an idiot. I really don't care. Okay? So, Moses is being justified. Joseph is being justified. The 400 years is being justified by 63 sevens that are not contiguous. All right? Not contiguous. And the 28 there means what? Vote in progress. Vote good, going strong, in progress. The 28 versus 21. 21 is really good. That's the analogous to Jacob serving the 21 years under Laban as a slave, so to speak, and then coming out of it the last 7 years after that were tough, very tough for Jacob, because he's out on his own now. And yeah, he's rich, he's got a lot of flocks, he's got a lot of help with his family, big family, but he had trouble when he was in Shechem. A lot of trouble. Because his sons go wacko and kill every male in Shechem. And that trouble continues ever since. Okay, but Joseph was in trouble when he's in jail back here at 518. He's in trouble. But he votes, and he grows, and he becomes vizier. Okay? So notice, that's benchmarked with when the slavery started. When Joseph was enslaved, which was 17 years after Joseph was born. Okay? So now, Joseph's enslavement is the benchmark, because that's the earliest one. The earliest piece of the 63 sevens is a 10-year piece. All right? And then it's ended here with what? When Joseph was born. So this is a very clear tie to Joseph. Now exactly what else I'm supposed to determine from it, I don't yet know. That's obvious. And then there's one more thing that becomes better now. We got 491s now. That's better. Here's why. Okay? Moses, retrospective exposition, he's 119. Okay? Israel is not Israel yet. But the Jews were the Jews. He's part of the patriarchs. Okay? And before that, see, this is referencing the time of the Jews. The 2100 years for the Jews. Moses is a big part of that. All right? Noah, again, I don't know why this dates back to Noah. It does. So that's the previous 2100 being referenced. All right? It's got a 91 with it, very bald. I wish I knew what it meant, but I don't. Okay, so this is my big accounting conundrum with the 91. Until I know what it means, I don't know that everything else I'm telling you is wholly, accurate. Or, how accurate. Let's put it that way. All right? Then we got our third 91. All right? The third 91, 651, dating from when? From when Abraham matured. So this third 91 is talking back to the first one. Still time of the Jews. The precedent from the time of the Goyim is therefore embedded within, and that makes much more sense. See, the Jews wouldn't have a time of the Jews if Noah didn't get in the boat. See, everything is based on something prior. Everything you think you are, and you think you do, and you think that's so good about you, that's based on somebody else's work, namely God's. But also other humans, hello. No man is an island. Anything good about you is due to somebody else doing something good. Don't sit there and say, oh, I'm good, oh, I'm good, oh, I'm wonderful. Maybe you are. But it's due to somebody else, not just you. And I'm not saying that you should feel bad or guilty or anything like that. Just understand what the truth is. And what you do with that truth lies between God and you. Okay? Anything good about me is because of my pastor. If I know this really well, it's because he was a good teacher. Did I want to listen to him? Well, yeah. But why wouldn't I want to listen to him if he's a good teacher? See, that's no merit on my part. That's due to him. And of course, it's really due to God because God made him a good teacher and God made me understand what he said. See? All right, and then we got the fourth 91. All right, which is again, the Jews will call that, the 2,000 years from Messiah. It's not necessarily 2,000 years. But that's coming at the end. And that would include the millennium. So now it's a little more bald, okay? But it's got a different, before I was saying it was 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. Well, now it's really kind of like 1,000 here, 2,000 here, the final 1,000 here, or you could even argue this is the first 1,000 because Moses is part of the second 1,000. And then you got 2,000 to 3,000 here. It's still adding up to the seventh day. 1,000 and 1,000 and 2,000 and 3,000. Okay, 1,000 and 1,000 and 1,000 right here, 2,000 right here. Okay, because Moses is part of the second 1,000. So you got 2,000 preceding him. All right. And then you got to count, as it were, it seems like you're double counting, but you're really not. A second 1,000 here because Moses is part of the 1,000 not yet finished. All right, so that's a total of 4. And then the other 3, if we use the Jewish idea, goes here. It's really 3, not 2. They think it's 2. It's really 3. Okay, but the problem is we don't really even know if it's 3. It might only be 2. It might only be 1. Rapture might occur tomorrow. But you got 1,000 years on top of it, 1050 really, that's going to play. So how long is this? Well, see, it's a 91. It's not a 98. And it's not positing, the chapter doesn't, God could have used more words, but he doesn't. He stops it here. It's truncated. So you can't say, all you know is that the will of God will be delivered. You don't know when. So that underscores the fact that the rapture is unpredictable. Hello, duh. Okay? And that corrects Jewish dispensationalism. Okay, so it's like the Christian disputes have part of the answer right, and the Jews have part of the answer right, but since they're not talking to each other, then everybody's only grabbing part of the answer, and everybody's blind and still stumbling. Okay? So that's a little help on the 91. I'm still got to account for this 210. I still don't get that. I still don't know why the 14s are what they are. The 98 makes a whole lot of sense. Okay? So I don't have to do more work on that. The 70s make more sense, especially because now I found this embedded 70, just like I found the embedded 28 and 91. I got an embedded 70 here. And look what it relates to. This is an unbeliever, as far as we know. Sesostris too. Okay, voting to keep keep Joseph as vizier, because he comes in the last 20 years. All right. This is Joseph voting to stay in jail. All right. And of course, it's going from that period forward. And he kept on voting. So that's a completed 70. You got, on the one hand, as we're a pagan, on the other hand, a believer, both voting. So it's fitting that this would be what it is. It's fitting that this is 21 because Joseph is growing. It's fitting this is a 49 because even though he's a pagan, that's like apostasy. That's like Egypt shouldn't even be allowed to be a country. It should be in dispersion. But because Joseph is voting, Egypt's still holding together. This is a principle of history, and these meters are repeated throughout the Bible. Paul uses the same style in Ephesians 1:3-14. He's not using the same sequence of numbers, but he's using the same numbers in a different sequence. And now I really have a better understanding of why. I thought he was getting it from Mary, but he's getting it from Genesis. In other words, he's relating church. He's covering this last 91. He's elaborating on the last 91 in Genesis 1. That's what he's really doing. And I didn't understand it, because he's using the Noahic numbers, okay? He's using all these Noah numbers. Particularly 210. Now I understand better why. I don't understand better enough why. And then Paul uses 491s in his construction for the year of church. Because that's equal to what? 364. So see, there is a game going on here. It's real deliberate. Is Bray not giving you a good explanation of all these pieces? No. But it's not 100% wrong. I'm giving you what I know. And maybe God will hire you to finish the story. I'm going to skip over the 91 210 conundrum. But the 14 might be related to it. So maybe I'll solve the 210 by solving the 14. So now we're getting into the 14. You'll notice that the 14 is here. The 378 stands for the year that the 12th dynasty dies out. 12th dynasty in Egypt was the one that enslaved Joseph and Israel. And the idea is that 70 years after Jacob dies, the vote has been complete, and now the 12th dynasty dies. Okay, in other words, they had that extra time to change their mind. Even though God had foreknown all this stuff, it wasn't him who caused the slavery. And they had a chance to vote differently, but they didn't. So they die. And that's called the intermediate period. I forget if it's the first or the second. I think it's the second. Intermediate period is what they call it in Egyptology. So there's a link between that, and I don't know why, 14 years over. Time is 14 years past its purpose. It has to be made up at this point. Okay, well, that's long before Israel is called out as a nation. And the first 14, because you have to read this backwards because Moses is going backwards in time, is linked to Noah. This is 700 years from Noah's death. Okay, so that brings us into Noah. And the first thing about Noah to notice is that he's born 6 years, treated as 7, after the 1050. As if he was born late because Lamech, his father, had matured late. And that could be. I mean, I can't really say. But that's what the numbers look like, and that's what they look like to me, 15 years ago, or 10 years ago when I first started doing this. But I don't understand how I can tell. Because Lamech is still maturing prior to, there's another 490 that's running, namely Methuselah's. He got 2 of them. So, what's the story with Lamech? Okay? And not only that, but Methuselah is 874. His son is Lamech. Lamech is the son of Methuselah. Methuselah's 490 is still running when Lamech is born. See? He was 187 when Lamech was born. He lives to be 969. So then the implication is that Lamech himself did not mature. That it had to go to Methuselah. Okay. So Lamech is in the line because Methuselah is the guy that's getting the 490 twice. Alright. So then that would mean that it matters a little bit more that Noah is born 1056 rather than 1050. But that still sounds kind of funky to me. Okay. But presume it's right for the sake of argument. That's 7 of the 14. Alright? Linked to Noah. Which is mean that the origin of this 14 is Noah, not Jacob. I mean, the 14 keeps occurring in history, but it changes character as to why it's a hanging chad 14. That's the story the Bible tells you. What I'm trying to find out is when is the first time this 14 shows up. I thought it was Jacob. It might be Noah. But it's like, how do I find that in Scripture? Alright, I'm just using the numbers to hint about it. He's born 7 years too late. That's one of the 14 sevens. He also himself becomes mature in 1556. It's really 1555 because this is the autumnal equinox and his birthday's in Passover. What we will call Passover later. He's 500, so it's kind of like, well, he's 7 years late in becoming mature also. So that already history is going to be 14 years late with Noah. That his maturation occurs, yes, within the window, and yes, in time for history to continue, but somehow there was an internal other schedule that I need to know about, that the Bible is tracking. And by the time of Noah's death, and that can only be due to him because he's the only carrier of mankind, that somehow he was 14 years late to the party. He got there before the history, before the critical mass. But it was still 14 years later than he was scheduled, just like Christ dies 7 years prior to his schedule. But he still meets the criterion because he's dying prior to the deadline. Alright, so the deadline was passed when Noah matures. But the initial schedule was for him to mature 14 years earlier. Okay, to be born 7 years earlier, and I guess mature 7 years earlier than he did. Okay? Now, why? And the answer is, I don't know. But that's got to be the connection because, see, this is going all the way back to Noah's death. When Noah died, time was set 14 years out of balance. By the time the 12th dynasty dies, that time is still out of balance. Okay? But somehow, by 210, which is 1610 BC, prior to the Exodus, time is back in balance. So something to do maybe with Moses' maturation would be next to explain it. Maybe Moses matured early? Can we say Moses matured early? Does our math help us figure out that he matured early or late? Okay, here's Moses, born 1520. Okay, writing when he's 119 years old. All right. And he must be born kind of like, see, this is 1400. So normally you'd say 1400 minus 1520. He's writing in the year he's going to turn 120. So he has to be writing kind of early in that year, I would think. Because if he's only writing Genesis 1 now, did he write Genesis 1 after he wrote the other Bible books or before? You know, I'd have to do dateline meters on the other Bible books he wrote to know. But see, he's in his 120th year. But he's still age 119, because Bible always uses last birthday. All right, so what do we know here? Moses, I'm going to have to do this full. Okay, here's Moses. All right, born 1520, dies 1400, the same year that he writes. Dies at age 120. All these are Bible numbers you know from the Bible text. Okay, no fancy stepping there. It was just a question of figuring out what year that was, and you can figure it out what year that was if you plot all of the Bible dates. You have to plot them all. This is what people don't do. They use somebody else's timeline. They do not strictly use the Bible. You have to strictly use the Bible, and then you go back through the Bible's dates that you plotted, and you look for accounting errors, and that's what I did. It took me like, I don't know, maybe a year or 2 years to get this timeline. All right? And then it's all formulas, so you can see it. I mean, see? These are formulas, so you can proof them. And if I got a math error, you'll be able to know. All right? Some of the numbers I just typed in because they're scripture verses. Okay? But these are all formulas here that tell you what year it is. And then sometimes I just typed in the year, and sometimes it's a formula. Most of the times I typed in the year because I just hand calculated from this center column. What's the BCAD? Okay, so Moses is voting during the voting window, the fifth historical intercalated from Adam, 2590 to 2660. Moses is voting between 1480 and 1440. That's when he votes. Okay, so 1516 is when the voting window starts. 1446 is when the voting window ends. So what are we looking at here? How far into the voting window is he doing? 1516 minus 1480 when he abdicates and goes into the wilderness. 36 years. Do it again. 1516 is when the voting window starts. He leaves in 1480. 36 years into the voting window. He's 36 years into the voting window, then there are 29 years, so he's reading almost at the midpoint. 36 minus 70. 34 years left, sorry. Okay. So there's 34 years left in the voting window, right here. When Moses votes. So, if we argue that, see, why, if the 14 is made up, then why wouldn't we have a credit? Because the deadline for his vote would have been 34 years later, in 1446. Maybe it's not relevant. He just voted in time. And because he voted in time, that wipes off the overage that existed since the 12th dynasty. So now Israel's on time. Okay, but then the problem is that she's also supposedly on time in 1610, but I don't know what 1610 is. See, that's during the second intermediate period. All right, that's for, let's see, Moses was born 1520. Okay, so 1610 minus 1520 when Moses was born is 90 years. Okay, so who is voting, or what's the issue 90 years prior? Okay, that's 1656 BC. 1610 is later than that. So sometimes between here and here, some unknown believer, maybe it's not unknown, maybe it's metered in the Bible, somebody prior to Moses, might be Jochebed, who was his mother, or her husband. She was a daughter of Levi, so she ranked higher. Okay, she was actually a granddaughter of Levi. So she married her cousin, not his mother was not his aunt. Dodato in Exodus 6:20. It means his cousin on his aunt's side. Hebrew uses the term both ways. Why people just translated aunt when there's a prohibition in the Mosaic law to marry your brother's sister. Moses wouldn't be born as a violation of the very law that he's given to write. I mean, seriously. Doesn't anybody think? Okay. Exodus 6:20, she was a granddaughter, if you trace it out, of Levi. And I covered that in my Jochebed.htm. Okay, was it her who matured? Because the line of the Levite priests shifts out from the older sons of Levi, and they're grafted in through the daughter of Levi. They're grafted in through her, because she has a higher status than the other sons of Levi. Okay, so why did that happen? Well, maybe the reason she's got a higher status is because either she or her husband, and then it's grafted in, through her because of her blood status, matured. Well, maybe that's when they did it. Maybe it was 1610. All right, if so, that would be kind of important. The only thing is that does the math didn't work? Because if that was 1610, Moses is born in 1520. All right, the difference is 90 years. She wasn't 90 years old when he was born, was she? Of course, that violates every Bible movie on Moses ever made. But then the Bible movies on any topic are always wrong. Was she 90 years old like Sarah was? Sarah was 90 years old when Isaac was born. Was she barren? Well, no, actually she wasn't, because she had two older kids. She had Aaron and what's-her-face, Miriam. Moses is actually the third. So does she bear Moses in her old age when she's 90 years old? It's possible. But why wouldn't the Bible say something like that? I mean, because that's the same age that Sarah was. Don't you think the Bible would say something about that? And maybe it does, but I don't know. Okay, so that's the possible resolution to the 210 problem, is that one of his parents, because the Levi, Jochebed is a granddaughter of Levi, okay? But Levi's latest daughter, was born to him when he was very old, like over 100. And that's what all the scholars who can't resolve the Exodus 400, that's what they're not paying attention to. It's the age of Levi when his oldest daughter was born. Okay, well, maybe she inherited the genes that enable you to be pregnant late in life, because certainly he was able to impregnate late in life, so why wouldn't that pass on to the daughter too? Or maybe God did it a la the whole story with Sarah. I mean, there's going to be something in there saying that she was old when Moses was born. That would be doctrinally significant to know that, especially if it's the same age as Sarah. All right? So then, if that's all true, and it's a big if, because I have no Bible support for it right now. If that's true, that would explain why the 210 is here. That she herself super matured or matured. And that's why the baton for the priesthood shifted. Because that's something that the Bible scholars don't understand, and especially that stupid Harold Camping, he didn't understand it at all. Because he goes on and on about the Kohathites. He doesn't even understand how that math works. And it wasn't through the Kohathites. It was through her. Why through her? Okay? Bloodline, she had a superior standing. Okay? Because she was a direct daughter of Levi. Through, granddaughter. Alright? Versus the others who were more or less, descended through the brothers of Levi. I mean, the sons of Levi. See, there's a big difference in the way that the lines work. And all the scholars get all bollocksed up when they start looking at, well, how come Kohath is put in front now? It's through her. Okay, why? Why was Mary the mother of Christ? It's the same argument. Why was Sarah put up in front? Moses was third born. Why was he put up in front? He wasn't firstborn. Aaron was his older brother. Miriam was his older sister. I think it was Miriam, then Aaron, then Moses. Okay? David was not the first son of Jesse. Solomon was not the first son of David. Why does somebody get bumped up? Because they believe. Because they grow spiritually. So that might be the story told here. It's got a lot of plausibility, but where's my scripture backup? And the answer is, I don't have it right now. But if that's true, then this makes sense why this is here. And that makes sense then why this would be a 91 assigned to this place. So 210 years after Noah's 490 from his death finished, okay, then she matured. Okay, now that brings up the question about Noah's 490, but this is Noah's 490, okay, when he has his kids. Then Abraham gets that 490, has his kid in the 490th year of Noah's. And that goes all the way back, because that's where we started the story. That goes all the way back to 1556, 100 years before the flood. It's really 1555 happening, 6 months, at the 6-month mark. Because this is a autumnal equinox measure. All right? The actual flood began on Pentecost and ends on following Pentecost. Okay? So, Abram gets his 490 in 2046. His 490, though, runs out. See, 2046, 2046 plus 490. In 2536, well, that's too soon. And if you run all the numbers and you plot all the Bible's numbers, this is where I learned. There's a timeline shift to Joseph. The 490 shifts to Joseph. The implication is that Joseph became mature at the ripe old age of 17, because the year he's enslaved begins a new 490. And 490 years after this, 2176, is the Exodus. 2666 from Adam. Now, right here. See, and that's also 7 years late. In terms of the voting period, Moses votes in time, but the Exodus is occurring, as it were, in the 7th year after the voting period ended. Why? Is that an issue? Apparently not, because this is 119, meaning that Moses was early, and I don't understand why it's early like that, because I'm thinking this is what it should be, and this is what it is, and therefore the difference is 21 when it should be 34, so why? Okay, 210 were on time, made on time by Jochebed? Okay, but if Jochebed in 1610 hit maturation 210 years after the maturation 490 from Noah's death ended, okay, that plus 490 is 2100. I mean, no, wait a minute. 1610, that 10 minus 490. That'd be 1120 BC. That would more than cover it. So maybe Moses is making a point. Hi, yeah, I super matured in time, but it's not. But my ability to super mature is due to my mom. She's the one who super matured, and that's why she had me when she was 90. I'm the kid that's the birthday present for her super maturity, just like the standard system that goes all the way back to Adam. See, he bears Seth because he's super matured. So maybe Moses is birthday boy, and that's why he's making an issue of his birthday, because his mom was the one who super matured at age 90, and that's why Moses got to be born. Now, if all that's true, that's a pretty significant doctrine. And for all those women libbers out there who are so insecure they can't bear being female, okay, and they want to say, well, where do we count? Well, here's where you count. If Moses' own mother is the cause of his own super maturity, as it were, because she bought the time from 1610, and that's why Moses could vote, if that's the story he's telling, then that's pretty significant, don't you think? Just because women aren't mentioned in the Bible every 5.5 seconds doesn't mean we have no importance. And who cares if we didn't have importance? God has importance. What do you need to be important yourself? If he's important and you belong to him, then you don't need your own importance. But, some women, they feel they got to be important themselves. Why? It's much more enjoyable when somebody else is important. But, okay, here. This might be referring to Jochebed. Now, that means I got to do some homework and find out. Because as far as I know, I'm the only one on the planet who understands this story about Jochebed. I don't like this. I don't like this being true. That's why I'm disclosing it. So you can vet it yourself, and then you'll know it yourself. And it's no longer brain out. And it's not because of brain out. It's because of Bible different being. Because I like it being God being glorified. I'd rather nobody even knew I existed. That's happier for me. Now, maybe that's not happier for you. Okay, fine. See, here's a role for women. I mean, Mary's the mother of Christ. Jochebed is the mother of Moses. Sarah was the mother of Isaac. The mothers are always there, but they glorify in being behind this throne rather than being on it. I know this one sure does. So that might be our explanation for 210, which would help us understand the 14 and why it's being considered made up here. Is that absolutely true? No, I have to go do my homework now. So that's as much as I can say. Peace out. All right. I haven't covered some of the other things about this meter, and I've changed the diagram again. The first thing is that I made it a little bit easier to follow. We have an issue where it's not really underneath it the way it needs to be. No. So let's move you a little bit to the right, or actually to the left. Move you to the right. That doesn't quite fit as well as I need it to. Let's do one more. That looks better. You need one. And you still need one. Come on. Alright. What I'm trying to do is I have to explain the book ending. As a feature of all Bible meters, I don't necessarily understand its use, but I see it a lot. So I have to make note that it exists, and then sort of guess as to what it means. And you know what they say about guessing. Alright, so my big concern right now is, are the numbers lining up? Because there's no way you can get the tabs to line up. That's one of the faults in Word. I'm using Word 202. Word 202 and 203 are okay. Every Word product after that, forget it. It's so bad, it's not even worth talking about. And if you make a living writing text, then you need to, use something that works. And whatever Microsoft turns out nowadays is just garbage. So I can't use it. The 56 probably could be moved a little bit to the right, and that would make you come that way. And therefore I gotta do you, one to the right. Okay. That looks like it's pretty much in line. I have a problem getting this to line up because the 154 I didn't parse out, and I should have. You're looking for embedded subunits. You're looking for bookending. Okay, Daniel does this a lot. Paul does it a lot. Isaiah, of course, is really blatant in his doing of it. And, of course, Moses does it in Psalm 90. So one of the questions you have to ask is, where is it being done in Genesis? Now, the bookending isn't necessarily just straightforward 63 like here. You have to look for combinations that are in sequence, direct sequence, like 21 plus 28 plus 14 is also 63. You don't have that sequencing occur again, so your bookend really ends right here. So for the 63 bookend, it's a doctrinal statement of some kind. The 63 bookend starts at light B, because that's where the 63 is located. And it itself is a function of 28 and 35, which I'll get into in a minute. And it ends, the 63 bookend ends at the fourth day. See, first day, second day, third day, fourth day. Fourth day is appointed times. The 560 stands for the appointed time of Jacob leaving for Haran. Okay, so God is making some kind of point about that, using Genesis to do it. Hi, I'm orchestrating time. I'm orchestrating time around the Jews. Yes, of course. That's in the, Song of Moses, Deuteronomy 32:8. Because Christ is King of the Jews. Hello? All right? And I feel sorry for all those Christians who are anti-Semitic. Christ is Jewish. Get used to it. All right? Does that mean that you're supposed to be obeying the Mosaic law? No, because the Jews are just as apostate as the Christians. You believe in Christ or you don't. If you do, you use His word. If His word changes what you do, then you change what you do. And it changed because He changed history. Now, I'm sorry a whole lot of Jews don't believe in that. And I'm sorry a whole lot of Christians don't understand that. But you know what? We got this book. And the storm is getting ready to really hit hard. So hold on. I got to close the windows. Really bad storm out there. Sorry for the delay. Okay. The point here is that we got some kind of story being told here about vote short that goes from current when Moses writes. And if he's dating it back to Israel's slavery, that would be an important thing to say. All the way through to the end of the fourth day. In other words, the doctrinal topics being covered from day 1, light B, to day 4 relate to the short vote. That's not all that they relate to, but the short vote is tracking that part of it. It's like a chapter. It's like telling the reader, hi, look for there's a thread about voting short going all the way to the fourth day, which is all about being on time, and vote short means you're not on time. Okay? And that theme is in explicit text, too. But how Genesis relates to it, that's the question. Okay? Then we have a second theme, which is introduced by the fact that the 63 is really a 28 and a 35. And it's an embedded thing, but it's real. Because, see, this is 16 syllables, the first clause. And then there's a break here. A clause break. See, the will introduces the Holy Spirit. Okay? So 35. 35 is God's vote. Now that's really interesting because you got God's vote here where He creates. There's actually Jesus Christ doing the creating here. Then there's a hiatus. Hayita. The earth became. Tohu wa bohu. And at the point where it breaks, before the Holy Spirit is introduced, that's 35 syllables. The implication is it was God's will also to allow it to become tohu wa bohu, which of course it would have to be. God is sovereign. If anything it happens, it's because He allows it. Question is why? Okay, which Genesis is designed to answer. All right, so now when we go back here, you can see why 28 and 35 is there, because the total is 63. 63 minus 35 is 28. So at the point where the Holy Spirit is introduced to the end of the 63, it's depicted as a 28 instead of a 35. It's reversed, which is really interesting. Okay. It's got a lot of implications, and I'd have to think over what all the implications are, because it ends with 63. So it's like, yeah, He does His thing, he's voting, but he stops short. Why? Maybe because He's waiting for the person to agree. I mean, that's the way it is. That's the way it is. PN Bible is God does what He does, and then He waits for you to respond. And if you don't respond, then He leaves you alone. Okay, so the 28 also depicts growth, which only the Holy Spirit causes. Maybe that's the point He wants to make. But then the 28 that's over here that seemed to be alone, it's got an embedded start. Okay, so now notice, this is Joseph's birth. This is still part of the 63 initial. Let there be light is what's 63, and now we have to take that whole clause into account. Because, it's the Holy Spirit working on it. And there you go. That's really pretty, important. See? From here, the Holy Spirit, acting like a mother hen. This is the word for mother hen, or a half. Okay? All the way to where the Holy Spirit says, let light be. Literally, light be. And it was so. Well, it's right here. He, or light be. And light was. Okay? So, matching that up with 7 since Israel's slavery is real pointed about how Israel's to be the light of the world. Okay? Yeah, because the Son of God is going to be born from her. She can be as dark as she wants, but the Son of God is going to be born from her. That makes her roll the light of the world even when she's dark. It's real important to know that, because the same thing is true for us Christians. Okay? So, hello, where do we go from here? Well, he's saying growth. 28 means growth, with some trouble involved. And it's bracketed to the time when Joseph's born. Yeah, when Joseph is born, it was, the 14th year had been completed. He's not born until the 14th year is completed, and which is really cute for what it might say about the 14. But he's born when the 14th year is completed, and so that's when Rachel's finally able to have a kid, because Jacob had finished, paying his agreed contract for her. All right, so at that point, he's born, and it's a kind of trouble, but it's also the basis for growth. So it's a point between the slavery and Joseph again. All right, which I sort of covered before. But I just want you to see it's got a new tie now with the 63. And the 63 is 21, 28 is 49, and 14 is 63. The 49, of course, is the number of years Israel will be in diaspora, number of missed sabbatical years from Rehoboam forward. And so that's all these themes are being laid out in advance by Moses. It's kind of prophetic. But it's basically saying, hi, the restoration of the world is being used as a sort of metaphor about how God intends to restore mankind and save mankind who's trashed up tohu wabohu inside his own soul. That's the whole point of this. All right? But to show the embedded 28 and 35 was something I hadn't done, so I'm doing it now. But similarly, I've omitted the 154 altogether. That is the sum of 91 and 63, so we got another 63 in here. It wasn't alone. The 28 looked like it was alone if you only look on the here and here, but it isn't. This is really 28 and 35. Okay, so the 63 that's embedded here, you could also call another 28 and a 35, but I'm calling it 63 just because it's real easy to tell what that means. Okay, so we got a 63 in pair. Okay, and we got another 63 here, so there's 3 of them. We got 2 28s minimum, and you could break it into 3 28s if you break the 63 into 35 and 28. Similarly, we really got another 35 here, so I inserted it, and it seems like we have an odd number because it's 35 plus 2 more. Okay, this equals 70, so that's 2 more, and then we got 2 more here. So this one seems like the odd man out, but it's not if you break down the 63 into a 35 here. Okay, I just didn't show it because I didn't. But you see how that works. I create a third 28 here. And then as it's shown, I got 2 35s, 4 35s, 6 35s, 7 35s. Okay? I'm doing it that way because it's kind of blunt about the division in the text. It's not so blunt here. If my power goes out, I'm going to scream, so I think I'll just stop the video now because the storm seems to be bad. All right, the storm has started, but it seems to be milder, so I'm going to try and record this. I had stopped with the 63, showing that it's benchmarking, vote short. And what I didn't notice, because I was looking at the 28 at the same time, the vote short question is raised at the beginning. Light B is the text that goes with the 63. And then its bookended final ending is at 560 when Jacob leaves for Haran. So you're supposed to sort of read it in reverse. The start of vote short. Jacob leaves for Haran. Why is that a start of a vote short when he's leaving on time? Jacob leaves for Haran 490 years after the flood. 490 plus 560 is 1050, which is when Moses writes, 1050 years after the flood. Why is that being linked here? Okay? And it's being linked in pieces. It's not a 63 flat. Okay? It's in pieces, 21, 28, and 14. And at first, I was saying, I thought, well, the 14s mean the time is over, that there's a lateness there. But when Jacob left for Haran, there was no lateness. In fact, if anything, 560 is telling you he was right on time. So why do we have a 14 here? Well, because it makes for the 63. Okay, but why do we have a 63? That's vote short. But Jacob is doing what he ought to be doing, going to the land and getting a wife. His parents ordered him to do it. He did it right on time, 490 years after the flood. Now, he ends up being total of 21 years late, which results in our boy Joseph getting enslaved, which results in Sesostris II being able to rule, because if it wasn't for Joseph being here in jail, There wouldn't have been an interpretation of the dream. There wouldn't have been 7 fat years that Joseph ends up overseeing. And there wouldn't have been in Egypt. Okay? So that 21-year delay comes to fruition and therefore is connected to Joseph. But there's no actual delay here. So why is the 14 being used? And like I said before, with the 14 clause standalone, maybe it's not. Maybe it's not standalone. Okay? Because see, here it's linked with 28 before it. And it's linked with 91 after. Although linking it with 91 after implies a kind of problem. But that doesn't apply here. Okay, so what does? Why are we saying vote short? Now you have to look at the flip side. See, the flip side of 560 is 490. 490 means somebody did his job right. Because you wouldn't have a 560 if there wasn't a 490 met. The person meeting the 490 is going to be Jacob also. But right now, when Jacob leaves for Haran, it was Abraham. That's who got the 490. I'm not sure Isaac got one. I'm not sure Isaac matured. He might have. I mean, he certainly was mature when he was being sacrificed, because that's Hebrew word na'ar, and it means a child of marriageable age. So he wasn't a baby. Okay? He willingly knew what was going to happen to him, and he went along anyway. If he didn't know while they were going up the mountain, he knew once his father was tying him up to make the sacrifice. All right? Or maybe his father didn't even tie him up, but it sounds like he did. Going by the text. All right, well, he could have fought his dad. He didn't. See, this is the important thing about the family of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, which the Jews nor anybody else will stress. They believed. Not they did good deeds. There's no good deeds recorded of Isaac. There are no good deeds recorded of Abraham. So then why did God bless them? Because they believed, and that's what the Bible does say. Abraham believed in the Lord, and it was credited to his account as righteousness. Genesis 15:6, go look it up. It just chaps me, both Christians and Jews. They're just so slipshod in their scholarship. And therefore, we're all just saying, well, the Bible's the Word of God. Yeah, and you don't know what it says? Then you're spitting on the Word of God. If you give lip service to something, and you don't actually pay attention to it, then you're just being a hypocrite. And that's what we all are, Jews and Christians alike, just flat hypocrites. And it's about time we started admitting that and going back to the Bible. Okay, but going back to the Bible, here we are in Genesis 1. Why is that 14 there? Maybe because it's part of the 28. Because 28 and 14 is 42. 21 and 28 and 14 is 42. That's double 21. Double benefit. Double growth. And when Jacob goes to Haran, he ends up working 14 years to get both wives, out of which comes the other 49. But as a whole, the group, his family, not him, but his family, it's vote short. Only Joseph goes to Egypt. The rest of them put Joseph, they basically sold him off to the Midianites. So Joseph was one in the family of 70 voting positive. The rest, except for Jacob, voted negative. Jacob, and I'll presume Rachel, but I have no proof that she actually was much of a believer either. Okay? So that's shorthand for 63. I mean, you could argue, well, 7 out of the 70 were voting for God. Okay. The other 63 weren't. Now, is that a proper interpretation? Not necessarily. It's plausible. That's all I can tell you. All right. So the bookend, in any event, what isn't just plausible but datable is that this is when Jacob goes back to Haran, and this is how it's characterized. And you have to read it sort of like right to left, just like Hebrew, because it's causality. The 14 caused the 28, caused the 21, caused another 63, caused another 63 to where Moses is talking now. And when he talks, he's going all the way back to the beginning of the restoration of the earth, pre-Adam. So he's tying it in parallel to the angels voting short. Satan and company voting against. So he's making a parallel between what would end up being Jacob's family and the negative angels. Okay? Now, exactly what that parallel is and why it needs to be that way, I don't know. But here's the first day, light be, and here's the fourth day with all the appointed times, with the sun, the moon, and the stars. And of course, that's obviously a textual patent reference to Jacob and Joseph also, because it was Joseph's dream. The sun and the moon and the stars were all bowing to me. Duh. I mean, it's really kind of bald. Cute. All right. So now, 28 and 28, again, where does that come from? That's part of the 63. That's now benchmarked at Joseph's birth. Joseph is part of the fruit of the 14 years Jacob worked. Jacob worked 14 years, at the end of which Joseph is born. And this is the meter for Joseph's birth. Because of Joseph, there's going to be growth at 28. That's kind of cute. Okay? And then there's going to be another set of growth at 21. Exactly when that happens, I don't know. But I'm not sure you can argue that it's between his birth and the time he goes to jail, because the 518 refers to the time he goes to jail. I think it's more like the principle of the thing, not an exact chronology of years, because these are metaphorical meaning, doctrinal meanings of the numbers. But, talk to God about that. I'm just showing you what I see so far. And if it's wrong, he'll tell you. Okay, so 28, growth, measured from when Joseph is born, also part of what Moses is saying today. So he's basically telling you, hi, due to Jacob and due to Joseph, I'm here today writing you about the initial restoration light be, because Israel's supposed to be a light for the Gentiles. That's why there is an Israel. That's why we're called out of Egypt. That's why we left. That's why I left being Pharaoh 63 years prior to the 40 years in the wilderness. Because, see, if this was written in 1440 BC like I originally thought, Moses would have been Pharaoh 63 years prior. Because that was when Hatshepsut took over. It's 1504 BC. Moses was 16 at the time. The concubine's son, later known to history as Thutmose III, was not but 10 years old. Moses, by contrast, was 16, and there's a stele about him called Cleopatra's Needle in Central Park, but they call it Thutmose III because that's how he was known to the Egyptians. I mean, his nickname was Moses, drawn from the water, but that's an Egyptian name. It's not a Jewish name. It becomes a Jewish name later because of Moses. All right? So he's tracing connection. We're here. Here's where we are on the time map. And here's how we got here. In this case, because of Joseph. In this case, because of Jacob. All right? That seems to be how to use these things, as like little timelines. This one, though, seems to be going like backwards and forwards. And that's what a palindrome is. The idea reads the same backwards and forwards. Okay, like you got a palindrome here. 35, 14, and 35. 14 and 35 is 49 going to the right. 14 and 35 going to the left is also 49. There are a lot of those in Scripture. Okay, Paul uses them. Moses uses them in Psalm 90. Isaiah uses them in Isaiah 53. I think I saw one palindrome in Daniel 9. Okay? Why? What does a palindrome mean? I'm not 100% sure. I just know they exist. Okay, here it looks like we got one. Because this 210 years after Noah's 490 ended after his death, which is 1610 BC, which could be, but I have to prove it yet. It could be Jochebed's birth year. Okay, since he's doing his own birth year and he's doing Terah's birth year, he could be doing Jochebed's birth year because she had seniority over her husband in terms of the progeniture. That's why Moses and Aaron got bumped up to the head of the line. So, why would that be? I don't know, but it's pretty important because the first 91 is here. Okay, and then there's an embedded 91 inside the 154. Okay, which looks like I need to, yeah. Alright, yeah, okay. So again, I'm really not comfortable with this 210 saying what it means. It just seems like it ought to mean more than I'm saying. Okay, but that's all I got right now. Okay, 364, the difference is 154, which is roughly 5 months. Why? I don't know. This is roughly 7 months. Why? I don't know. But it ends up meaning a year. Why put a year before the end of the third day? A third day is the separation of land and sea, and then you got vegetation on the land. The only thing I can come up with as a reason is to say that it's talking about freedom. The freedom to be in the sea of peoples, the freedom to be in the land of peoples, the freedom to take to the sea away from the land of peoples, the freedom to take to the land away from the sea of peoples. Sea always talks about congregation of people, political entities. So freedom comes to mean, do you congregate or do you separate? And a lot of times you got to separate. Apostasy is a group thing. Apostasy always happens in groups. Always. Period. End of sentence. Okay? So, all those people with all their denominations, they're all liars. Every single one of them. Now, they don't wake up in the morning and say, gee, I'd like to lie against the Word of God today. But when you test what they say versus what the Bible says, the Bible's right, they're wrong, and the Bible contradicts them. So then what do? Do you separate from them? Even if only in your mind. I don't mean you have to move out. Do you separate from them? Or do you just go along with them even though you know that they're wrong? What do you do? And that's a question you have to ask God. Because sometimes you're supposed to stick around and sometimes you're supposed to leave. And that's what's being benchmarked here with the 91s. Noah obviously left this earth when he's dead. If this is 1610 BC and that's when Jochebed really is born, well then she left, as it were, I mean she actually becomes a human being at that point. And hopefully, you know, you're not human until you're born. That's a well-known Jewish doctrine too, so it shouldn't be, it's not particularly controversial except among dippy Christians who can't read the Bible. And therefore claim abortion is murder, even though Exodus 21:20, 21:22 says that it's not. Okay? Okay, 364, 91. Not that you want to get an abortion, but it's not murder. Okay? So 91 here and 91 here. 91 end of time. God's will being delivered. Not saying that it ends. It's not completed. It's just delivered. God decrees something that's 84. The deliverance on the decree is an extra 7. The finality of the decree is a 98. But we don't have 98s here. You can say, well, it's in ellipsis. Yeah, because it's not over yet. The 7 is in ellipsis. It's not over yet. That's why. All right? It's in ellipsis. The vote's not complete yet. That's why. See, there's a continuity here to the doctrinal meaning of it. Okay. So 91 is starting at whatever 210 is. And as I keep saying, I'm not comfortable with what I'm telling you. And it ends with what is probably the difference between the end of time and eternity. You know, the final 1050 for the millennium ends and then eternity begins. That's my guess here. It could be standing for the end of you know, the 1050s for the Jews, and the beginning of what the Jews would call the 1050 twice or 3 times for Messiah. That would be your 7th day. Is it really that schedule now? In which case, church is nearly 2,000 years old. Are we near the rapture because the millennium should be occurring, you know, by 2030, perhaps, or by 2080, perhaps, or as Paul seems to be doing, he seems to be dating it from Christ's birth. Christ's actual birth is 3 years earlier than scheduled, so that's 4103 plus 2,000. Actually, we shouldn't be using 2,000. We should be using another 100. 2,100. 6203 minus 4106, which is our BC AD adjustment, because that was the original date for him to be born. So 2097. In our year, 2097. Is that when, you know, oh, rapture should happen then? Who knows? I mean, we're not even, you and I are probably not even going to be alive then, so let's just get our act together now. So you've got 491s here. This one is very clearly tied to Abraham's maturation, so that began the 2100 for the Jews. But Moses is in the 2100 for the Jews. Okay? Which is the difference between 119 and 2010. And again, if this is referencing the birth of Joshua, that's kind of interesting claim. But I don't know what to do with it, if so. It just seems kind of weird. Okay, then we got another 91 here before the 3rd day. What's that signify? Okay, by themselves, you could say 91 years for the Goyim, 91 years, you know, this is the Hammurabi thing. Okay? 91 years for the Goyim, 91 years for the Jews. Then Messiah comes, and he did. And then another 91. 2100, 2100, 2100, 2100. Total 4 of them. That might not be it. How do you read these 91s? What are they standing for? There's 4 of them, and that is where the 364 comes in. Paul uses 4 of them also. I don't know more than I'm telling you. It's really disturbing that I don't understand this better, but then, you know, nobody knows this, so it shouldn't be overnight for me either. Alright, 35 here. Again, there's an embedded 35 within the 63. The boundaries here are at this 210, whatever it means, and eternity. Why? I don't know. Okay? Here, a definition of year, which is the vegetation. Why at vegetation? I don't know. Here, it's a little more easy. This is when Abraham matures, because Moses is writing 651 years plus 7 after Abraham matures. So yeah, that's a clear 91. Okay, Bible keeps on tracking that everywhere. Alright, so I would expect to see that here, and it's working. 91, not 98, because it's not over yet. Still got that 7-year hanging chad for the tribulation. Okay? So the Jewish time is not yet up. That might be why he's depicting it here as 651, and then you have to use the ellipsis to get the pun on Abraham's maturation. Because God foreknows that the 7 isn't going to play during Jewish time. And church is going to have to be inserted. Of course, that's why we're here. Alright, so now we got 14, starting at the 3rd day, and ending with 700 years prior to 700 years after Noah died, Moses writes. The 14 is hooked up there, and it's hooked up at the 560. It makes a whole lot of sense to hook it up with Jacob at Haran. But I do not understand why it's hooked up here. This is the end of the 12th dynasty. And I don't understand why it's hooked up to 700 years after Noah dies. The implication is that the book ending is telling you, hi, this 14 hanging chad has a precedence going back to Noah, not just going back to Jacob. if there was no 14, if this was empty, and you only had the two 14s in orange, that would make sense. Okay, because this is Jacob and Haran. He ends up working 14 years to get both wives. All right, by the time the 12th dynasty ends, that 14 hasn't been made up yet. So I can understand that. But it also hasn't been made up yet, or at least it shouldn't have been made up yet by the time Moses writes. So why don't we have a 14 here? Okay, and maybe we do, and I'm just not seeing it. Because, see, I'm using the text. Whenever you got these colons, they're saying that's the end. Is that the end that Moses intended? Because this is not, Moses didn't write little colons like this. That was an invention in the Middle Ages. This whole alphabet is an invention of the Middle Ages. Moses didn't use letters like this. These are not Moses' letters being copied. The alphabet, when Moses wrote it, was actually readable and good. This alphabet is fakakta. Okay, it's pretty, but it's stupid. This is an alphabet designed to make it difficult for you to learn Bible, so that the people who have charge of the Bible can look all smart and you're supposed to pay them and they can feel self-important. This is an arrogant alphabet. Pretty and arrogant. Pretty arrogant. Moses didn't use, these weren't Moses' letters. Period. And this colon there was something they invented too. Now, I said something nasty about them, so I'm going to flip it and say something nice. They were very careful in what they wrote. All of their copying of this horrible alphabet that's totally unreadable to anybody sane, they were very careful how they copied it. And they did a really good job. Really good job. Much better job than we did in writing our New Testament, which is probably originally in Greek, but we didn't copy it half as well as they copied what Moses wrote. But they screwed it up by coming up with this alphabet that makes everybody not want to learn Hebrew. Because it's like stupid. Pretty, very pretty actually. These are like little mouth pictures. Okay, very pretty, very sophisticated, and quite unreadable. This was invented in the Middle Ages. The Roman alphabet had been out for 1,000 years. Why couldn't they have Romanized the letters by then, instead of coming up with this nonsense? And I'm telling you the reason they did it is because they wanted to keep their job. They wanted to make Hebrew difficult to learn. Okay, that's why. They should have Romanized the letters. Romanized letters were out for 1,000 years by the time they come up with this nonsense alphabet. So that makes it much more difficult to use, read, learn, speak, everything Hebrew. It just wrecks it. They wrecked the Bible by doing this alphabet. They should have Romanized it, because those are not Moses' letters. Sorry. Okay, even so, maybe we break the clauses, okay, in different places. And if we break the clauses in different places, I can't get that to work. All right, then I'll go on K. If we break it in different clauses, maybe these relationships with the 14s won't be there. Maybe I'll have different timelines, different bookends, and I don't know the answer to that either. Okay? What I do know is that it's deliberate, whatever it is. What I do know is that somebody is linking these two dates. Okay, because even if the 14 is part of its predecessor, like 14 part of 164, 54, and here 14 part of 35 to make a 49, which is why it's in with the 49s. It's intended that this day, the fifth day, and the third day be linked. Why? See, you can play the same game when you go through the actual days for Noah. I'll bet that passage is metered, but I haven't had time to do it yet. I'll bet you money that it's metered. That to explain why those numbers are what they are. Why does God take so much time telling you how many days of this and how many days of that? There's a reason. And I bet the text tells you, but I don't know it yet. Just like I don't know here. Okay, 35, God votes. That's a little more blatant. God voted for Terah to leave Ur of the Chaldees just before the Gudians came in. That's a 35. That's really blunt. Okay? God told Abram, when Abram's 75 years old, 686 years before Moses writes, get out of Haran. Go to the land where I'm going to show you. See, God's vote. Very consistent use of the 35 in Bible. Okay? God votes again here, light B. Okay? As a product of 63. Okay? He voted to create, and then he voted to let the angels rebel. And then, in order for growth to occur, he plays like a responder and restores the earth. Light B. God's vote. 70, God and man voting. Okay, this is when Jacob dies. God voted to take him home then. Okay, 70 years after that, God voted that the 12th dynasty dies. Because they didn't vote the way Jacob voted. Jacob dies 70 years. Well, actually, it's not. He dies. He comes back into the land when he's 60. He comes into Egypt 70 years later, so he voted to come back into the land. So that's the parallel 70 that's being played on here. Okay, then we got 49 votes short. And that's the Sostres 2, which is 7 years later, and that's a ha-ha on the 7 fat years. Because it should have been 490. Okay. Better late than never. So that makes sense. But 49 and 21 is 70. Yeah, God voted that Joseph be allowed to be put in jail, falsely accused. And then Sostres too voted to keep Joseph in power because 3 years after Joseph is in jail, he ends up being made vizier by Sostres' dad, Amenemhet II. Okay? So that's a cute link. God voting that Joseph be where he is so that Israel can be saved and Egypt can be saved. See? God's uniting both Goyim and the Jews. Okay? That's the way it's always been. That's the way it's always going to be. So here we go. That part of it makes sense. We got some clear doctrinal points here that make a lot of sense and tell us how to read Genesis from the standpoint of what did Moses mean, or what did God want Moses to mean when Moses wrote it. These meters help you know what that is. It has absolutely nothing about how old is the earth. So all those Jews who kept on talking about, and the whole calendar of the Jews is completely wrong today. They're saying, oh, well, it's from creation. No, you don't know how to read Hebrew very well, do you? And you sure miss this. And what do you learn in shul when you're a 5-year-old Jewish kid? What's one of the first things they teach you? What's a syllable? Did you learn how to count your syllables? Well, none of the sages learned how to count their syllables if they're trying to tell us that this is year 577 something from creation, because that's not what the Bible says here. So I'm serious. 99% of Judaism, you just need to throw it away. It's all lies. Well, not all lies, but mostly. And 99% of Christianity, you just got to throw it away. We need to just go back to the Bible and find out what it says the way it wants it said. And what is it talking about here? Voting. 35, God votes. 91, God's decree being, realized. 28, growth. 63, vote short. Okay? Now, we seem to have a lone 56 in here. And I probably should stick that in with the 28, which is what I'm going to do right now. because 56 is 2/28. I'm just going to leave that there. So now we got the equivalent of 4/28. This is exactly how Isaiah handles it in Isaiah 53, so I feel real comfortable doing that. So what else? I can't think of anything, so I'm signing off now. Okay, I think I might have a decent explanation for this timeline. It still bothers me, but I'm going to go with it. In the prior increments, I was focusing on the bookmarks and sometimes palindromes like this one. These are all like little subparagraphs in the narrative that tell you what doctrinal points to draw from the narrative. Because the whole thing, it's literal, all right, but it's also metaphorical. Okay, the whole reason that you got this story of Genesis, all right, the real purpose of it is to draw a water analogy. See, the Holy Spirit's brooding upon the waters, Hamayim. He's brooding upon each of us like a mother hen. This is rahaf in Hebrew, and it means to brood over your chicks like a mother hen. That's its term. So here we are, tohu wabohu, born in the sin nature, the urge to sin. And we're going to justify our sin. So what we call sin and what the Bible calls sin are two different things, okay? We all differ in our favorite flavor of sins. That's not the point. The point is the urge to do it. Sin is always an attempt to solve a problem. It's an attempt to solve a problem that the attempt doesn't work. Okay, it's like picking a pimple. It doesn't work. So God calls it a sin because it doesn't work. And what God wants to do is show you what does work, of course, but what does work goes against our nature, and what does work and what He wants is to show us how to have unity with Him. It's not about behavior, and it's not about being a good person, and it's not about doing good deeds. It's about learning His thinking. And this is the Holy Spirit, who alone can brood over you and show you His thinking. And then once you start to see His thinking, you want to adopt it yourself. That's all the story's about. That rehabilitates you. That's His water, Hamayim, means the waters. Okay? That's the analogy. Earth was restored for man's occupation. It's a restoration. It's not an initial creation story. Okay? And anybody who claims it's an initial creation story, and many Jews do, as well as Christians, then I'm sorry, you guys just can't read the Hebrew. Hayita means it became what it wasn't. There's the verb that's telling you that it's not initial creation. Hayita. It became tohu wa bohu. It wasn't initially chaos, tohu wa bohu. And Isaiah 45, verses 18 and 19, the Lord is the one who made the whole thing right, just instant, from the get-go. Yes, He's God, He can do that. Yes, it was a miracle, He can do that. He said He did not make it, tohu wa bohu, in Isaiah 45, verses 18 and 19. Now, you can believe in the Bible or disbelieve, that's your free right. But don't lie against what the Bible says. Now, you can be ignorant and think it says one thing and it doesn't. But okay, here you have the actual text. Did you check the text before you made claims about what it says? If you made claims that this is an initial creation story and that your focus is how old the world is, guess what? The text refutes you. This is the initial creation, verse 1. That's used as a title. Genesis is not even a Hebrew word. It means the origin of the man, namely Christ. Okay? Genao means to sire. It's a Greek word. It's not Hebrew. So the title of the book is not Genesis. That's a title that other Jews later on, when they did the Greek translation, gave to it. Now, if you don't know that, then you don't understand what this book is saying. If you don't understand what it's saying, don't make any claims. Okay? So just throw out Ken Hovind and all those Christians who make this argument that, oh, the Bible's an initial creation story. It is not. It is a real, literal restoration of 6 24-hour days. Okay? And it is 6 days. But it's a restoration, and yes, it's a miracle. Don't pretend it's not. God is God. He can do that. If you're ashamed of God, well, then just stop believing in the Bible and go do something else. The Bible is not claiming that it was evolution or a natural process. The Bible is saying it's a miracle. Why? Because, honey, it takes a miracle. See, this is the Holy Spirit. Ruach Elohim. It takes the Holy Spirit to restore you. That's a miracle. It takes the Holy Spirit to birth you. That's what being born again is. And here's the guy who does it. That's a miracle. You believe it or you don't, but the Bible never says that it's a natural process. So don't you pretend that it is either. God did the restoration in 6 literal days. Like it, lump it, believe it, don't believe it. But don't pretend what it isn't. And it's a restoration, not initial creation. And here's your verb saying so. Waita. The earth became something it had not been, back up here in verse 1. You are something you had not been once you get saved and the Holy Spirit is brooding over you. That's the analogy. Okay? Water deliverance. The first thing when you're physically born in this world, it's called breaking water. The last act before your body comes outside your mother's womb. As the water breaks, the amniotic sac breaks. That's the analogy. The birthing, here restoration, has a sequence. It doesn't have to have the sequence that's depicted. God wants it to. He could have just done Genesis 1:1 all over again. It says bing, 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 bing. And it would have been fine. But he doesn't do it that way. Why? Because he's telling a comical story about how he will restore you. And he is willing to brood. Merachafet. Merachafet. That's what he's doing over you and me. Merachafet. He brooded over the waters, and they're not even animate. So how much more is he willing to brood over you, his chick? That's why I call the Holy Spirit Mom, because of this verb here. Merachafet. You sort of like a and a together. The 3 little dots below the het there. That's how you pronounce it. It's kind of between an A sound and an E and S sound. A. And this is a flat, short A. Ah. Fet. Okay? That's the story. Now look how important that is. Hamayim. The waters. Yeah, the waters that you're delivered through when you're born. That's why these date lines are based on births. Okay? The waters that delivered Egypt, that delivered Israel when she walked through the Reed Sea. Bible calls it Reed Sea. The Greeks called it Red Sea. The Jews didn't invent the term Red Sea. The Greeks did. Herodotus, by the time of Herodotus, that's what the Greeks were using to define it. Okay? They walked through dry shod, and Pharaoh and his armies drowned in it. So that's why the waters are used. And so now we go back to the original waters when the earth is restored, not initially created, to draw a parallel. And of course, between the two, you got Noah and the flood waters. So you should expect that all these date lines and sevens are going to reference those particular parallels. And they do, right away. Israel's slavery delivered from Egypt through the Red Sea, Yam Suf in Hebrew. Dry shot, 63/7 since Israel was enslaved. That's in two pieces. They are not contiguous. 10 years for Joseph, 390 years for Israel. And the total is 63/7, which is 441 years, because Moses is writing another 40 years after that. Okay? Had he been writing at Exodus, which I originally thought, then the 63 would reference how many years since he himself had been Pharaoh, because he was the first, Tutmos III, that's on the stele in Cleopatra's Needle in Central Park. And there's another copy of that stele that is in the British Museum, or at least in Britain. Okay? Egypt keeps trying to get it back, but apparently they're not trying very hard, because the stele is still sitting in Central Park. It calls Moses Tutmos III because he was the first one. But Tutmos III did not rule for 50 years. There had to be two of them. Yes, and the first one was really nice and under Hatshepsut's thumb because he was 16 years old and his name was really Moses. She's the one who gave him that name. It means drawn from the water, which is a shorthand way of saying gift from Isis. And she used that as a political ploy because she didn't want to remarry some foreigner, and therefore have the foreigners have control again over Egypt, because they just finished winning their freedom away from foreigners under the Hyksos, first Amos III, and then that produced a lot of problems. And the Tutmos first, second, and third, of course the third is Moses, finally got them free of foreigners. The last thing Hatshepsut's going to want to do is marry a foreigner. But she's God's wife. What is she going to do? She either marries or she designates someone who's local, in this case a Hebrew named Moses, who she calls a gift from Isis, and who's going to gainsay her. And she's raising him to be Pharaoh. And that keeps all the Hebrew slaves nice and compliant. Why not do that? Very clever technique. She's very astute. Meanwhile, the concubine's son is 6 years younger than Moses, and his mother is not a God's wife. So Hatshepsut, who is a God's wife, son of Tutmos II, a daughter of Tutmos II, okay, she can make that claim and make it stick. Not Tutmos II, Tutmos I. Tutmos II was her husband. He's dead. In 1504 BC, all this started. And 63 years from 1504 BC was when the Exodus occurred. But Moses is writing 40 years later, so he changes the date line to 63/7 since Israel's slavery. All right, well, that makes sense. Because what is the text? Light be. What is Israel's role? To be light to the nations. So that's your setup. A parallel to initial restoration of the earth through water. Parallel to Noah and the flood, which is going to be the next thing, with the boat. Parallel to, of course, you can even call that first parallel, you're being born in water and the water breaks. Parallel to Israel being delivered from her slavery just as God promised she would be, right on time. See, this was an advertisement to the world. Hi, you're frustrated, you have a crappy religion in your own country, a crappy bunch of lies that are told to you, and you're probably pretty frustrated by now. And guess what? There's a real God. He really exists, and he wants to restore you, just like he restored the earth the first time, just like he saved Israel. Do you want this God? Come here and vote for him, if you feel like it. It's an advertisement. Hi, here's where the real God is. A miracle happened, yes. He parted the Red Sea. Yeah, and he restored the earth as a miracle too, in 6 days. So Moses is using a miracle everybody knew about to date back to a miracle nobody knew about. They'd all heard about it all their lives. But if they see God doing this miracle with Israel current, it's kind of easy to believe in a miracle they didn't see. It's just like today. Do you want to know God? Screw all religion, and screw what Christians say, and screw what Jews say. Do you personally want to know God? who said, light be. Guess what? You don't need to believe me or anybody else. You can look up at the ceiling and say, God, I need proof you're real. Why should I spend time learning this Bible or any other religion if I don't first know that you're real? Now, if God is real and he's brooding over you like this text right here in Hebrews says, don't you think he's going to answer you? Of course he will. Is he going to answer you kind of like, some blimp flying over a sky? No. Why? Because he's not going to coerce your volition. Because he does love you, he's going to take it slow. He's going to give you a little bit at a time. He doesn't want to shock you with his existence. But he is going to answer you. He's going to answer you in a very personal, intimate way, using stuff you personally know. And he's done that to all of us. I am a witness to that. There are many others, Christians, who are witness to that. We have personal contact with God in our lives. Some of us, it's occasional. Others of us, like me, it's every day. There are times when I want to run away from him, to be honest. I hate doing this meter, okay? I really hate it. It's costing me a lot. It's costing me a lot of trouble. But I know he wants it because I'm in contact with him all the time. Now, why should you believe me? You don't have to. You can get your own proof. Just ask the ceiling, hi God, I need proof of you. Why should I believe Brainot? Exactly. Why should you believe me? Okay? Now, if he wants to prove something to you using me, that's his prerogative. And he can use a spoon and do the same thing, or he can use some event in your past and do the same thing. Fine, just be alert to that. You ask the ceiling, hi God, I need proof of you. And then you be alert to when it comes. Okay? Just wait for it. He's going to give some proof right away. Other proof is going to take a long time. It took me years before I was able to understand what I'm showing you now. And it's taken me months of working on this every single day to show you this little text here that I'm working on now. Because I've been talking to him, and sometimes he answers me, and sometimes he wants me to work on it myself, and then when I get too tired and too frustrated and angry, I tell him I'm tired and frustrated and angry, and then he gives me the answer. Now, why should you believe me? You shouldn't. But you can believe him. Ask him yourself. Is Brayden talking right here? Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. You don't know. You can check it yourself. The evidence is right in front of you. But maybe you'd rather just ask the ceiling. Fine, go do that. You don't need me. I'm just here to facilitate. And if God uses me, fine. I don't know about it. I get letters all the time from people telling me how helpful my stuff is. I didn't know that. So God is using it for them. So I got to keep doing this. That's all I know. I got to report to him. Okay? So what is he saying here? 63:7 since Israel's slavery. That was an advertisement. Moses had to report to the world. I got to report. Moses had to report. It doesn't have anything to do with how good we are. It has everything to do with how good God is. Did people believe Moses when he reported? No. Some did, some didn't. Did God witness that yes, Moses is right? You bet. Why am I believing it? Because I got proof of it right here. Does that look like proof to you? Maybe not. If you ask God about it, he'll show you why it's proof. I can see why it's proof. I'm trying to explain why it's proof. Moses, when he wrote it, did it as proof. But did people believe him? Not necessarily. Light be. See, if he's saying light be, that means that light wasn't. So when light comes into you, then that takes a little bit of time, and then you got to prove it. Did you hallucinate light that isn't there? Okay? 63:7 since Israel's slavery. That was light. Everybody knew about that event. Everybody knew about them going through the Red Sea. It was not Israel who named it the Red Sea. That tells you how popular it was and how well known it was. It was the Greeks who named it that. Second dateline, 119. Moses is 119 years old when he writes. That's appropriate. He should do that because the conventional standard for a dateline is to dateline from some well-known event or from years from a king. And Moses was Pharaoh. He's dating, however, from his birth. Why? Because it's the first day. It's a play on the meaning of first day. Moses' first day. Therefore, Moses is going to date from his age. He's also dating from the birth of Terah, who was the guy who did the exodus of the Jews before they were Jews. Out from the land of Ur, just before the Gudians took over, into the land of Haran, where maybe maybe Noah was living. I don't have proof of that yet, but it looks like. Makes sense. So Moses is dating this in terms of his own age and in terms of the age of the guy who started the first Exodus. Because, see, this is about the Exodus of Israel from Egypt. So he's tying the parallel to another Exodus, and an Exodus like an exodus from the womb, like an exodus from the place where you were, is a kind of birthing in water. See the parallel? It's cute. Okay, so then second day is not just in water, it's separating the waters. And we're going to separate the waters from the waters. Separating divine water of the word that you live on, versus human water, which is essentially politics. Everybody competing for your loyalty. Your family competes, your local tribe competes, your local neighborhood competes. Who are you going to be loyal to? Sometimes you have to choose. So you have to separate. So this is about the separation of the waters. So oddly enough, and this is where I was all hung up, 210 is used as the meter. That represents the years post Noah's death. Okay, Noah died 2100 BC. Okay, he had a 490 protecting the world, and after that, when that 490 ends, that was 1610 BC, and Moses is writing 210 years after that. Why did he pick that? I thought it might be Jochebed, but I kind of doubt that now, because here's two other events that really tie to the meaning of second day, because it's a split of politics, split of the world's waters versus God's water. Hammurabi ended then. That was the end of his kingdom. Hammurabi of Babylon. The Hittites started then and basically took over what Hammurabi was ruling. Okay? Politics. Polities changing, dying, starting. All because the 490 protecting the world from Noah ended. And when it ended, two other political entities started that were inimical to Israel, eventually, to Israel and to the rest of the world. This one ended, Hammurabi in Babylon, the Hittites started, and they would end up being a thorn in the flesh of everybody for quite a while. Okay, so Sheni, two, twice, second, alternate. Okay, you're going to take the water of the word, or you're going to take the water of the world. If you take the water of the world, you will drown. If you take the water of the word, you will actually succeed. But it won't feel like that, because the two are inimical to each other. So you'll always be in a state of tension. It's not a pretty story. It just isn't. That's why it's so important on day one, get proof that God is real. Don't even bother to study the Bible till you have that proof. That's only fair. Why waste your time and God's if you don't know He's real first? Find out. Ask the ceiling, God, are you real? Once you got your proof, then start studying Bible. Because then you have justification for doing so. Until then, why do it? Why be religious? There's no point in being religious at all. Okay? And forget politics. If God is real, you don't need politics. Okay? That doesn't mean be a hermit. But it means you don't get all nervous about who's president. Just ignore it. And you certainly don't become part of the Christian right, which is neither Christian nor right. Okay, so now that's day 2. See, get the light first, ask the ceiling. Day 2, once you ask the ceiling and you know he's really God, then you're going to have some separation issues to work through. And one of the things you separate from is politics, because God doesn't need it, and neither do you. And if you want to be a protection to the world, then you learn God's water rather than the world's water. Okay? Because if you're learning God's water, then you're a protection to the world. And I cover that in all my videos. That's the whole point of this story that Moses is telling. Okay? That's why he's linking these two. So I'm real comfortable now with what 210 means. I didn't realize that the Hammurabi thing and the Hittite thing were connected. But they are. Because here we got 364, Hammurabi's start date, when he took over Lower Mesopotamia and started to have power. Why does that matter? Because everybody was in love with what Hammurabi did, and he was a jerk. And his rules were stupid. The world's rules are really stupid when you stop to look at them. Okay? Because everybody bangs the drum over them and gives you all this, warm and fuzzy. You're not paying attention to the content. But I'm sorry, the content of what the world thinks is good is really pretty sickening when you analyze it. But we're given all this emotional feel-good, so we won't analyze it. When you analyze Hammurabi's code, okay, and I gave you a link where you could do that. Hammurabi's code, right here. When you analyze Hammurabi's code, you're like, what the hell? Why are we so in love with this guy? He's a jerk. His rule was a jerk. Hi, if you're accused, the way to prove that you're innocent is to jump in a river, and you're guilty if you sink. Yeah, and if you're a good swimmer, then even if you're guilty, you'll look innocent. So what kind of proof is that? Hammurabi couldn't think his way out of a paper bag, or he didn't care. And the people who wrote his laws were idiots. Okay, but those laws actually persisted until medieval times. Christians obeyed those laws. Christians wrote those laws too. Well, then they didn't know the Bible, because the Bible never has laws like that. So Mosaic law is nothing like Hammurabi's code. Atheists like to say it is. They've never read the Bible then, and they've certainly never read Hammurabi's code, because the two are entirely antithetical. If anything, you can say that the Bible is a satire against Hammurabi's code. So maybe that's why Moses is mentioning it here. The Hittites took over Hammurabi. Here's the start of Hammurabi. Okay. .364, I still don't know why God's using 364. That troubles me. Third day, I get it, because Moses is writing during the third day of history. I get that part. Hammurabi, is that's part of the third day of history. I get that. But why 364? The implication is that a cycle has come to completion. And I don't understand why it would be linked there. Okay, third day is a separation of dry land and sea and vegetation. Idea that you can congregate with the polities of the world and then be drowned by them, or you can go it alone and travel on land yourself, or go it alone and travel on sea yourself, depending on what you're getting away from, and be your own person. And the vegetation, of course, enables you to be your own person because you'll have something to eat while you go it alone. And vegetation is more apt to use than animals, because it's easier to grab vegetation while you're on the move. It's harder to kill and skin an animal. It takes a lot longer. Whereas you can grab a handful of weed or spelt or something growing in the wild and keep on going. Okay? So it comes to mean freedom. Day 3 comes to mean freedom. Okay? And that's the end of day 3, and I still do not know. Because now he's liking it. See, we got politics, all aligned with text that essentially is about politics. All right? It's literal about what God did to the earth too. but it comes to be metaphorical for human society, human aggregations in land or sea for political purposes. So this ends up being the Egyptian 12th dynasty, which enslaved Israel, dies. He's shifting from Hammurabi and the Hittites to the end of Egypt's dynasty, because unlike Hammurabi and the Hittites, although the Hittites did their fair share of damage, Egypt's 12th dynasty under Amenemhet III, starting there, enslaved Israel. So that's 70 years after Jacob died. See, it's going backwards in time. Egypt's dynasty 12 dies 70 years after Jacob died. Okay? Jacob voted, 70 is a vote number. He voted to go into Egypt knowing full well that his family would be enslaved. They enslaved them, and Israel stayed there and let themselves be enslaved because it was God's will. But it wasn't God's will that the enslavers be enslavers. But God knew they would choose that. And the issue was, would Israel wait? They did. And now the judgment is served to those who enslaved her. The dynasty ends. Okay. Why is that 378 implying that there's a 14-year overage? I don't know. Maybe it's not a 14-year overage. Okay. Because 23 and 14 is 37, and 20 is 57. So that might be a unit. Okay. I'm sorry, 43 and 14 is 67. No, 57. That's a very common metaphor in the Bible for the time period between Pentecost and between Passover beginning and Pentecost. So 57, and Moses uses it a lot in Psalm 90. That might be one unit on purpose. So this might not be a separate piece. So it might not be a 14 overage. But it's still in its total, it's the number of years post the end of Egyptian's 12th dynasty. You can check that just even in Google. Okay? Then we come here, 7 years post Jacob's death. This is Jacob had died 448 years before Moses writes. This day 4, by contrast, is no longer about politics. It's about God's appointed times. 4 is the number of completion in the Bible. 4 is the number that stresses, appointment. All right. So 70 years, Moses is writing 70 years after, 448 years after Jacob's death. Jacob was key to them being in Israel and them being free. Okay. Jacob means Israel. That was his baptized name. Okay, 497 after Sesostris starts to rule. Now we're going back to politics in the 12th dynasty. Sesostris was one of the guys who believed in what Joseph was doing. His dad had made Joseph vizier, and Sesostris had the right to undo or, depose Joseph, but chose not to do that. Okay, so it's 497 instead of 490 because Sesostris is ruling over the last 20 years of the 40-year period that contains the fat years. Okay, so that's kind of cute. It's a diaspora number though, so I'm not quite sure I understand why. But this is a positive endorsement of a pagan who supported, what Joseph was doing. Then this is the number of years that since Joseph was in prison. That's another appointment. This is the number of years since Joseph's birth. So what's being established here in the day 4 is causality. And it's linked back to the fact that there was a day 4 and its purpose was appointed times and seasons for days and nights. Okay? So, then there were days and nights. Okay? And here's an example of how God is orchestrating time. And this is most important because Jacob is leaving for Haran 490 years after the flood. 490 and 560 is the 1050 that follows down here. Okay, which Moses is writing 1050 years post-flood. All right, so going on with that, so now we get back to more reasons why Israel is free and why this is an advertisement of Israel and why waters. Moses is writing 651 plus 7, really. You have to add the 7 in the ellipsis. After Abraham's maturation. That's key. So he's listing that, and he ought to. And he's listing it as part of the 5th day, because the 5th day is about profit. Okay, this is technically speaking, this is sea and animal life, sea and air life. Okay, because that's profit. You know, you could make a living that way. Okay, and it's again playing on the fact that you use God's water or your own. And flying, it has to do with advertising, you know, making sure that the word is available to everybody, and then you can make a profit on it if you believe in it, which Abram did. And Abram, 651 plus 7, matured then as a result. Then going back even farther in time, 686 is the number of years when God ordered Abraham, who hadn't yet matured, he's age 75 here, to leave his parents, to leave his father, and go where God tells him. That would take an act of faith. So the profit on that is realized here, but the event when he leaves is memorialized here. See, if you got sea and air life, then that's extra sustenance, extra profit you can have if you go it alone. And that's what God is telling Abram to do, is go it alone. Okay? Sometimes you congregate, and sometimes you go it alone. Here, go it alone. That's profit in this case. All right? Then that leads to the most poignant part of it, which is that Moses is writing 700 years after Noah's death. Now that matters because Noah's death is tied to the flood. Noah is tied to the flood. So he's bringing in the whole analogy of the flood here when he picks that. And that, again, is another in this growing list of proximate causes, connected events that led to Israel being, set free by God to be her own nation. Why Israel? Okay? Why not some other people? It's nothing good about Israel. It's everything good about God fulfilling a promise he made to Abraham right here. Israel's a result of that. All these things that I'm showing. Israel's a result of all these things. Israel would not exist, would not have been called out if all these events hadn't been what they are. That's what he's doing. He's tracing. Why Israel? Why is she called? Nothing good about her, everything good about God. That's the story being told here. And especially right here. God orders Abram to leave his own family. Separate. And Noah, of course, was the guy carrying history in the boat. Him and his family. And then here's another Exodus. This was God ordering Abram's father, Terah, to leave from Ur to Haran. Okay, as soon as he does that, or almost as soon as he does that, the Gudians come in and invade Ur. So Terah and his family would have been dead if they didn't leave when they should have left. So this implies either God directly talked to Terah, or God used Noah, who's maybe in Haran at the time, to warn Terah to leave. I don't know which one. Hopefully I'll find that out by some Bible verse. But this is Genesis 11:31. Terah leaves. The implication is he's caused to leave by an order. Okay, so whose order was it? That's left to say. At this point, Abraham and his son and his brother are like underage. So they're following dad because dad still has authority in the house. Even though they're married, they're underage. Okay? They're like between 18 and 25 when this happens. Okay, more likely 25, because that's without the elision. It's 25. Or no, with the elision. All right, so that brings us to 1050, and that's how many years post-flood that Moses writes. Okay, and then that's the 6th day. That's the close of the 6th day. And that's this 6th day. Notice how the 735 is occurring within it. That's sea and land life in man, creation of man. Man is not evolved. Everything else you can argue some version of evolution that hasn't yet been proven is what God ordered, because that's sort of an evolution idea here. God's ordering the land to do its thing. So he set that in motion. So if you're going to claim that there's such a thing as evolution, well, you're still left with how did it get here? And the text here says that God caused it. So if you want to believe in evolution, fine, go ahead. But right here, the text is telling you that man is not evolved. Man isn't even biological. Your body's biological, but that's not you. You is a soul that God creates at birth, and that's in Genesis 2:7 upcoming. Okay, so that's why you're not evolved. Maybe your body parts are biologically related down through the generations, but that's not evolution exactly. Evolution is a change of species. You're still human. The humans who are here, however many years ago you want to claim, are still human. That's not evolution. That's adaptation. Get your science right. Evolution is when you go from like a bird to a dog. You become a different species from what you were, not from one kind of bird to another kind of bird. That is not evolution. Okay, the species has to change. You have to stop being what you are. One human, mutating into another form of human, that's not evolution, that's adaptation. Evolution is when the species changes. And, I don't know, they don't even teach proper basic science anymore. People are so hung up over whether God exists. Look, he exists or he doesn't. Ask the ceiling if he exists. If you don't want to know, then don't ask. But don't sit here and make up all kinds of fake science to justify your negativity. Be negative if you want. Be positive if you want. Be whatever it is you want. You do not need to justify it to anybody. I'm positive. I don't care whether you like it or not. You don't have to like it. You might be positive. I don't have to like it. You might be negative. So what? That's your prerogative. It's your free right. You don't have to justify it to anybody. You believe in the Bible? Fine. You don't believe in the Bible? Fine. But you don't have to make up some false science to justify your disbelief. Just be honest. Or don't even talk about it. Don't make up lies. We don't need lies. We got enough lies already. 1050, that's the basic civilization unit. Okay? And it's interesting that 315 is used here, because Noah was in the boat 308 days, and then the next 7 days, 308 days at his birthday. And then you got 57 more days after that, and that's a prominent number in the Bible for the number of years or days between the first day of Passover and the day of Pentecost. Because Noah went into the boat on Pentecost. All right, so if you add the 35 up here to 315, you get 350, which is the number of syllables equals years in Psalm 90. So Psalm 90 is playing back to this, no doubt about it. So when Psalm 90 verse 4 says, day of the Lord is as 1,000 years, it's understood that the other 50 is tagged onto it. It's shorthand. Plus, it's an actual benchmark in the Bible for benefit, which I show in other videos. And then this is eternity. So with that, I think I've explained it as best I know how for now. Now that only leaves why these benchmarks are what they are. Why are these the bookends? I don't know. You can tell what they reference. Like this is between Noah's death, and this is between, the end of the 12th dynasty, the death of the 12th dynasty. So you got a death here, and you got a death here. Why is that being used with 14s? Is it even valid? I don't know. This is 63/7 from Israel's slavery, and it's benchmarked to when Jacob left for Haran. Why is that important? I don't know. So these are the ending points and the beginning points of the bookends. Why are these the bookends? I don't know. I can only show you that this is what they are. And hopefully in the future someday I'll know. So that's it. Signing off. Peace out. Okay. I just finished trying to summarize the points per day and what these sevens mean. And I was real fast about it because I wanted to show the panoramic view. Now we're going to slow down, and I'm testing this time for the sense that it makes, because, you know, a lot of this stuff is guesswork. It's all forensic. Forensic work is where you have a lot of puzzle pieces and you try to put them together to see what story they tell. And then if the story that you've got is the right story, a true story, then all the pieces ought to fit together really well. And it's as if you're going back in time, like if you're doing a forensic evaluation of a murder. You're going back in time essentially to recreate the action of the murder and the murderer and his mental attitude and the whole bit. We're here going back to see whose guilt, if we can establish what Moses was, as it were, guilty of really meaning to say. That's what we're doing here. That's the goal of hermeneutics with the text. It's the same goal with the numbers. There's nothing. The numbers are just another way of giving meaning. You got words you can use for meaning, and you got numbers that have meaning. They're two different methods or expressions. You know, there's a numerical expression with doctrinal meaning, and then there's text with doctrinal meaning. We're trying to figure out what the numerical expressions are and how they interrelate with the text. It's kind of boring, it's kind of prosaic, and it's extremely important because the view of Genesis that you get is very different from what's pandered in the pulpits. I'm sorry. All those people who make a big stink about Genesis telling you how old the world is, throw them away. All of them. Whether they're Jewish or Gentile. Throw them away. They don't know what Moses was saying here. Moses is talking about water analogies right here. Chamayim. That's why he's picking the restoration of the world, because that's the whole objective, is to be you yourself, to be restored from your own tohu wabohu by the water of the word. Now, it's a literal event, the literal 6 days of the restoration of the earth. Yes, it's real history. Just like you're a real person. God really restored the real world, and he can restore you, and you're a real person too. That's the point he's making. It has nothing to do with how old the world is. But typical Christian and Jew, we take whatever the Bible says and we take something that's not its point, or we skew what it's talking about, and then we bang the drum on that. Just like all those stupid pro-lifers are out there. Breaking water is a birth, the rebirth of mankind. Depicted by the rebirth of earth. That's what it is. Okay, sorry to be sort of striding on it, but I am so sick of Christians and Jews misrepresenting what the Bible says. You want to be a Christian? Fine. You want to be a Jew? Fine. Then start talking correctly about what the Bible says. Otherwise, just be quiet about the fact you're a Jew or a Christian. Because there's a whole lot of people who aren't Jews and aren't Christians, that they hear you talk about it, they're going to get the wrong idea about what the Bible says. And then they're going to come to hate you for being a Jew or a Christian. I would never, ever be a Christian if I had to go by what typical Christians and Jews say. I got turned off Judaism real early in life when I found out how nutso the people were. And I got turned off Christianity real early in life when I found out how nutso the people were. But that doesn't mean God is nuts. That doesn't mean this isn't his word. So God, yes. Bible, yes. Christians, no. Jews, no. Sorry. Because they're all fakakta. And that's a Yiddish word that means crazy. It actually is it really means all fucked up. Okay? I try not to use swear words often, but sometimes they're appropriate. 7 since Israel's slavery. Connected to light B is text. Why? Because when you're freed, this is like being tohu wabohu. Israel was in slavery, just as God promised Abraham she would be. That's a kind of tohu wabohu, chaos and wasteland. And now he wants them to be freed like thee. Now, the story that you find out in subsequent chapters and subsequent books is that Israel kind of liked being enslaved. She wanted to go back to Egypt. She kvetched against our boy Moses the whole time he was leading them. She complained, oh, you just let us out here into the wilderness to kill us. We want to go back to the flesh pots of Egypt, where we had onion and garlic. Yeah, they were very well fed. They were very well taken care of. They had a very cushy life as slaves. They had a cushy life, a nice life. Yeah, there was abuse, like that slave master beating, a Hebrew. But it's just like everything else. When people are slaves for an extraordinarily long time, like happened in the Assyrian Empire, the Hittite Empire, the Roman Empire, and Greece, when you got slavery being the norm, and it goes on for a very long time, that tells you there's a second side to slavery. That tells you that the people who were slaves, they liked it. Why? Yeah, you're not getting paid, or you're getting paid a pittance, but you got a place to be. You're taken care of for life. The slave owner, it was a big status thing for him to own you, and it was a status thing for you to be owned by a good master, and it was a status thing for the master to take care of you when you were sick and to take care of you when you retired, and you didn't have to make any decisions. You just did what you were told. And then when your time was over for the day, you got to be on your own. And then you had all these other people around you. All your food was paid for, your clothing was paid for, your place where you slept was paid for. You didn't have to take care of anything. It was like being a child. There was a lot of advantage to slavery. Most slaves were very well treated. Why? Because if you own something, you tend to take care of it. I bet you don't walk home when you get home at night and you go through your door. I bet you do not take a knife to your couch. I bet you clean your couch. I bet you plump up the pillows. I bet you turn over the cushions. I bet you dust your couch. If you beat it to dust the dust out of it. And I bet you like your couch, so you don't harm your couch. So you don't harm your slaves either. You want them to work for you. You want them to be healthy. If they're sick, they can't be making you any money. So you don't beat them. In other words, the life of a lot of slaves was very nice because they were owned. So when Israel is to leave slavery and now she's got to do all the thought herself, she's got to take care of herself, she doesn't have anybody doing it for her, God is trying to teach her to be independent, she doesn't like it. So the light hurt the eyes. When you're a child, you don't want to grow up. Now you got to be responsible for your own decisions. Now you got to cook your own food. Now you got to take out your own trash. Now you got to make your own bed. Now you got to, pay your own rent. Now you got to work. You see, it's the same thing. People are not properly understanding what slavery was, especially if you were a temple building slave. A temple building slave was a high, honored, cushy job. It was largely mathematical. Okay? You had lower people to actually move the stones. It was largely a mathematical job, and it was considered honorary. That's why Israel got sucked into it. Under Amenemhet III, he started building granary cities in Goshen. That's how she got sucked into it. It's a high-collar white collar job. Ask any architect. You got architectural skills. You got this. You have to have a good sense of literature and a bunch of other things because they painted the walls. They had to write in cuneiform letters or hieroglyphics. That means they had to be artists. It's a high-class job. So what if you were called a slave? You had everything taken care of. I mean, golly, even A&E does stories on how well the temple building slaves were taken care of. Well, those were Israelites. In Goshen, anyway. I can't speak for the other cities. Okay? So let there be light is not a happy thing. God wants you to have light, though. Okay, but you get to like the darkness. What do? Now, why am I going through all this detail and sort of on a tirade? Because I'm trying to show how Moses is likening the text to the history. Here, we're just looking solely at the 63. Why? When he linked, let there be light, see, he could have used different syllable count. There's no law that says he has to use these exact words to say the same thing. If he had used just one syllable more, this would not be 63 anymore. It'd be 64. Wayomer Elohim yihi or wa yihi or. Okay? That's 13 syllables. He didn't have to say Wayomer. He could have picked another word to say and God said. He could have added some kind of descriptive behind it. This doesn't have to be a 63 is what I'm trying to tell you. It's deliberate. And when he wrote it, everybody knew what it meant. We don't. We have to back into it. That's a forensic job for us because our forefathers didn't pass down what this meant. So we would have learned it like we learned our ABCs. Israel learned it like she learned her ABCs. We didn't because our forefathers didn't pass this information down. Okay? That's why it has meaning. Slavery versus light. You get the analogy? So it's real important that he used this as his dateline. The whole book that he's going to be writing in Exodus and Deuteronomy and Numbers is about how Israel didn't like being free. She didn't like it. That's why she had to wander 40 years in the wilderness. She wasn't ready for freedom. That's why he's writing this in the last year when she's getting ready to go into the land, because now it's the second generation. The first generation who were slaves, they didn't like it. They didn't want to go into the land. They cried about it. That's the story you find out in Exodus and Deuteronomy and Numbers. But when he's writing this, the second generation, their kids are going to go into the land, and they're going to have to fight. If you want light, you got to fight. So God fought to make light. He fought and brooded over the waters. And the first thing he says is, let there be light. And then there's 6 more days. He does one little thing a day, which he could just snap his fingers and do the whole thing at once. But he's showing us about process. He's showing us about how much he cares. He's showing us about you want light, you gotta fight. You can't rely on being a slave anymore and having the cushy job and everybody doing everything for you, just like being a child. Okay? That's why. That's pretty meaningful. Bothers me, but it's meaningful. It's not poetic. It's harsh. So now you get to the end, and Moses is going to parallel the 2 date lines. His own age. Hi, I wasn't a slave. I was raised to be Pharaoh. I was the first, Tutmosis the third. Yeah, and what good did it do me? See, if I'm a ruler, okay, I'm a ruler. I'm supposed to be top dog now. Yeah, and I didn't like it. I'd rather have a light. So now he's going to date back to day 1 when God, as it were, created Moses, which God really did. God creates each human being. When the fetus emerges from the womb, at that moment, God decides, am I going to give this thing make this into a human or not? And of course the answer is yes or no, and he's always known what his answer was going to be. Light B. Now you're going to have eyes to see light. Now you're going to see how precious are my thoughts. Psalm 139:17. You were a golem. You were just some biological material inside another set of a body. That's Psalm 139:16. But now you are a real you. Moses is a real you. So he's dating back to when he first saw the light, when he first broke water, Hamayim, his own age. That's pretty cute. I don't know if you could call it poetic, but you could sure call it relevant. And then, of course, 119 times 7 is Terah. When Terah was born. Terah was the guy who was the other Exodus leader. He led Abraham's family out of Ur of the Chaldees. So Moses is paralleling his own birth with Terah because Moses is leading people in an Exodus and Terah led Abraham's family in an Exodus. Again, that's even quasi-poetic. First day. Let's go see the light. Let's get out of the darkness here and go to the light where God shows us. It's a little harsh still. It's very blunt. That's what bothers me about it. Psalm 90 is more poetic, but it's really pretty harsh too. First day. That's a lot to cover on the first day. Oh, I'm God and I could have done this all at once, but you know what? I'm too pooped now. I think I'll just go plop on the couch and watch TV. First day. Good night. And there was evening and morning. First day. Wayihi erev, wayihi boker, yom echad. Good night. So, first day analogy to slavery and Moses and water and birth, and of course Moses means drawn from the water, ha. All that's really pretty apt to light be. Israel, the light of the world. Moses sees the light when he's born. And we all humans see the light when we're born. We're born amidst water breaking. Israel is delivered through the breaking of the Red Sea. All that rich literary metaphor of real stuff that really happened. And that's the point of day one. The day one when it dawns on you, when the light breaks on you, and you realize, yes, God is real. That's a kind of birth. That's a kind of restoration commencement. Without light, there's no restoration. When you're born, your eyes open and you don't know what you're looking at, but you see light into your eyes. It's very unfocused. Your eyes have to learn how to see. Your brain has to be taught what things are. Your eyes learn how to see. The only thing that you actually see when you first open your eyes as a baby, as a newborn, is light. Okay? The semblance of, somebody holding you is, what do you want to call it, smiling at you. Okay? You really don't know what that is, but there's a quick learning mechanism inside the human brain that imitates. So when mommy smiles at you, you smile back because you have an innate capacity to imitate. That's how human learns. And then the brain and the eye coordinate about what that was, and then there's a sort of ability to see what it is as a result of the brain and eye coordination. But it's an instinct, all right? So light is the first thing that happens. That's real clear. That's a real clear analogy, being made. It's not as easy, or at least it wasn't for a while, for me to understand why day 2, separating the human waters, okay, separating the waters from the waters, okay, there became a separation. This is separation. between being Mayim lemayim, waters and waters. Waters above, waters below. Human waters are below, divine waters are above. That's an analogy to thought. Word, water of the word. He's setting up that whole metaphor that's going to run Pan Bible right here. Okay, I get that. I've been talking about it now for how many videos have I been doing in this Genesis thing? Okay? And the Rakia, the expanse, the separation. They call it firmament, but it really just means, a bunch of air that's got a whole lot less water in it than the sky. Okay? So he's setting a separation between the waters. See, this is another word for between. I got that meaning right away. What I didn't understand so quickly, and I'm still having trouble dealing with, is that now Moses is linking this 2:10 with the expiry of Noah's 490. Noah died in 2100 BC. 490 years after that was 1610 BC. Moses is writing 210 years after that. Why? First of all, I didn't know that there was a 490 going from Noah's death. Now I do. And secondly, I was like, well, so? Yeah, it coincides with when Hammurabi's Babylon comes to an end, taken over by the Hittites, who are newly rising to power, a new little empire, in that area, the Middle East. So, well, but that's separation, right? Okay, I'm going to have to go. So now we're at day 5, and it's kind of even more weird because we had shifted from macro political entities, human waters versus God's water. And then now we're focusing on individuals who drank God's water. Okay, and Sesostris is included in here, so that implies, unless God is referencing a different event, that he's died a believer. Okay? It's understandable why he would be included, however. Because, it's showing that it's not simply because you're Jewish by race. Okay, because he wasn't. But then we get to the impetus of it, and of course, Abram himself, the whole idea of being Jewish was another definition of how you got some of Abram's genes in your bloodstream, okay, or in your DNA. And honey, by now, here in 2015 AD, I wouldn't be surprised if 80 to 90% of the population, maybe more, has got at least one gene from Abraham in it, because look where God put Israel, at the intersection of 3 continents. And if his promise to Abraham was, I will bless your seed, well, then that means those who weren't Abram's seed could become Abram's seed by doing what Abraham did and believing. So either you're Abram's seed because you believed, or you're Abram's seed genetically. But even if you're Abram's seed genetically, you're not going to heaven unless you believe. That's the whole point that Paul's making in Romans 9 through 11. Paul, who was Abram's seed, both genetically and by belief. So it's cute that the 5th day, 5 is the number of prophet in the Bible, that instead of focusing on these individuals, of course we're going back earlier in time, so we have to, pay attention to that. Instead, God focuses on the 2 who started it. See, Noah in the boat, because Noah believed, he built the boat. Because he believed, he spent 120 years building the boat, because he really didn't need 120 years to build a boat. He needed 120 years to tell people 4 generations, hi, you're all going to drown if you don't believe in this God. Time's up. The vote was negative. I voted positive. Now it's time for you to vote, or you're going to drown. Water on water. Same water analogy that Moses has been following from Genesis 1:1. 1:2, actually. Okay? So naturally he's going to benchmark it with Noah's death. He's already done that here. So we're kind of sort of coming full circle on Noah. Do what Noah did, believe or drown. All right? But the guy to whom the promise of Israel first coming out, see, he's coming full circle here. Israel slavery. Israel came from who? Israel came from Jacob. Okay? And the reason why Israel got into Egypt was because Joseph was enslaved by his own brothers. Not anybody else's fault. The brothers who were the sons of Jacob. See, Israel is still controlling history. All history is based on Israel. They're the sun, the moon, and the stars stamped in the sky. For better and for worse. Okay? And the guy to whom this whole promise first got given is Abram. And so fifth day prophet is reserved to link with Abram's own maturation, which you really have to do 651 plus 7 and then round it to 660. Okay, it could really be 658, but I don't have the exact months, so I call it 660. So 658 might actually be more precise. Abram matured 2046 from Adam. I do not know what month, and I do not know what month Moses is writing in. If the months are different enough, like Abraham is maturing at the very beginning, and Moses is writing at the very end, then it's going to be 660. It's going to be my rounded number. So the actual total might be 658. Okay, if that's allocated to fifth day. Fifth day is biblical number of profit. 1/5. Restitution, you restore the item plus 1/5. That's standard in the Mosaic law. It's actually standard in a lot of countries' laws today, too. Okay? A lot of penalties are 20-25% for that reason. Like I said, most countries of the world are using the Mosaic law as part and parcel of their own constitutions and their own laws. In fact, all the countries today are using some version of it. So, yes, Israel is the sun, the moon, and the stars, and your history is being controlled because of what happened to them. Okay, but all you have to do is believe in God, and you're part of it. And any Jew today only has to believe in Jesus Christ as Messiah, and he's part of church. See, it's just the flip side. It's the same story. Two sides of a coin. What you call the name of it, well, who cares? A rose is a rose is a rose, by any name. God is God is God. You want to call yourself a Jew? Fine. Do you believe Jesus Christ is Messiah? Then you're part of it. You call yourself a Christian because you're stupid enough to be anti-Semitic? Fine. Did you believe that Jesus Christ paid for your sins? Then you're part of it. So who started it? Okay? Who started the whole Israel thing? Abram. Why? Because God said so. Unilaterally gave him a promise. This is his maturation year. 651 plus 7 years prior to when Moses writes. Abraham matured, and that's what started the ball rolling. That's when Isaac was born. And what is that? This is what kills me. The text that's going with this is a real killer. Oet, kaluf, kanaf, la, mi, ne, hu. Wayere, rochim, ken, kito. What? I mean, it's the whole verse of 21, okay? I had to break it up into two parts. Why is this text about Abram's maturation linked with teeming life on the sea and in the air? Why wouldn't he pick something else to talk about? Why wouldn't he change the syllable count? He means it to be here. Now, I've said before that in Psalm 90, this business about flying up in the air is a metaphor that Moses uses a lot. Because you're here today, gone tomorrow. You're just a little vapor trail in the sky. That's what James uses to play on Psalm 90 in the book of James. You're just, your soul flies upward. Sparks fly upward. Okay, that's in Job. I mean, it's the metaphor of going up to God when you die. That's why the sacrifices were what they were. The smell goes up to the sky. Okay? Al, 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 okay. Al, up. Isaiah plays on that a lot in Isaiah 53 also. A-L, with using ayin, the up sound. Okay? Up, 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 fly, up, fly, up. Okay, well, Abram's maturation is a thought pattern. Thought pattern God hears. It goes up to God. This is our logikos latreia. Thank you, Dad. I was trying to figure out where I was going to tie that. He just gave me the Greek words. Logikos latreia. It's in, where was that? Romans 12:3. No, 1. Romans 12:1. Latreia means worship in Greek, and logikos means in words, your thinking. God wants your thinking. That's the sacrifice he wants. What was it? Hebrews 11:1. He's interrupting me, so I'm sorry if I sound funky. Hebrews 11:1. Στην πίστης επιζωμένων, υπόστασης πραγμάτων, έλεγος ευλεπωμένων. It's about confidence in word, Christ thinking on trial, evidence unseen. That's Hebrews 11:1 in Greek, in my badly pronounced Greek. Okay? That's what this is about, maturation. That we should no longer be children, what did you say? That we should no longer be children tossed to and fro with every kind of human chicanery. That's, what was it? Ephesians 4:14. Of course, that's in the passage about why the rapture occurs, when the body matures, which I didn't even think about until he just told me, see. God will put his words in your words. That's the whole idea. What was that? 1 Corinthians 1:5 in Greek, not in English. It's mistranslated. That's what flies up to God. That's profit to him. Okay? Sea and air life is the topic of the 5th day. Life in the sea and life in the air, not just on land. It's extra profit. If you only lived on the sea, you could do that. If you only lived in the air, you could do that. There's enough life that you could be eating, as it were, to sustain your own. God is giving his life to sustain our own. And then as we mature, we end up wanting to give our life just so we can have a cost. That's why Christ wanted to go to the cross. What was it? Hebrews 12:2. It's a joy to give yourself up when you're mature enough. Because once you're mature, you have everything. You don't need anymore. Now you want to find some new reason to live. And you end up having a reason to live where you want to give yourself up. Up, up, fly up, fly, fly. You don't have to walk anymore. You don't have to swim anymore. You can fly. Up to God. Now, I'm sure there are more reasons than this, but those are the reasons I see immediately. Abraham's maturation occurred 651 plus 7 years. Because the 7's always an ellipsis. Sometimes you use it, sometimes you don't. Prior to when Moses writes. In a context of flying. I mean, it's the whole verse, okay? Okay, so God created, and God created all the beasts, okay? And all the what was it? The big, great beasts of the sea, really, okay? And he created all the ones that are going to be in the air too, and flying, and in the sea. I'm trying to be kind of fast about it because you can read this in English. All right? And everybody flying. Yeah. And who's that for? Well, it's for themselves. They don't have souls, but at least they can have a sort of... There's a certain kind of enjoyment to being an animal. Thank God they don't have souls, because then they'd be all embarrassed that they're animals. And then Abram matures, and the animals are used as devices, tools that you can use in order to learn about God. And of course, you use some of them to sacrifice for God. And that was when Abraham matured, before he actually matured. That was what he had to do with birds, specifically birds. Is divide them in two, stick them on a rock, and wait for God to come and burn them up. And he waited so long, he ended up falling asleep. And then God told him, hi, I'm going to put your kids in slavery for 400 years. And we just saw the outcome of that here. You know, really concatenated format. It's interesting that the timeline is going backwards and the biblical meaning is going forwards. I haven't really figured out why he's doing it that way. But you see that. And then, of course, 686 years prior to when Moses writes, God directly ordered Abram to leave Haran. That's Genesis 12. Genesis 15, Abraham, he has not yet matured in Genesis 15. Okay, he's not yet mature there, but that's when he does the bird sacrifice. Ha ha. And that's when he's promised slavery, and yet he still believes in God. Hi, you don't even have any kids yet. But when you do, you won't be seeing them very long. And when you do, guess what I'm going to do to them? I'm going to stick them in slavery for 400 freaking years. And you're going to want to believe in me? Anyhow? What kind of faith did Abraham have? There are no good deeds recorded of Abraham. The only thing recorded of Abraham is that he lied about his wife. That's not a good deed. God isn't praising his deeds. He's praising his faith. And why the Jews are so big on good deeds makes me sick to my stomach. But then the Christians are no better. Read your Bible. Can you read this Hebrew or not? It's about flying. Flying goes up, not horizontal. It's vertical. Vertical to who? To God. That's not good deeds. Good deeds are horizontal to your fellow man. You do them, you don't do them. That doesn't do anything for God. With God, it's got to be what? Vertical. Uf, chanaf. Well, he's got to give you the wings to fly. And what are your wings? Faith, Torah, believe. That's what God praises. Not what you do for other people. What you do for other people is just like one animal being part of a herd with another animal. Now, I'm not saying you should be a bad person, but what God praises is not that stuff. It's inherently enjoyable to do something moral. That's a benefit to you, and it's a benefit to the other person, and it's a happy way to live. It wouldn't be happy if we were all busy murdering each other, if we were all raping each other and stealing from each other. There's no happiness in that kind of life. Then all you have is fear to live with. But if we're nice to each other and we're moral, well, then we can get along and actually enjoy each other for a change. That's not spiritual. That's not praiseworthy. That's just going along to get along. That's not uf, lu, kaluf, kanaf. That's vertical toward God. Believe. Let God do the good deeds. If they're God deeds, they're good. If they're not God deeds, they're no good. Hello? So this is pretty meaningful. And the profit to you is that they be God deeds. Because if they're God deeds, they're not your deeds. Don't we all want something for free? So you're believing in what? A promise. And that belief goes where? Up. It flies. Just like your soul will fly at death to God who gave it. That's Psalm 90. Hello? I mean, this is really pithy, isn't it? Very much like Greek drama, very much like Shakespeare, where you take a little thing like Kaluf Kanaf, and you can build a whole video around it. God knows how long this video is going on. Okay, God ordered Abram to leave Haran, therefore, and Abraham believed him and did it. God had to provide for Abram once he left. God's doing the deed. Abram's believing God. That's all Abram's doing. And what is that linked with? Okay? God blessing them and saying, be fruitful and multiply. That's the verse linked with the timing of God ordering Abraham to leave Haran. Isn't God saying the same thing to Abraham as this verse? Be fruitful and multiply. I will take care of you. God blessed them. God blessed Abram. We all know that. He gives them an order and then he blesses them. He's giving them an order, be fruitful and multiply, and he's blessing them. It's a little bit pithy, don't you think? A little bit cute that this particular event is linked to this text. I've already done this kind of thing for Psalm 90. Obviously, the two are linked. It's not just because Abraham and Moses are writing them at the same time. There's a definite, deliberate tie here to the event and the text. It's not what I expected, I gotta tell you. I'm really shocked about this. That's why I keep talking about it. Because it's like, really? 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 Even while I talk to you, I keep on doubting what I'm telling you is true. Because it's so pithy. So that means it's pretty true. Whenever you confront real truth that's really, in your face, you want to say no. I'm constantly saying no to God. Yeah, well, he's right, I'm wrong, here's the proof. Okay, and then 700 years, Moses writes 700 years after Noah died. Noah, the guy who housed the whole human race in himself and his family. Those didn't need to be animals in the boat. God could have just gone beep and made all the land animals again. Remember, see? Fifth day, sea and air. You got sea and air. Okay? Sea and air. There don't have to be any land animals in a boat. Those could have been people, not animals, in the boat. For 120 years, Noah spends building the boat, not just building it, testifying to high. There's going to come a day, you're laughing at me now, I'm building in this really high mountain on dry land with all this cypress wood. They call it gopher wood in the Bible, but it's cypress. Cypress is very famous for being good wood to use for boats. Okay? Cypress wood. It doesn't take 120 years to build a boat. Not even that one that big. As big as a Liberty class, World War II Liberty class ship. That's how big the Ark was. Okay? It didn't have to be that big. And it didn't have to house animals. It could have housed anybody who believed. Don't you think if somebody listening to Noah during that 120 years said, oh, gee, Noah, I agree with you. Can I help you build the boat? Don't you think Noah would have said yes? And he wasn't alone building the boat. There was Methuselah and Lamech and all those other people. There were a whole lot of them left. I mean, I don't really know what the timeline was, but see, look. Here's Noah. He's born in 1056. All right? There were a whole bunch of other people who lived until before the flood in 1656, like Lamech. He dies 5 years before the flood. Methuselah, which is what his name means, he's going to die the year he dies, the flood occurs, so it did. Okay? Enoch died in 987, so he died before Noah was born. But Jared stayed alive until 1422. Machalel stayed alive until 1290. Okay? Noah started building the boat in 1536. So, okay, who's alive then? I misspoke. Lamech is still alive. Methuselah is still alive. Is anybody else still alive? Because I misspoke. No, but none of these other guys are still alive. Okay, but they had other sons and daughters. Methuselah was the grandfather of Noah. He's still alive. Lamech was his father. Lamech had other sons and daughters. So where are they? Noah was not alone building that boat. But it's only he and his family who believed enough to get in it. Okay, that's really pretty sad commentary. That boat could have been filled with people. It did not have to be filled with animals. And the animals don't come until the last minute. I mean, when I say the last minute, it would have taken them a generation or two or more to walk from wherever they were so that the last generation can get on the boat and this, as it were, the seed of it can be retained. I mean, if you were a camel, let's say in China, I don't know if they had camels in China, let's say a goat, a Chinese goat, and you got to walk all the way over to Asia Minor, okay, you yourself are going to die before you get there. But God is going to, like, as it were, implant an instinct. Keep going west, keep going west, keep going west, keep going west. So maybe the 6th or the 7th generation of goat lands, comes to Noah. So that there was one type of each that could be mutated enough after they get out of the boat in order to repopulate. Meanwhile, you got all this sea life you can live on. You got air life you can live on. You got trees. You got fruit. You got grains. You don't need to eat animals. See, people aren't thinking through the impact of the flood. You don't need a large population. They didn't have large populations in ancient times. There were small populations that were extremely mobile. And so what they would do is they create 7 or 8 or 10 or 15 castles or domiciles or little towns. And then they'd leave the town and a skeleton crew would remain behind, like Chaco Canyon. That's how people lived in the old days. They didn't have to have large populations. And it wasn't a good idea to have a large population. But large populations did exist in certain places like the Hittites, Hammurabi, Egypt. But that wasn't the norm. So that wasn't the norm after Noah got out of the boat either. The buildings remained behind, so we think that the populations were much greater than they were. There's no archaeological evidence to bear out that the populations were as large as we claim. None. Okay? So why are we so surprised about Noah in the boat? And say, well, he couldn't have repopulated the earth to the levels that it was so quickly. How are you sure that the levels that it was are what you think are true? Chaco Canyon only had a population of 100, but if you look at how much real estate it took up and how much provision there was for people to occupy it, there could be several thousand, but they weren't there. They were nomads. People lived a nomadic existence in order to stay safe from predators, human and animal. And this time, we don't have to worry about the animals. Okay? Noah's death started it all. So, sea and air is really kind of apt to be using for the 5th day. Abraham is supposed to leave the sea of people, his own people in Haran, and go to a land God tells him to go to. He then matures, and he's supposed to be the seed of a new people, separated from the old people. Noah leaves, gets in a boat, everybody else drowns. Sea and air life is all he knows for a whole year. That's the flood. It's pretty apt that that would be tagged by Moses here for Noah. Don't you think? Kind of clever. And all that's the fifth day. Prophet. Going upward at God's order. Or drown in the sea of troubles rather than ending them. Peace out. All right. Back to where I was. I was trying to explain that day 2 is not quite as easy to understand at first. But when you think about everything in context, it starts to make a lot more sense. What's been bothering me about this from the beginning is that Moses is using external historical benchmarks. But that's what he should be doing. Okay? He is supposed to explain. See, this is the real importance of this. And it was a tremendous importance at the time. The most powerful empire in the Middle East was Egypt. And at her height, there is a come down. That has to be explained. And the explanation is, because this basically depopulated Egypt, okay? Because so many people realize that there's a real God and Egypt is not it. They went with Israel. That's why the population was approximately 6 million. It was 2 million adults. That pretty much depopulated Egypt of all of her cream, of her crop, and then the army drowns in the Red Sea. The next guy who becomes king is not Amenhotep III. It's Amenhotep IV. Because Amenhotep III is dead. That's all going to be covered up, of course, by Amenhotep IV, who claims that the Sphinx told him in a dream that he'd end up being Pharaoh. Well, he wouldn't need to be told by that in a dream if he was the firstborn kid. So he wasn't the firstborn. And what does Amenhotep IV do? He makes a diplomatic marriage with the Mitanni. Yeah, because the Mitanni have troops and he's got none. Egypt's got to rebuild. She's in serious trouble at this point. That was big front page news for everybody in the Levant and around. So Moses has to write a book to explain what happened and why. So it's going to have historical context to it. This is a new nation. Her name is Israel. And the book's going to be about how she came to exist. I used to be Pharaoh of the very nation that you're talking about, and I was the guy who accomplished so much under Hatshepsut. So I'm giving you first eyewitness information. Moses. Okay? People believed it at the time because they knew who he was. He was Pharaoh. He was the visible face of Egypt because Hatshepsut was regent of him. Okay? This was a big deal. This would be like, I don't know, pretend Barack Obama was a great president. And pretend that he decides he doesn't want to be part of the United States anymore and he wants to defect to France and take 2 million people with him. That would be front page news all over the world for quite some time. And then he would eventually have to write a book about why he did that. That's the kind of story this is. That's why water is important. That's why the miracle was important. It would attract attention. Okay, but now that you get past that, what do you say next? Well, you got to give it a historical context. Why Israel? Why now? What about other polities in the past or other polities now? Okay, well now is 210 years after Noah's 490 ended, and Israel is, part of the Noahic, group, as he's going to later disclose in the rest of Genesis. Hammurabi just ended 210 years prior. That's something that everybody's going to know. It was taken over by the Hittite Empire, which is still relatively young at this point, 210 years old. That's more than anybody in living memory will remember. But they all know the story. Okay? So here's an end of an empire that everybody thought, oh, it was the greatest thing since white bread. It's gone. Here's a Hittite empire, which everybody's afraid of and think is the greatest thing since white bread. It will go too. Because its God is not the God. The God is the God of Israel. That's the story he's starting to tell you. So day 2, okay, day 2 is what? Separation of water from water. Human water from divine water. Okay? Separation from political entity to political entity, because that's all human water. We're talking now divine water, and the divine protection came from Noah, who went through the water. Story everybody knew. And that protection ended 210 years ago. That's why Hammurabi ended 210 years ago. And the Hittites started 210 years ago, because Hammurabi's God wasn't the God, and the Hittites' God isn't the God. So they're going to be going the way Hammurabi went. But Israel will remain. Day 2. In other words, history just is getting started for Israel, as well as parallel to the restoration of the earth. See that parallel? It's really cute, isn't it? And he doesn't stop there. Now we get to day 3. Now day 3 is Moses' own time. The reason Israel went into slavery, the rulers under which she went under slavery, was the 12th dynasty. Moses was Pharaoh himself of the 18th dynasty, a Jew put on the throne of Egypt, who enslaved his forebears 400 years prior, 470 years prior at the time he writes. And therefore, because they did that, 70 years after Moses' forebear Jacob died, the 12th dynasty died. See, he's telling a story about birth and death, about history versus God, by linking up these numbers. Drove me crazy for a long time, but now I'm beginning this, I'm slow and I'm stupid. Give me, take that into consideration if you feel like it. But this is the story he's telling. It's really kind of obvious now that I see it. See, Hammurabi started 364 years before I write. Okay, 364, does that ring a bell? That's like the same number of years as the number of days. So think of it. Hammurabi basically only ruled for a year. Here today, gone tomorrow. That's what Psalm 90 is going to be talking to. A whole empire began and ended in the same number of years as days in a year. So do you want to live for the water that's transient? Or do you want to live for eternal water? Moses was a pharaoh himself. Even though his family came from slavery, or was in slavery until Moses, because their family was enslaved, he's floating down a river and Pharaoh's daughter finds him. And now what happened to the 12th dynasty that enslaved his forebears? They died. Moses is now triumphant, as it were. See, this is the story, the whole story of history, told with the story of the restoration of the earth. Israel was in slavery, so was Moses. Moses is now Pharaoh, was Pharaoh, of the same kingdom that put his forebears in slavery, and 70 years after Jacob died, they died too. But Moses is still here, and he's now head of that nation, or was. But he left it in order to go for the water of the word. Hint, hint. Okay? So, hi, we're Israel, and the dynasty that enslaved us died, and one of our own is now was Pharaoh over the 18th dynasty, because one of the Pharaoh's daughters decided that they were going to be nice to us. So the real God wants you to be nice to us, and real God wants anybody to be nice to you if you want to learn him. He'll give you the same protection. He will restore you the way he restored us. Meanwhile, everybody else in history with their phony gods is going to go the way of history. Hammurabi came and started with just as few years as there are days in a year. The Hittites are strong now, but they ain't going to last because everybody thought the 12th dynasty was the greatest ever since Egypt got started, and she's dead. Within 70 years after our forebear Jacob died. And Jacob entered Egypt knowing that his people were going to be enslaved. Knowing it. Because God wanted that. He chose the divine water. He knew it was promised to his forebear Abraham in Genesis 15, hi, you are going to be enslaved for 400 years, and then I'm taking you out. Well, see, we got taken out, and even one of our own was a pharaoh during the last, 120 years of that. 4 generations. Get the pun? Okay? It's pretty biting. 3rd day, that's the generation to which Moses belongs. Egypt's 12th dynasty didn't belong to the 3rd day. It belonged to the 2nd day. But due to the 2nd day, the 3rd day can happen. So this is like the same idea of, Wayihi Erev, Wayihi Boker, Yom Shalishi. Okay, why? Because the evening of the 2nd day is the 3rd day start. Right here. Wayihi Erev. As the evening dawns on the 2nd 12th dynasty, and it goes down, and then there's, like 13th through 17th dynasty, which don't even matter. In comes the 18th dynasty to be the deliverance of Egypt through a daughter of a pharaoh who rescues Moses from what? The water. Haha. Could you ask for more biting satire than this? So why did all this happen? Because it happened by appointments. God set the lights in the sky for times and seasons, and he sets a time and a season for bad stuff like Jacob's death. And good stuff like Sesostris starting to rule in the last 20 years of the 40-year period containing the 7 fat years, which is why everybody got to live. Bad stuff like Joseph being imprisoned. Good stuff like Joseph being born. Good stuff like Jacob leaving for Haran to get a wife. See, these were all appointed times. Lemodim. Appointed times. Moed means a unity of time and place and space. Space in the, fabric of time. In other words, this moment occurring at that moment it occurs is part of a unity of a whole string of moments that leads up to a point that has a purpose. Nothing exists in a vacuum. Nothing exists as it were unmarried. There's nothing about your life that's meaningless. Because now, see, he was doing the macro picture, Israel as a group, Moses as an office, Pharaoh. Noah as an office, carrying humanity. Hammurabi as an office, leading a whole country. Hittite as an office. Egypt as an office. These are all macro depictions. Now we get down to the individuals. See, you think, oh, well, because they're all part of something big, it's meaningful. No. Jacob. You know what Jacob means? Chiseler. Finagler is a better translation, probably. Somebody who's always finagling, trying to get the best deal. Somebody who's always bargaining. Okay? He's renamed Israel, meaning Prince of God, when he finally learns to trust God. He didn't do any good deeds. Everything recorded of Jacob shows that he's a finagler. He didn't do any good deeds. He was a cheater. Well, not exactly a cheater, but a finagler. And he got finagled out of by Laban. Laban was a better finagler than Jacob. So they were both doing, what do you want to call it? Negotiating with each other. Constantly trying to get, the better deal. And then Jacob learned to stop wanting that. And God then told him, get out of Haran, go to the land I send you, just like he told Abram. Jacob was 60 when that happened. 70 years he stayed in the land, waiting for God to tell him what to do next. 70 years after, when he's 130, he finds out that, oh, my son Joseph is really alive, and he's vizier of Egypt. And we're going to now go to Egypt, except that now that means we're going to our slavery. Okay, well, I believe you, God. I'm not going to try and bargain with you anymore. And he takes his whole family with him, and they know that promise, and they go. 69 of them, because the 70th person, 70th person, says so in Exodus 2, is Joseph. Now, I'm sorry that all the rabbis in the Midrash and the Talmud can't read their own Bible. That they have to make up some kind of fakakta meaning about why there's 69 people at the end of Genesis versus Exodus, which tells you that, the 70th person was Joseph. I'm sorry that they're so incompetent they can't read their own Hebrew. But the Bible explains it, and the Bible meters it right here. 70, 70, 70. Hello. That's pretty meaningful, don't you think? One guy who wasn't even the nicest guy you'd want to know. If you had to get something from him, he'd always try to negotiate with you to get a better deal out of you so he could feel he got a better deal than you. And finally, he learned to stop doing that because God mattered to him more. By the time he was 130, 70 years more. And then he's ready. Just give in to God. Don't negotiate. Just go to Egypt. Yes, we're going to slavery. And his family went with him. That's faith, baby. I don't know that I'd have that much faith. I mean, God's put me through the paces where I've lost everything. Okay? More than once. I've been near death several times. I mean, how exactly close to death I was, I don't know, but I thought I was going to die. And I know that sense of just, okay, God, you want it? Yes. But would I have done that for the protracted march that was required of Jacob going all the way to Egypt? You know, I've done it for moments. I don't know if I could do it for 70 years. And I don't know that I could do it for it had to have taken them at least a month to march to Egypt from where they were, with that kind of a company going in with them. I don't know if I'd have that much faith. So it really warrants listing here. 70 years after Jacob entered Egypt, just trusting God, no bargaining. Egypt itself, her dynasty dies. Within that same 70 years, she enslaved Israel. Jacob knew that going in. Joseph knew that going in. He said, when you guys get out, take my sarcophagus with you. And they did, 430 years later. Or, well, it wasn't 430 at the time Joseph spoke. It was like 400. Okay, really 390. As long as Joseph was alive, they weren't enslaved. Okay, do you have that much faith? There's a guy in Cameroon. I heard about this from a missionary years ago. There's a guy in Cameroon who walked 5 freaking miles. And I have to assume that he had nothing if he had to walk that far. Just to hear a tape of my pastor talking for an hour in English. My pastor it wasn't translated in any African language, so that guy from Cameroon had to learn English just to hear my pastor talk. And he walked 5 miles to hear it, because, you know, they don't have the technology we do. So in order to get to electricity and a tape recorder, a cassette tape recorder, by the way, maybe it was reel to reel, I don't know. Would I have walked 5 miles to hear my own pastor? I don't know if I have that much faith. Would I have done what Jacob did? Do I have that much faith? I don't think so. So you see why all history ought to depend on Israel? You got that much faith, honey. Then you can be relied on. Yeah, even when you're reliable at the base, you're going to be all quirky and stupid and unfaithful in the middle. But shouldn't God have done that? Shouldn't God have reposed his word in these people? If they're going to stay under slavery, knowing in advance. I mean, that's a really big accomplishment. If we're going to talk about good deeds, that faith is the best deed there is. There's no good deed you could do to match that. And it's the only thing that does anything for God. Trust me. Because who can do the good deeds? God. Any good deed you can do, he can do it 15 times, 1,000 times faster and better than you. Okay, well, if he says, trust me, ask anything in my name and I'll do it, then you better ask him, honey. Because he can do anything you can't do. You want world hunger solved? Ask him. And if you can ask him and don't, what kind of liability do you incur? This scares me every day. Because, so what do? Because I don't have faith like this. And I certainly can't do good deeds like that. So you know what I say to God every day as often as I think about it? Hi, Dad, confess my arrogance. Everything you say this prayer is and everything my Lord says this prayer is, I wholly incorporate by reference and I absolutely vote for. With him and in him and under him, Dad, I absolutely vote all the foregoing. With an absolute amen and absolutely all of his names are. Now that's a sort of canned language, but I draw up legal documents for a living. So I wanted to get the language just right. I really mean it. I really believe it. I'm really thinking about it when I say it, and they're my words, not somebody else's words. I must say that prayer about, 5, 10 times a day, maybe more. Feel free to use it, but understand what it means. You're authorizing God to dictate the terms of your prayer. Whatever he says your prayer is, you vote for. That's called a carte blanche blanket proxy vote in, finance and in legal circles. In other words, if you own stock, you're giving somebody else the right to vote your stock. I'm giving God the right to vote my stock of prayer. Because I want it to be what he wants. I don't know what to really vote for. He does. And if I vote for his vote, that'll be the best vote for you and me and the world. That's as close as I can come to being like Jacob. Because I don't know if I could walk that distance. Talking the talk is easy for me. Walking the walk, that's another story. So take what faith you got, little or a lot, and use it. That's the message you get from this. Hi, one person, just one life. God cares for you. He's stating everything based on Jacob's death. 70 years, Jacob's vote. So now God votes that Egypt go down. That's pretty powerful, don't you think? A whole dynasty of a whole country goes down because one guy voted. So what might your vote be worth? Not because of you, but because of God's promise to you. What was God's promise to Jacob? Hi, come into Egypt and I'll enslave you. Oh boy, that's a promise you want to make good on, huh? But Jacob did. God's promise to you is, hi, trust me, and eventually I'll kill you. And he will. Someday he'll kill me. I can't kill me. I mean, I can, but I don't have the courage. Someday he'll kill me. That's his promise. I'm waiting for that day. I wish that day was yesterday. I wish I was dead yesterday. I bet Jacob was waiting for that day too. Being alive and enslaved is a lot worse than death. Okay, so Egypt enslaved itself by enslaving the Jews. Because one guy said yes and walked to Egypt. Now, you might have to walk to Egypt. I have to walk to Egypt. What's your Egypt? What's my Egypt? See, that's all being enclosed in here. And what's the context? Appointed times. Separation of dry land and water and vegetation. Yeah. Hammurabi got started. When he got started, that was a separation from other political entities. And oh, he was flourishing and flourishing. That's vegetation. And oh, he has this extra land now, all of lower Mesopotamia. Oh, gee, look at how great I am. And then he wrote up a bunch of laws which people praise but should not. Where's he now? Like the grass, he faded. Egypt. Their greatest dynasty was their 12th dynasty. Even modern historians say that. Where are they now? Dead. Where's Jacob now? He's dead too. But he's with God because he did what he was supposed to do at the appointed time. And what was that? He believed. And it took him 70 years to have the strength to believe in God and walk to Egypt. Now, I haven't lived 70 years. Maybe 70 years from now, if I'm still alive, I'll be as faithful as Jacob was. Doubt it. See? To the land. And it was so. Jacob went to the land. Only it was the land of Egypt. Because he saw the light. Wahayu leminot limorot. Uyahu payanya limorot. The lights. Stamped. This red word is birkya. Birkya is what I want to say, but that's not how the seminary tells you to say it. You're supposed to say birkya. Okay? Wahayu lemorot birkya. And the lights were stamped in the sky. Okay? And that's the word for sky, hashmayim. Okay? La ha or, and the light on the earth, al ha'eretz, where ye ken, and it became exactly as he spoke. Ken means exactly as, just as. So we say, and it was so in English. That's our idiomatic translation of it, which is fine. That was how Jacob regarded God's word. You want me going to Egypt and being enslaved? That's what you want? It is so. And he just walks. That's faith, baby. That's real faith. Now, I'm taking a long time to do this because you had the macro picture here, first day and second day, okay, and third day. Fourth day, completing the picture is the micro, the individual, you, me, here, Jacob. Here's another individual, Sesostris II. I was really surprised that he was picked out. Sesostris II started ruling midway through the first 40 years that Joseph was vizier. Okay? His dad was the pharaoh of the dream. But he's the kid. He could have said no. He could have disagreed with his dad. But he must have had faith too. Because Joseph stayed in power. This is before Jacob even comes to the land. All right? Jacob wasn't in the land. Between 497 and 448 is when Jacob comes to Egypt. Sesostris II is ruling during the last 20 years of the first 40 years that's going to end. It hadn't started even yet. That's going to end with the 7 fat years. So Sesostris is operating on faith because he's not seen any results of fabulous crops yet. His dad believed Joseph because Joseph interpreted his dad's dream. But there were no results yet. That's 20 years after the dream started, 20 years after Joseph was a vizier. Joseph did a lot. He was a good administrator and all the rest of it. But there was no proof that the dream was ever even going to come true at that point. But Sesostris II believed. Okay? Therefore, the extra 7 of the fat years can play. because Sesostris believed. And he kept on ruling during that last 20 years. And so during the last 7 of his 20 years, then at the end of it, see, there were 13 years that he saw nothing. In the last 7, he started to see the fat years. And then he dies. This guy's probably in heaven. I wouldn't be surprised if he's in heaven. Okay? I mean, there's no record to say that he ever believed in Christ. But it wouldn't surprise me but what he did, at least at the end. Because why is the Bible benchmarking him? These are all believers in here. Joseph and Jacob. So why is Sesostris lumped in here with them? That really threw me for a long time. I thought, oh, this has got to be wrong. But you see, each one of these, since this is about appointed times, each one of these is 7th. Okay? And the reason why I got it wrong so many times, the first couple of times, is because I wasn't paying attention to how this is pronounced. Okay? It's used a lot, and I didn't count it properly. Okay, it's birkia. It's 2 syllables. Okay? And then this is lime. That counts as 1 syllable. Shelet. Lim shelet. Lim shelet. Or lim shelet. Shelet. They would have me say shelet. You can't hardly see it, but there's an accent mark at the end of it. Lim shelet. Okay? So that's there. It's here. Okay? So that's why the syllable counts change. And once they did, it's like, oh, golly. All of these events are important, and they exactly tie to the context of appointed times. But now we're talking about individuals. Here, yes, he's Pharaoh. He's Pharaoh who believed. That's what I have to conclude. You know, in earlier episodes, I was thinking, well, he didn't believe. Why is he being used? But if he did believe, why wouldn't he be used? Because the promise is that through the Jews, all of the human race is saved. Messiah is one person. The one person is going to have a biology. The biology is going to have, you know, a group of people, a race. So God created a whole race to be the, like, ambassador on his behalf to the whole human race. Now, do you really care who's the chosen ambassador so long as you get saved? You can have a personal relationship with God just like Jacob. You can have a personal relationship with God just like, hello, Sesostris. Sesostris wasn't a Jew. But how did Abraham become a Jew? Abraham believed in the Lord and it was credited to his account as righteousness. Because he believed, he took the circumcision. But he believed first. That's Paul's big point in Romans 4. Abraham believed first. He became a Jew afterwards. God turned him into a whole race after he believed. So it wasn't the race that made him special. It was the belief. Genesis 15:6. So you're a son of Abraham if you do what Abraham did. And that's what the Lord is busy telling the Pharisees in John 8, where over 50 times in the Greek he says he's God. Now, wouldn't God know what constitutes being special? Because wouldn't God be the guy who invented it? Okay, well, Sesostris too, highlighted here in black, I bet is special. He believed. That's why he's listed here as part of an honor roster, which is really funny because he's listed here as a 49, the implication being that the rest of Israel in his own land wasn't believing in God, but he was. Him and Joseph. Because Jacob wasn't there yet. They weren't the only ones who were Jews that were, there were Jews there in Egypt then. Maybe not continually. In other words, Jacob's family was traveling a lot. They were there in Shechem and past for years. When they go to Egypt the first time, it's during the 7 lean years. They'd been there before. Okay? And they were outside Egypt. How come they weren't believing in God the way Sesostris was? Remember, Jacob's own son sold Joseph into slavery. So they weren't believing in God. But Sesostris was. See the contrast? See why 49 would be applicable? This is 497 years plus 1400, 1897. That's what Sesostris II started to rule. Jacob and family don't come into the land until 27 years later. So you can see why 49 would be used. That's really pithy. The more I look at this, the more comfortable I am with the meter. Because it's driving me crazy that these are all historical persons with historical connections. But Moses is writing a historical story with a 4-part parallel. Your birth, the birth of Israel, going backwards in time. Your birth, the birth of Israel, the birth of the world through Noah at the flood, and the initial rebirth, as it were. All these are rebirths, really. And the rebirth of the world in the 6 literal days. So you got to be born again in order to be saved. Hello. It's really cute. Okay, and then the next guy, of course, is individual Joseph, who at the time he's in prison is 27 years old. So that's kind of cute. 27 years after Sesostris starts to rule. Okay, 27 years. 27. Because he starts to rule in 497 plus 14, 1897. In 1870, Jacob enters the land. Okay, when Joseph is 27, so you always look for the equidistant puns. Then that way you know your meter is right and you're getting more out of what Moses is writing, and you know it's intentional. When Joseph is 27, he's in prison. He cools his heels for 3 years and he tries to be a finagler like his dad, telling the chief cupbearer and the baker, remember me when you get out, having interpreted their dreams. My pastor made a big stink about Joseph being a finagler here when he was talking about his imprisonment. Joseph forgot all about God and decided, well, I'm going to go for politics, the human waters, and I'm going to ingratiate myself with the chief cupbearer and the baker. And I'm going to use this talent God gave me to get the human politics to go my way. Yeah, and it didn't do any good because the cupbearer, who was the best memory in the land, okay, cupbearer was an honorific title. It meant you stood by Pharaoh the whole time. And then when somebody came up to Pharaoh to be introduced, you had to whisper in Pharaoh's ear who the person was, his whole background, so that Pharaoh could pretend to already know the person. That was what the cupbearer did. Plus, he tasted the king's wine in case it was poison. So you had to be a real trusted individual to do that. Okay, and the chief baker, of course, was preparing Pharaoh's food, and there was always the risk of poison there too, especially for these pharaohs, because Sesostris II's great-grandfather was the one who was, plotted with an assassination, which is really funny because his great-grandfather was the guy who assassinated the guy before him. All right, so Joseph's being in prison, suddenly forgetting about God and using his God-given talent to interpret dreams for the chief cupbearer and the chief baker, says that, oh, remember me. Yeah, 2 of the best memories in the land, one guy with a memory for food, the other with a memory for names and backgrounds. Remember me when you get out to Pharaoh, because I'm unjustly imprisoned. And they promptly forget all about Joseph as soon as they get out. One of them gets hanged within 3 days. The other one gets restored to his position. And the one who gets restored to his position doesn't remember Joseph until 3 years later, when Joseph, like Jacob, learned not to be a finagler anymore, at which point Joseph is 30 years old. And then he's made vizier. These are lives of individuals, stories of their individual faith. You have to think it over. Now, does the individual text tie? Well, I think so, because look, Wahayu lemorot birkia hashmayim lachair al haaretz wayihike. In my American accent in Hebrew. Sun, moon, and stars. Actually, that belongs to Joseph's dream. Okay? Jacob's kids are the sun, the moon, and the stars stamped in the sky. Moses is going to later elaborate on that in Deuteronomy 32:8. That's pretty pithy, don't you think? This is why everybody hates the Jews. Seriously, this is why. They are the sun, the moon, and the stars that all history revolves around them. It does. That's a fact. Like it or lump it. And if you don't believe it's a fact, just look at the world governments today. Every single government on this planet has the Mosaic Law as part of its constitution. They won't admit that. They won't call it that. But when you look at the provisions in the Mosaic Law and the Ten Commandments, and you look at the constitutions of every single government on this planet today, they're the same. There was no such set of laws at the time Israel came out of the land. Hammurabi's laws were nothing like that. Nothing like the Mosaic Law. If we were still alive with Hammurabi's laws, and somebody accused you of stealing from them, under Hammurabi's law, you would have to jump into a river. And if you drowned, you were guilty. That's nothing like the constitutions of today. We'd all laugh at that kind of a standard. That was Hammurabi's law. Go look it up yourself. That's not the constitution of the world today. And that wasn't the Mosaic Law either. The Mosaic Law said there have to be 2 witnesses testifying against you independently, not knowing of each other's testimony, before you can even begin to convict. And then there were all kinds of other rules and laws. And under Hammurabi, pretty much everything was the death penalty. There were certain financial exactions, but for the most part, it was the death penalty. So they just didn't know how to deal with it. That wasn't the Mosaic Law at all. The whole Sanhedrin is a panel of 70 jurists. That was actually started by a Midianite named Jethro that got approved. There's nothing like that in the law today. Okay? So yeah, sun, moon, and stars stamped in the sky, that's Israel. And Israel is the inheritance name of Jacob. Like it or lump it, honey. Now, does that mean that you should fawn over the Jews? No. But you better respect that God put them here for a purpose and let him deal with anything that he finds wrong with them. Don't you try. Now, we're all citizens of the countries to which we belong, and if we violate the laws of our own country, then, according to the laws of our own country, we ought to be prosecuted or whatever. Doesn't matter whether you're Jew, Gentile, or a tulip, okay? But if you got any personal grudge against the Jews, you're just asking for your life to be miserable. I've seen it happen too many times in people in my own family. Anti-Semitism is something you do not want to suffer from. And you will suffer the rest of your life, and you will go crazy. Because God said, Wayahu lemorot birkia hashmayim. God made them the sun, the moon, and the stars through Joseph. That's why Joseph gets to be vizier even as Moses was Pharaoh. Did they deserve what God gave them? No. Do you? No. But there is a system that God has authored. You don't like it? Hey, be my guest. And when you start to hurt, now you'll know why. God has appointed times and appointed people, and that's what this listing explains. Individuals. Okay, but aren't you an individual? Doesn't God have an appointed time for you? How do you know he doesn't want to make you a vizier? How do you know he doesn't want to make you president of the United States? How do you know he doesn't want to make you have some kind of leadership position? Even if it's within your own family. You're not small to God. And you don't need the politics of the world. But sometimes, you know what? He has to put people in leadership positions so that they're Pharaoh. They don't deserve that. But boy, oh boy, you get put in a position like that, you better have faith. You're going to need it. Because how do you handle such a big position? Not easily, not well. And Joseph didn't handle it well. That's why he got imprisoned. Okay, so that's the plus and the minus of it. He's vizier here. Had been for 20 years. Sesostris saw no benefit to it until the last 7. But he trusted Joseph the first 13. Joseph stopped trusting in God, got imprisoned. 3 years later, he finally stops being such a putz. So then he gets promoted to vizier. And that's why Jacob can come into Egypt 27 years after Joseph aged 27. That means really, 47 by that point. Okay? And that's why Joseph was appointed to be born, just like you were, just like I was. We don't know God's plan for our life. It might be, and probably is, more than you can ask or think. Ephesians or Philippians 3:20. More than you can ask or imagine. When Jacob left for Haran, 490 years after the flood, he wasn't thinking about how important he was. What he was thinking about is, oh wow, I fell asleep on a rock, and then I see God. Let's hurry up and go to Haran and get the wife I'm supposed to get. God has a plan for my life. That's all he knew. He didn't know it was going to end here. You don't know where your life is going to end. You don't know what God's got in mind for your life altogether. You might have a hint. Honey, its plan is bigger than you think. Am I doing this video for you? I had no idea that this is what I was going to end up doing. This shocks me completely. I shouldn't be allowed to do this. How can I know so much? It's not my knowledge, that's how. Every day I think to myself, oh, I shouldn't be allowed to live. You don't know what God's got in plan for you. I'm an example of that. When I was 20 years old and I believed in Christ knowingly, I believed in him as a kid, didn't know. I had no idea this is where I'd end up. Do you know where you're going to end up? No. Would you like to know? Ask God's plan for your life. See, that's what the story is telling you. Appointed time to be born. Appointed time to get married, if at all. Appointed time maybe to be in prison. Appointed time maybe to be Pharaoh. Appointed time to die. Fourth day, completion. 4 is the number of completion in the Bible. So isn't this really apt? Now, I think I've harangued on it, so I'm going to stop now. We'll cover 5th day next segment. All right, now we're at the 6th day. And it's really provocative, or at least I think it's provocative, that he starts the 6th day immediately with the summoning 35, which means God's vote. If it's God's vote, then this is Genesis 11:31. Okay, Terah takes his family to Haran from just before the Gudians take over. Did he know the Gudians were going to take over? Was Noah in Haran? Because Noah's alive at this point. It's 2135 BC. Noah has 35 years left on his clock. See, because we got Noah's death introducing it, so that kind of... See, this is the 5th day, but it begins on the evening of the day prior. So the 6th day is beginning on the evening of the 5th day. So he's linking the Noah connection to Terah, who's much later, obviously, but 35 years prior to Noah's death, because we're going backwards in time. There's 700 years post Noah's death. There's 35 years before Noah dies. 35 is God's vote. God voted that Terah leave Ur and go to Haran. Terah is the one doing the leaving. That's what Genesis 11:31 says. Where did he get that order from? Did he get it from Noah, who got it from God? Did he get it directly from God? That matters because up here, just prior, Abram is now 75 years old. He is told to leave Haran. He's told to leave his father. At this point, he's like 25 years old, 18 or 25 years old. So then, if God ordered Terah to do it, which is the implication of the 35, did God use Noah to order Terah, to tell Terah, to warn Terah? Or did God talk to Terah directly? Because he talks to Abram directly. Doesn't show God talking directly to Terah. But the 35 was like, well, it was supposed to be. So did he tell Noah? Was Noah in Haran? Because by the time Abraham leaves 49 years later, see 35 and 14. By the time Abram leaves Haran 49 years later, God is talking directly to Abraham, and he's telling him to leave his father, who is still alive. Noah is dead at that point, but his father is not dead. So what's the story here? Okay, let me show you. Because maybe what I'm saying is wrong. Okay. I say a thing and then I really should check my homework. Wait a minute. Here we got Terah. Terah's 70 years old when he sires Abram. He dies at 205, so he lived another 135 years. So when Abram is 75 years old, Terah, his father, is still alive, yes. Because 70 plus 75, no, I'm wrong. Okay, I'm wrong. Terah's dead. No, he's still alive. He's 70 when he sires Abram. 70 and 75, it's 145. So he's got 60 years left to live, so he must have gone negative. Because God is ordering Abram directly to leave his own father. And it says so right in the text of Genesis 12. Leave your father. So then did Terah go negative? Even so, he wasn't apparently negative here. When he takes Abram, who's already married, and Nahor, who's already married, takes them and goes from Ur to Haran. Okay? It's real important to say that because scholars get all confused about the age of Hebrew. They just mix it up with Chaldean, and they just mix it up with Aramaic. And those are really three distinct languages. And a sloppy scholar will try to say that the Bible is a lot later written because they're not paying close attention to how old the language is. Okay? They're linking it up with later languages. What they don't understand is that if Hebrew is the older language, the later languages will be influenced by it. That doesn't mean that the later language is that the earlier language is the same age. It just means that it's the like progenitor. Like English, for example. The English language has got a lot of Latin in it. It's got a lot of Spanish in it. It's got a lot of German in it in particular. A lot of French. Of course, German and French are about the same. Different pronunciation, but the people are the same. Okay, so you can't say that English is the parent of German and Latin because we have so many Latin words. So you can't say that the later Aramaic and the later Chaldean is the parent of Hebrew or close to it in time. They're not. Okay, this is really, really old Hebrew you're looking at here. But it is the underpinning of a lot of later languages. Okay, this wasn't written in 700 BC. It's 700 years older. The names of God, for example, change. Pan Bible, because the Bible's written over a period of 1,500 years. The spelling changes, the references change, the place names change. Okay? So stupid people who don't do their homework are going to sit there and say, well, you see, the name for God is the same in 700 BC as it is in the book of Genesis. Therefore, Genesis is written in 700 BC. No. And here's your big hint. 700 years after Noah dies, Moses writes. 686 years after God ordered Abraham leave Haran, Moses writes. 651 plus 7 years after Abram's maturation, Moses writes. So he's telling you when he writes each time. And the text is real pithy to link with the date. That tells you how old the book is. Okay. But Terah is doing his own exodus, just like Moses is writing as a result of an exodus. Terah is doing his own exodus 735 years before Moses writes. That's 2135 BC. Once you get past all the superficial lack of scholarship hurdles about how old the Bible text is, and you start looking at what it says, then you start to realize, oh, wait a minute. This book is saying some pretty profound things. And yeah, it's clever. It's called literature. And yeah, it's linking up the metaphor of a real restoration of the earth in a literal 6 days. And now we're talking about day 6 once we get down here. Okay, day 6. Okay, once you get past all the stupid baby hurdles, is the Bible really the Word of God? Once you accept that it is, and granted that takes some time, then once you see what it says, it's like, oh my God, I shouldn't be allowed to live. Exodus from Ur to Haran, paralleled with Exodus of Moses, with Israel, paralleled with Noah's exodus from and on the sea, due to God's order in each case. So then God has probably some order he wants to give you that's going to have a historical impact on your life. Do you know what it is? Wouldn't you want to know what it is? Forget about being moral and doing good deeds and being a good person. That's not an issue. It wasn't an issue for Abram, who lied about his wife. It wasn't an issue for Noah, who had sex with his own son. Okay? It wasn't an issue for Terah, who obviously went negative, but wasn't negative here. So yeah, do you have your own flaws and sins and negativity? Sure. You're human. Welcome. So what's God's vote for you? That's the point of this passage. God voted that Israel be free. Well, did you ever stop to read what Israel did during those 40 years? She was a real pistol. The people who left with Moses were jerks. All they ever did was complain. All they ever did was want to go back to Egypt. They wanted to go back to their slavery. They hated being free. What do? All we do is complain. But God voted, and so it was. That's the story, and so it was. Right there. God voted Terah leave Ur for Haran, and so it was. What ye he can, and so it became. Terah that day had faith in God. So God ordered it somewhere, direct or indirect, and so it happened. Now, what is this? Oh, this is about beasts. God orders all the big land beasts to be made. And so they were. Everybody of every single kind inhabiting on the earth. See? On the earth. Land animals. Land animals. What does he do then? And then God made them. Okay? On the earth, of every kind. And they're all the creeping on fours and blah, 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 blah. You know that text. The beasts on the earth is what we got to talk about now. If you look in the Bible, everywhere you see beast. Hema, right here. In the Greek, it's usually called thurion. Not necessarily that. Thuriop or thurion. TH looks like a skinny, tall zero with a, what do you want to call it? Vertical line, horizontal line in the center. Let's just go with it. Okay. Oh, they're using Zosan here. So he's not using, there it is. There you go. Right here. Beast. Animal. Okay. And then here's the word for animal in Hebrew. Hema. Okay. It's generic term. Okay. It's not necessarily hippopotamus, but hippopotamus is part of it. Okay, that's used what in Job, I think, the hippopotamus thing. Doesn't say what it's used, but I remember it in Job. Alright. That's where we get the English behemoth from. Okay? Hema. Look at it again. Oh, it's got the ba in there. I'm sorry. I'm thinking that's in. Okay, it's bahema. This is where we get the English behemoth. Alright? Beasts. God decrees beasts on land. And then, very cleverly, he makes man, but it's not the same. He makes man in our image. So this decree of beasts, you could argue, is some version, and I've said this before and I'll keep on saying it, you could argue this is some version of an evolutionary process. Is it like the so-called evolution that so-called science claims? Not necessarily. But is there such a possibility? Yeah. Okay? It says so right here. But you are not evolved. That's the big point being made here. On the sixth day, God creates land animals and he creates man. The difference between them is that man is created in God's image. But the beasts are not. Let me just show the whole text. I don't know why people have so much trouble with Genesis. Alright? Every living creature, cattle, creeping thing, blah, blah, blah. Alright? Makes the beast, blah, 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 blah. Alright? Then, by distinction, let's make man in our image. And let them rule over the fish, the sky, the sea, everything that he had already created on the fifth and sixth day. Okay? And then you have God created man, he blessed them. Okay? Be fruitful and multiply, subdue it, rule over everybody. Okay? Now, it's rule over everybody. The initial rule was not eat them. That everybody got, vegetation to eat. God did not recreate the world with us being carnivores. All right? Now, if you're a vegetarian, do not turn this into some big pride thing about how you're a vegetarian. If you want to be a vegetarian, that's fine. That's up to you. But once the fall occurs, no more vegetarian. Okay? But God didn't design violence to be the method by which you eat and live, is the point. Okay? That became necessary after in order to teach the violence of sin. If you still want to be a vegetarian as a result, fine, have at it. That's your prerogative. Okay? You're still going to need to take vitamin B12, and that comes only from animals. So one way or another, an animal has to die in order for you to live, like it or lump it. Because vitamin B12 is only found in animals. You can do it in milk. Okay? You can do it in eggs, but eggs is an unborn chick. So just get used to it. Appreciate that a life is being given for you. That's the point of having to eat an animal, not just a plant. You're not evolved. You're not a beast. You weren't designed to be a beast. You were designed to be made in the image of God and to rule the beasts, whether you eat them or not, so that you have an understanding of what it's like for God to be God. That's the whole message here. All right? So you have a choice before you. You can live like a beast, or you can live the way God intended. It's up to you which one you want. Terra exits as God intended. That's the 35 telling you that. After he left, and that's a historical thing, you can look it up, the Gutians, Gutians. Took me a long time in making these videos before I remembered. The Gutians came in and overran Ur. How long they were there or what, I don't know, but it was really violent. Terah and Abram and Nahor and everybody would have been all caught up in that if God didn't deliver them out of it. Just like he delivered Noah in a flood, he delivered Terah in an exodus prior. See, Noah's story is a type of exodus. Moses is writing at the exodus, or 40 years afterwards. These are previous precedenting exodi that involve some kind of water, because Terah's going over land. But maybe from Ur to Haran, he had to go through water too. I don't know. The point is it's an exodus. The point is it's a deliverance. The point is that the one leaving was listening to God, not to his animal instincts. And all the animals died. When Noah gets in the boat, the only animals who survive are the ones in the sea, the ones in the air, and the ones in the boat. Humans could have been in that boat instead, but they preferred to be like animals and not listen to God, so they all drowned. You take human water, you drown. You take God's water, you survive. You take God's water, he tells you sometimes to leave. And if you leave, you get protected. That's if you're not an animal. See, animals, they don't have souls. They can't disobey God. They have a sort of hopefully happy existence while they're still here. But once they're dead, they're dead. I would like to think, and my pastor tried very hard to find some proof in the Bible that our dear pets, when they're departed, actually, will live again. And of course, God could recreate them. But there's no evidence. He desperately wanted to find evidence that his beloved dogs would, have a life again. He couldn't find any. Okay? I would like it if my bird would come back to life. Very much so. I miss her every day. I can't even talk about it without crying. So I got to change subject because the tears are welling up now and I got to stay sane. Okay? You are not an animal. Your soul goes on forever. When your body dies, only the body dies. That's what differentiates you from an animal. The animal is, the life is in the blood of an animal. The life is in your body. It's in the blood of your body, but your body dies. You don't, because you're made in the image of God. Selmo. Okay? Kid Moten. In God's image, in God's likeness. Adam. That means red earth. It means man. It means red earth in Navajo also. The language. Okay? So you are not like animals. But if you want, you can live like an animal. And if Terra had lived like an animal, he would have stayed in Ur and been overrun by the animals who used to be humans. Devolution is a Bible theme. Devolution into animals. You can live according to your animalistic body, and it's a pretty strong influence every single day. Or you can go past it and learn to live like God. Now that's not an easy thing to do. And it isn't your ability that enables you to do that. God had to order it. God had to bless it. Okay? See? Wa, ya, ba, ra. He had to make it. Wa, ya, ba, rak. He blessed it. See? Wa, ya, bara. He made. Wa, ya, barak. He blessed. Okay? He's blessing man here and saying, be fruitful and multiply. Same command as he gave to creatures, except that man has the option to say no. Because man is made in God's image. So what this ends up pointing out here, that all this is 6th day, and it's all lumped together because he's saying, hi, you have a choice. You got a body that's made like a beast. Okay, and if, some people want to argue evolution of a human biology, well, maybe. But bear in mind that evolution is the wrong term for it. It should be called adaptation. Because evolution is to change from one kind of species to another. And if a human does not evolve. That's not even the right term. Because once you evolve, you're no longer human. See, if we say humans evolved, it means we came from something that was not human to become human. Okay, so then as human, you have to go beyond human. Okay, well, this is God's own beyond human plan right here. I'm going to make you in my image. That's beyond human. This is the evolution plan of God for you right here. Okay, but you can say no to that. If you say no to that, then you can devolve into being an animal. Because you can be fruitful and multiply as an animal. Okay? Take your choice. If you listen to God, then when the animals want to overrun your town, you are going to be alerted and you'll leave. Or he'll cause something to happen in your life so that you'll have to exit. And that will save you. You might not even know it at the time. Look back on your life. Think about the times that you were in danger. What happened that you didn't get hurt? I've been in danger a lot of times in my life. So I started to realize this stuff early, but maybe for you it's only been 2 or 3 times. You're still just as valid. Quantity is never a measure of truth. Quality is only the measure of truth. Look back on your own life. How many times have you had an exodus? And how many beasts do you know among your fellow humans? Quite a few. They're living like this. Oh, the only thing that's real is my body. Really? Then how come nobody can see thought? It's pretty real, but nobody can see it. It has no matter, mass, or energy. And yet it exists. How come? Where does it come from? Thought is not biological. People have been trying to measure it for years. They've been doing experiments on the brain for years and years and years, and still are. Where's the thought in the brain? Nobody can find it. The closest thing they can find are like little pointer devices that they're kind of like reflexes. If you hit a certain point of your brain, what happens is your soul, remembers a smell or a color. Well, but smell and color are body functions, associating you in your soul with a memory. Okay, but nobody can find the memory. Where is it located? Your soul is not a hard drive. So where is it? How can it run your body? Yeah, because you're made in the image of God, which means that you're not material. Now, I realize that's a lot to throw at people, so I'm going to shut up now. But you get the point. Be an animal or be a human. If you're human, you're made in God's image, and the real you is not your body. Never was, never will be. You're not human in your mother's womb. You're not human until you're born, because God, Genesis 2:7, upcoming, is going to breathe lives into the exited body out on the ground. You're not alive until you're breathing. It's called nefesh. Neshama, breathing. When you're independently breathing, then you're alive. Until then, you're not. Not even an animal is alive until it's independently breathing. So all those eggs and chickens and all those little mammals in kangaroo pouches, they're not alive yet until they're breathing through their own nostrils. Okay? That's Genesis 2:7. Now, why am I sort of harping on this? Because Terra is independent. When you're alive and you're breathing on your own, you're independent. Maybe a little independent, maybe a lot independent. But Terra could have said no to God, because Terra is not an animal. So his 35 is being put here with God creating animals, kind of from what I can tell, by way of contrast. All right? Because look. See if I can just get it to sort here. Here's verse 24 in English. Let earth bring forth living creatures. That's a kind of Exodus. Exit, when it says bring forth, it's yalad, and it means to bear, to have kids. I think it's yalad. Let's make sure. Whoops. Yeah, yalad. Or yatzer. Sorry, see, I am wrong. Yatzer means to birth. Okay? It's translated go out, come forth, because it has all those meanings. But it's talking about exit. Exodus is an exit. Exit. Exit from the earth. Now, hopefully you know that biology is not made up of dirt. Dirt doesn't suddenly form soldiers like in the ancient movie Jason and the Argonauts, which is one of my favorite scenes in that movie, where the soldiers suddenly come to life springing up out of the earth. I loved that movie when I was a kid. All right? That's not what this is. But it is organic. You have an organic component. You have a body. The body has its own needs and desires, and yes, they are earthly. But your soul is the opposite of that, because you're made in the likeness of God. But selmo, kidmotenu, our. Kidmotenu. So God's saying, let the earth bring forth. See, here's bring forth. Totsa. Tots. That's from Yatzer, right here. See? Okay, they say Yatza, but it's Yatzer. All right. Birth. The Mother Earth. This is where we get Mother Earth from. Nefesh, breathing. Breathing through your own nostrils. That's life. Haya. See, breathing life. If you're not breathing on your own, you're not alive. So there's no such thing as human life in the womb. There's no breathing by the fetus in the womb. All the breathing is done by mommy. And mommy's placenta provides the oxygen to the fetus. The fetus does not breathe. The fetus is all clogged up. The first thing that you have to do when a baby is born is you have to unplug its nostrils. Then, and only then, is there nefesh haya, breathing life. That's the Bible. I didn't write those words. Okay? So, Tara is breathing life, and Tara can breathe like an animal or breathe like a human. And God says, let the earth bring forth every kind of creature. But some of those creatures are going to overrun earth, so God says somehow, directly or indirectly, to Tara, get out of there. And Tara brings forth his family from to Haran. In other words, the beasts are going to overrun, and so Tara exits. God said, exit. Give birth. Exit. Birth is an exit. So Tara's faith was strong enough that he could exit back then. Now, I'm sorry I spent so much time on this. I really didn't mean to. But it bothered me why this was being used so quickly after the start of day 6 with this text. And now I understand it. If I didn't communicate it well, then just complain to God about me and ask God to explain it better. Because I'll probably screw it up the second time too. All right, going farther. The rest of this text, because I don't want to spend time going through all the Hebrew. You can read it yourself in your free time. Okay, the rest of this text, see? Let's make man, create a man, be fruitful and multiply. I've given you everything to eat from plants. Okay? Okay, and you have given them plants. All the beasts have plants, all of you have plants. Okay? End of the 6th day. Be fruitful and multiply. That's where it stops. And notice, there are no 7s between here and here. This is my big smoking gun. I'm so happy I found this. I can't even begin to talk. We had 7 here, 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 and then there's a gap, I suppose, but there's only 2 lines of text. And even a 7 here. But nothing. Look at all this text. From verse 24 to verse 31, it isn't until verse 31 that it's 7s. Verse 24, 7s. And then not until verse 31. That's real important. When you don't see sub-7s in a Bible passage that's metered, that's telling you the people are negative. The sub-7s in a Bible passage are indicative of some response positive to God. I showed that already in all the many and boring GGS 11 videos I did in the Paul Meter GGS 11 channel. Okay? Paul traces out the 400-year future history of church and how it goes in the toilet by Constantine. From Constantine forward, Paul's basically saying, don't even expect church to grow. It ain't going to happen. So then why are we still here? And as Paul ends it in Ephesians 1:12, there will be handfuls. You, me, the guy next door, somebody in Zimbabwe. We all don't know each other. We're just individuals. See, individual Jacob, individual Sesostris, individual Joseph. And then he stays with individuals. Individual Abram, individual Noah, individual Terah. Terah is mentioned. This is what killed me about this passage. Terah? Terah doing his own exodus, taking Abram and Nahor out of Ur to Haran. And there are no other sevens afterwards? This really bugged me until I understood it just now. Because God is saying, hi, I've not only been giving you a sort of chronology of how Israel came to exist, I've been giving you a chronology of human volition. Human volition had a positive period. It's not just Israel's slavery. This signifies a certain amount of positiveness in the human race. So too here. Okay? 63 means vote short. Almost enough positive volition, but not quite. Here, again, shortfall. The vote is short. It's in danger, but Moses voted. So time goes on. Okay? A lot more positive volition was here. So that's almost a 98. That means God's purpose is finished. It didn't get finished, but it got realized. It got started. 14, that's a good sign. 70, very good sign. 49, diaspora vote. Yeah, and who's in diaspora? Sesostris is ruling pro, but Jacob's family is not. Okay? Their votes were negative. That's why they're starving. That's why the 7 and lean and the fat years had to, fat and then lean years had to exist. Joseph was positive. That's a 21. That's a positive number of Pan Bible. Okay, years since Joseph's birth, 546 years since Joseph's birth, marked as a 28 means that there was growth and there was some trouble too, which of course we know. 14, same idea. Jacob was learning. He was also a putz, and he also worked 14 years overtime. So that 14 is doing triple duty there as a sort of ha-ha. Okay, 91, 35, God's vote. Again, see, these are all good numbers. And then you get here, and then there's nothing. It's exactly the style. Now I understand it better. It turns out, and I didn't know this 5 years ago when I first did it, it turns out that when Paul is doing the same kind of timeline for the history of the church, which at the time he writes is yet future, whereas Moses is doing a retrospective exposition, when Paul's doing it, he's doing it in the future. In Ephesians 1:12, he stops 70. He stops it. Ephesians 1:12 through 14 is 91 syllables. And of course, he's covering the period here. He's elaborating on this part of Genesis 1. But even so, that means everybody's negative. So what's the story of the retroactive exposition that Moses is giving you? Hi, I'm writing you 1050 years after the flood. And in the last 350 years, only the first 35 had positive volition. So this is like the capstone reason why Israel is called out. It's really important because he's setting the theme for the whole book of the Bible. When people will not respond to the word God gives them, to the time God gives them, then something nasty has to happen. And he's paralleling Israel's deliverance with the flood because Israel's deliverance occurred under some pretty nasty circumstances. First, God sent Moses to Pharaoh, a former Pharaoh to a current one. The current Pharaoh at the time Moses went was Amenhotep II. He goes to Amenhotep II, and Amenhotep II has every reason to hate Moses. Amenhotep II's father was Thutmose III, the second Thutmose III. Okay, who had died. Amenhotep II had been a ruler for about 8 years at that time, and the Exodus itself takes place over 364 days, approximately. It might be 370, I have to hone it down. Okay? Let my people go. He didn't say release us from slavery. He said, let my people go to the wilderness to worship the real God. And that was a reasonable request. And Amenhotep II, who owed those same people quite a lot, because they were the reason why Egypt had so much prosperity. Amenhotep II says no. So eventually, Israel has to be delivered by means of violence. And by the time she is, what, half the population of Egypt, a quarter of the population of Egypt left with Israel. Because they believed too. After seeing all those plagues and nasty things happen, they believed. See, sometimes something nasty has to happen before you believe. The flood had to happen. People weren't believing. That's why the flood happened. That's why it's so apt that there's no 70. All the way from 735 down to 1050, there are no extra sevens. Negative volition. That's why Israel had to be called out. There are so few people who are positive that they're just enough to create one little nation. We're going to do it spectacularly and in a nasty fashion so people know where they can go to vote with their feet to the nexus of 3 continents. So Israel herself is a flood, leaving Egypt, parting the Red Sea, that floods the troops trying to capture and kill her. So it's a warning, of course, to anybody who wants to be against Israel. Don't do that. Okay? And God saw, Vayireh Elohim at kal asher asa v'hineh tov. Let me translate for you. I'll try to match the meter. And saw God that all which he had made, behold, it was good. Behold, good. It's literal. Hineh, look. Tov, good. Okay? Everything he did. And it's not just good, it's ma'od good. Ma'od means vehemently. Let's do it again. Vayireh, yareh, past tense. Elohim at kal asher asa v'hineh tov ma'od. And saw God that all which he made, behold, good, vehemently. You can see the excitement. Because there's a lot of, elision going on there. A lot of ellipsis of stuff. There's no, you don't need the word in here for is, either. But you get it more thoroughly if I did it in that order. Those are the actual order of the actual Hebrew words. Yareh Elohim et kal asher asa v'hineh tov ma'od. 1050 years post-flood, it was good that Israel have her exit and that she wandered for 40 years in the wilderness. See, she actually exits 10 years after the flood, and that's going to matter because it's kind of timed to David's birth too. But Moses is writing 1050 years after the flood, which means that the deadline for them to enter the land is now being met because he's writing in the year that they're going to enter the land, which is the year he's going to die. Moses is going to have his own exodus from this world and knows it and is writing his swan song, the Song of Moses, Deuteronomy 32, Psalm 90, the whole book of the Bible. That gets to be the last thing he does on this earth. And he sees that it's good, and he's pretty happy. I mean, honey, if he was upset about dying, then why is he writing? He's not upset. God told him he was going to die. Leads him up to Mount Nebo. And you're going to find out that story in later books. He leads him up to Mount Nebo, and he says, "Hi, because you got mad at me at Second Meribah, and you struck the rock when I said speak to it. Okay, here, you can look at, Yire, Yare, you can look at the land that your people are going to inherit, but you can't go in it." And that's how he begins the book of Deuteronomy, sort of blaming them for his own flaw. Okay? But when you're a leader and you got 6 million people kvetching at you for 40 years, you're going to lose your temper too, which is what happened to him. I wish I was as good as Moses was. I lose my temper at everything. Years post-flood, 1050. You see why? The ultimate reason why Israel is a flood to the nations is because if there is no Israel, there's no place to go to vote, and there's no positive volition because people are drowning in the sea of people. My mother, my brother, my father, my sister, my nation. You have to be loyal to your people. You have to be loyal to your tradition. You have to be loyal to this person and that person. And because I say so, and really what they're trying to do is enslave you to their ideas. Herd bound. Be part of the herd. You're not a good person if you're not part of the herd. You're not a good person if you're not doing good for people. See how immoral that is? The most immoral thing you can do is good deeds. Let it be God deeds. That's Kitov. This whole first of Genesis is what? God deeds, God deeds, God deeds, God deeds, God deeds. And all the world is saying good deeds. Yeah, and the world is trying to flood you and enslave you, and that's how they end too. So 1050 years after that flood, Moses writes about the flood of Israel so that you can get in your own ark and be saved from the flood of people. And that is Tov Ma'od, vehemently good. Because, honey, for over 300 years, everybody's been negative. And this is prophetic, too. Because the time of the judges is just after Moses dies, and everybody's negative then, too. And that goes on for 350 years after Moses writes. So, 700 to 1050 is 350. That's the same number of syllables and years that are in Psalm 90, which is prophetic. So this sort of like leads into it, which means that he wrote Genesis 1 first, and then he writes Psalm 90 later on in the year. So I don't know if I've explained it well enough, probably not. But I feel now much more comfortable about what I've said these meters mean. If you find that I'm wrong, or my counts are wrong, or you find a better meaning, please, if you're willing, let me know. The only thing left to say is that this is all about the time after Israel's time is up. And Paul elaborates on that in Ephesians 1:3-14, which I've already covered in videos, the Paul Meter GGS 11 channel. Again, if you find anything wrong with what I've said, don't be shy. Insult me. I could care less. Just be substantive. Tell me where I'm screwing up. Peace out. I'm going to try to wrap this up. And there's still a lot of questions to cover. The first one in my mind is, why is it 490? The fact that it's a 1050 unit composed of 490 plus 70, 490 is here resolved as a fact, but not as a reason. We got the 1050 here. Moses is writing 1050 years post-flood. 1050 is indeed the accounting unit. The next question becomes, what is it made up of? Okay. Since Jacob leaving for Haran is 560 years before Moses writes, and he's writing 1050 years before the flood, the only other piece left is 490. 490 plus 70 plus 490. So that too is validated. When I first started doing this 10 years ago, I didn't know any of this. And I only started doing Genesis a few months ago. And I saw the 490 accounting in Daniel 9, and I don't know how I got to a 1050. Oh yeah, I do know. I made some kind of typo. when I was typing up mirroring.htm. And God used that typo to cause me to understand that the 1050 is the basic unit, and it's made up of 490 plus 70 plus 490. And that's why those accounting pieces are used in Daniel 9. So I started playing with those ideas. I got the timeline that you see here and genius.xls, which I did way before I learned the meter. I had no idea that there was a meter to back up any of this in those days, because I did this back in 2004. Okay, I didn't start learning the meter until 2008, which I first learned in Isaiah 53, and everything else since has been a kind of rollout. 2009, I learned Psalm 90. 2010, I learned Ephesians, and somewhere between there, I learned about Daniel 9, or as a result of it. And then I learned Magnificat as a result of it. And then, after that, I started going into the other Bible books. And now all the New Testament, I've at least done the dateline meters for the first chapters. And now I'm doing Genesis, because Genesis ought to be the source of all meter. And so the question is, what kind of source is it? Okay, that's not really good. Let's do 5. What kind of source is it? Which leads us back here. Because why is it 490, then 560, then another 490? And there's 2 tracks that the 490 runs on. I'm not going to explain that. So that the last 50 years of the second 490 forms a separate voting period for unbelievers. Okay, and that's why the flood was a 120-year announcement. 70 years for believers, 50 years for unbelievers. They combine. And then only Noah and his family responded. And so that's why only Noah and his family were saved, because only Noah and his family got in the boat. Well and good. So I see those numbers, the facts of those numbers, right here. Right here. And then, of course, the difference is 490. And then there's a play on 490 made here, because Sesostris becomes Pharaoh during the last 20 years of the first 40 years of Joseph's rule. And then during the last 7 of those last 20, the 7 fat years occur. So it's Sesostris II, who is the son of the Pharaoh of the dream, who sees the proof of the Pharaoh of the dream, that the Pharaoh of the dream, his father was Amenemhet II, believed Joseph. So Joseph was made vizier, and it wasn't until his son that proof came in. And his son dies before the 7 fat years are even over. His son dies 5 years into the 7 fat years. Jacob and his family don't come in until the 5th year of the 7 lean years, which immediately follow. Okay? And why am I bringing all that up? Because all of these pieces of time, accounting units, real time though, 1050 minus 490 equals 560 minus 490 would take you back to 560 minus 490 would take you back to here. This is supposed to be a 70, but it's not. It's a 63. Why? Here's why. We have the second 1050 ending here at 2100. Okay? This is the end of, 2100 and 490. The end of the 490 after the 2100. 490 plus 2100. That's 2590. So 2590 was when the 490 ended. 2590 right here. 2590 is when the voting period therefore began. It would end in 2660. Moses in the interim has quit being Pharaoh. He's gone out to the wilderness. He's voted. He's seen God. God's appointed him the whole bit. He comes back, but not in 2660. He comes back really in 2665. Israel goes out in the Exodus in 2666. And when you read the text, you find out that it's pretty much at the end of what would become their first year. Okay, because that's how he starts their year. All right, that ends up being the seventh month on the civil calendar. They go out on what was Noah's birthday. That ends up being called Passover because they're passing over dry shod through the Yam Suf, the Reed Sea. Okay? But you'll notice this is 7 years later. If this is measured from beginning of year, and it is, this is actually measured from end of year. And because it's the 7th month versus the autumnal equinox, this is beginning of year autumnal equinox. So you have to call it 7. It's not exactly 7. All right, so now look. 7 minus 70 is 63. Now what does that mean? This, if Israel had come out in 2660 instead of 2666, then by the time you got to 3150, she would have been gone out 490 years. 3150 minus 490 is 2660. But she comes out instead 2666, so she is over time. She comes out 484 years after. There's 484 years on the clock, or you can even say 483 years on the clock to make it a 7, because it's 6.5, okay? The 483 years on the clock. You're beginning to understand where the 483 in Daniel 9:27 is coming from? God always uses equidistance. She's 483 years to the 490 expiration. So now she's got to accomplish the goal in a shorter period of time. Now she does, because the goal is for Israel to be a nation and to have her own king. That king ends up being David, and he too ends up being late another 7 years because he's not crowned over all Israel until late 1004 BC. I call it 1003 because it's easier for math, but it's late 1004. So the deadline by the 3150 for Israel to be a nation and to be in the land is met. But it's met in a compressed period of time, off schedule. And because it's off schedule, Christ has to be born 1,000 years after David is crowned king over all Israel, which is 3 years earlier than he should have been born under the Mosaic schedule that was set up here. And when that Mosaic schedule was set up here, there was already a debit for 7 years because Israel is already 7 years late coming in. See, he's writing this just before she's going into the land. She didn't make up that lost time when she first got out. It's been 40 years. And she's still 7 years. That 7 years never got made up during the 40. Okay? Analogous to Sesostris II, 40 years with the 7 inside it. So Israel had a 40 years with a 7 inside it. So Christ would have a 40-year allotment, but would die at 33. So David ruled 40 years over Israel at the time he retired, but 33 years over all Israel and 7 years over Hebron. And then he lives another 7 years in his retirement, so he ends up ruling 40 years over all Israel too. So Christ can, but doesn't. because he gets killed early. See? God's keeping track of the deadline here too. What does that then tell us? This is making a pointed reference to the fact that Israel is 7 years into a 490 when she gets called out at the Exodus. Because he's writing a total of 63 sevens from her slavery, and you do the math. That's how come I know what year it was. 2666. Now I knew that from just the math of the Bible's dates. But you can also know it from the meter. Okay? So she's late. That's why that 7 is in ellipsis. It remains. It gets made up and then it gets lost again. It gets made up and it gets lost again. By the time Christ is born, the only way it's going to get made up is if he lives a full 40 years. But he doesn't. And the scholars all miss it because they're using lunar years in Daniel 9:26 to account. So because of their error, the Bible gets blamed. I am so sick of people blaming the Bible as being wrong when they're the ones who are being incompetent. Sorry. You don't want to believe the Bible, that's your prerogative, but don't blame it for your own incompetence, whether you're Christian, Jewish, or whatever the heck you are. If you see me being incompetent in the Bible, call me out on it, because I want to be blamed too. All right, so here we are. I can't get that to line right. So here we are. Israel is already 7 years late getting in. She's got 484 years. And Moses is reminding them of that because he's giving them the book that they're going to use to guide their nation just before he dies, just before they enter the land. So in other words, the 40 years is okay. And Paul accounts for that as being okay in Acts 13. He does the accounting for the same thing I'm telling you about, based on a 490, which I guess scholars just miss. They don't realize the importance of it as a schedule for history. All right, I can't get this to align. I don't know what to do. I just forget it. So that's why the 7 is missing. That's why it's missing. She's already 7 years behind schedule. All right. What else is this telling us? Well, it's telling us a number of things. First of all, it's telling us, hi, here's the 490 schedule. See, 1050 minus 560 is 490. And it's telling us that Israel is behind the time on the 490 schedule, which I'd already mapped out before I knew the meter. And see, here's when the 560 ends and the next 490 is supposed to begin. See, 490. There's a 7-year voting period. Now it's 560. So now we got a new 490. It begins in 2660 and it ends in 3150. Okay, right here. Israel should have gone out in 2660. Part of the reason she's late is because maybe Moses is late maturing. He matures by 2660. But for some reason, it's 6 years before the Exodus. 6 years. Not 1. The whole Exodus process of him going to Pharaoh and stuff with his brother, that's a 1-year thing. So what happened the other 5 years? Or we'll call it 7 years. 6.5 really. What happened the rest of the time? So something happened. He went back with his brother because his brother came for him because he refused to be a spokesman for God. So then God has Aaron meet him. Okay, so obviously God spoke to Aaron. Aaron came and picked Moses up and led him back into Egypt. Okay, obviously he spent some time with his family. Obviously he spent some time talking to the elders. And it was a while before they accepted him. That's the only conclusion I can draw. So he should have gone back there right away and maybe Aaron was sent here. Because Moses voted in time. There's no doubt about that. There's a doubt about what happens afterwards. Did Aaron come in 2660 and they both left and went back to Egypt in 2660? And it took the people 6.5 years to accept him? Or 5.5 years, because the last year is the actual Exodus process itself. Whatever the answers to that question, in the 7th year, okay, the year that would become the 7th anniversary, they leave. Because it's 6.5. 6.5 is the year that becomes the 7th. And once you hit 6, you're in your 7th year. Once you hit 7, you're in your 8th year. Okay? Like when you're born, you're in your 1st year. So the year that you're in is always a year ahead of your age. Okay? So when it says in the Bible 2nd year, it means that your 2nd year hasn't occurred yet. Count it as beginning of year. When it says 2nd year, count it as beginning of the 2nd year, which means the end of the 1st year. And then your Bible dates will work. This is one reason why people don't get their Bible dates right, is they can't distinguish between in the 2nd year, in the 7th year, versus 7 years old. In the 2nd year means, like in the 2nd year after the inundation, means just after the 1st anniversary of the flood starting. That's why they get Arpachshad's date of birth wrong. Everybody gets it wrong. Okay? See, here you go. Arpachshad was born the year the flood ended. Right here. The flood started in September, or well, not September, in April, first week of April of 1655, because Noah was born on Passover. Passover is always about the 3rd of April, if anybody just actually paid attention to the Bible. Okay? But they don't. But if you did, it's 14 days after the vernal equinox. Every year. You don't have to do any computing with it. That's when it is. Okay? That's when Passover is. Okay? So the Jews always get it wrong, and the Christians always get it wrong. Okay? Likewise, they get wrong when Arpachshad was born. It says in the Bible he was born in the 2nd year after the inundation, after the flood began. Well, the flood lasted a year. So he was born like a couple days, a couple weeks, a month or so after they exited the boat. That's 1656 still. Specifically, they exited the boat on Pentecost. Specifically, they entered the boat on Pentecost the year prior, which in the autumnal equinox schedule would have been 1655 fiscal to 1656 year end. And therefore, the beginning of 1656 through 1657 is when Arpachshad is born, closer to the beginning of the year. Now, why do I take that delay? Because it becomes really important to track your dates. Okay, Israel is behind schedule, 6.5 years, closer to 7 maybe. I can't say precisely. She goes out on the 14th day after the vernal equinox. Okay, that would be the 7th month. So it's at least 6.5. You can't split a syllable, so Moses counts that as 7. So 490 matters because we know when she left. And that's when the 490 begins. Okay? So I have proof of the schedule that I've been writing about for 10 years right here. Because all the numbers fit it. Of course, all the Bible dates fit it too, which astonished me to no end. But the meter now fits it too. So what else is that telling us? Hi, Israel, you're late getting out the box. But at least you got out the box. Now, if you can make up for lost time by the time 3150 comes, this is great. And she does. Because by the time 3150 comes, she goes into the land here, 2706, the year Moses is writing Genesis, his part of the Bible. Okay? David gets crowned at Hebron. That happens, this actual date here, 3096, is 1050 years after Abraham matured. Abraham matured in 2046. David matures and therefore becomes crowned king at Hebron at the ripe old age of 30. I wish I was that spiritually advanced. But he's only crowned king at Hebron. He needs to be king over all Israel. The Lord's birth is going to be based on that crowning. That's what makes me think he was crowned on 25 Kislev, but I can't prove it yet. The Lord ends up therefore being born 3 years earlier than the original schedule, just as Israel is late 7 years. And that schedule is based on the 490s. Okay? 2666, the 490 ends right here. All this is being validated in the meter of Genesis 1. Because the purpose of Genesis 1 is to explain why Israel. Now, the other purpose of it is to explain that for the 1050-year period, there are historical trends. There are historical trends to characterize the 490. One of the pieces of which is, we already saw with the flood, and it happens to be Moses' age, and he's using that. He's very opportunistic. Okay? Is 120 years, 4 generations. All right? Another piece has to do with how many 70s are in a 490. There are 7 70s in a 490. 7 times 70 is 490. That's equivalent to saying 7 generations. You know about the 4-generation curse, I presume. Okay, that is so widely understood and widely noted that even Sir John Glubb, in his book called A Short History of the Arab Peoples, was surprised to find out that the Arab rulers only have 4 generations before they die out. That's in the appendix to his book. I want to say it's kind of like on the first page of the last chapter, which should be the appendix of his book. The book version that I had of his had a light blue cover. Short History of the Arab Peoples by Sir John Glubb. You should be able to get it in Amazon. I read it in college. And even he noted about the 4-generation curse. He didn't call it that, of course. He just said 4 generations. All right, well, there are a total of 5 generations in a 7 generations in a 490 period. On Earth, at any given point in time, you got 4. The birth, the generation just being born, a generation just dying, okay? And then 2 supporting the world, basically, in between. Those that are in their 20s to their 40s, and those who are 20s to their 40s, and those who are in their 40s to their 60s. And I guess you might even be able to say that there might be 5 generations if you count from 60 to 80 and then from 80 to 100. 120 is maximum life expectancy. And that's been true for a long time. This particular age is the maximum period of time in the life expectancy table called UP84, which the government still allows you to use, and American government, and IM86, which the government still allows you to use. IM84 also. I use those tables regularly. That's how come I know. That's part of what I do for a living, is life expectancy tables. Okay, so here you go. 120 years is the outset. That's also 4-generation curse, but that's taking into account 4 sets of people living to be at least 30 years old, so they're accountable. But in the 490 period, you got a total of 7. And you're taking into account the fact that the generation at the beginning of the 490 is dead, and the generation at the end of the 490 is just being born. Okay, so that leaves 5 in between, and one of them is not yet at the age of accountability. Okay, and I'm just being real loosey-goosey with the numbers here. But the 490 is based on human psychology, lifetime, how long it takes for you to find out information about God and vote on it. And Moses talks about that in Psalm 90 verse 10, because Psalm 90 talks back to Genesis 1. So what we're learning here are the ways that historical trends break during a 490. And he uses 497 here rather than 490, again, because Sesostris is voting positive. And he actually dies before the 7 completes. All right, and the point here is to date it back to when his rule started, to show his positive vote. He's the only Gentile in the list. The strong implication being that he believed in Christ before he died. And yet he never, his dad was the Pharaoh of the dream. His dad never saw what Joseph said about the dream ever come to pass. Presumably his dad believed in Christ. You have to argue that Sesostris did because it's kind of an honor roster. Jacob, dating dates from Jacob to show God orchestrated time around Jacob, here and here, beginning and end, and then around Joseph. And Sesostris is listed with them. That says a lot of good stuff about Sesostris. So you see, it's not just about being Jewish. It certainly isn't ever about being Jewish. It's about believing in God, because you can be Jewish till you're blue in the face, and unless you believe in God, the only guarantee you got down here is that God's going to clobber you personally because you don't believe in him, and he's going to protect you from those maligning you unless you don't believe in him. So believe in him and inherit the promise for which you were born to be Jewish. And who's a Jew? Almost anybody nowadays. By race? When Israel's been the connection between 3 continents for all this time? How many people have gone through Israel during this time? And the Jews are famous for procreating. They're very fertile, they're very strong, they travel, they've gone everywhere. It wouldn't surprise me if 90.95% or more of the human race has at least one of Abraham's genes in him. That was the promise to Abraham. Okay? Jews are very prolific people. In every way you want to mention. By divine design. So you don't think God would have them propagate? Whether illicitly or illicitly? And do you care? We've all got a rapist in our background. We've all got a murderer in our background. We've all got somebody who was unfaithful to his wife or his spouse in the background. We've got a king or a queen in our background. There's not one person on this planet who doesn't have a king or queen in his bloodline. Okay, so then is it so far-fetched to say that there's not one person on this planet who doesn't have Abraham in his bloodline? We're all descended from Noah. Why can't we all be descended from Abraham by now? And all the non-Abrahamic bloodlines have died off. But if we say, oh, well, that's far-fetched, Brandon. Okay, fine. Then if you do what Abraham did, you're a son of Abraham that way. You got 2 ways to be a son of Abraham. Believe that Jesus Christ paid for your sins, because that's what Abraham did, and that makes you a son of Abraham. That's Paul's big point in Romans 4. Or you have the genes. But honey, even if you got the genes of Abraham, that ain't going to save you to eternity. That's Paul's big point in Romans 9. So do what Abraham did. Believe Jesus Christ paid for your sins. That's what Jesus Christ was telling the Pharisees, who were bloodline Jews, in John 8, when he says he's God over 50 times, which I documented in the Great I Am videos in YouTube. 50 times he says he's God. Sometimes you have to look at the Greek to see it. He's very clever about how he says it in practically every sentence. I thought he only said it 26 times, but he says it over 50. I think 53 is where I stopped counting. Go look at the videos if you don't believe me. It's all in one chapter. John 8. Now why am I saying all this? Because you got time to believe he's the Christ. And then you're a son of Abraham that way, or you're a son of Abraham by blood. But if you're a son of Abraham by blood and you don't believe, then I'm sorry, you're not saved. And if you do believe, well, like Sesostris here, who may or may not have been a Jew, racially, probably wasn't, because the Jews are just getting started. Unless he married, one of Jacob's daughters, which there's no record that he did. And why would he? Because she's not, royal Egyptian. Okay, well, he's in the roster here, because maybe he did what Abram did. So he's a son of Abram, just like Joseph and Jacob. By the 490. So that's the main point about the 490 trend is to give humankind enough time to vote before God has to lower the boom, clean house. And if you're not voting for God, then what is the trend of history instead? We'll pick that up in the next increment. You've probably been watching a lot of the videos if you're watching this one on Genesis still. So you're now hopefully familiar with the text. And if you haven't started learning Hebrew yet, you hopefully, or you will, or you just have started, or you know it well. It's really best viewed in the Hebrew because all the wordplay that's going on is not really all that clear in English. Of course, you know, no offense, but God didn't write it in English. So if you want to know God's word, then read it the way God wrote it, which at this point is through the hand of Moses. All right, writing in the year he's going to die. And he knows he's going to die. All right, God takes him up to Mount Nebo. He says, hi, because at Second Meribah, you struck the rock again instead of speaking to it like I told you. You ain't going in the promised land, so now you can look at it before you die. Now, Moses, that happened to Moses before he died. It happened probably a long time, like a year before he died. Maybe longer than that, because he writes about it. The last part of what Moses wrote Deuteronomy up until Deuteronomy 31. He wrote all of Exodus and all of Numbers and all of Genesis and Psalm 90 prior to that. And then you got part of Deuteronomy 32, most of it actually, also written by Moses, called the Song of Moses. Okay? Deuteronomy 32:8 tells you flat, sorry, like it or lump it, history is based on Israel. Now, unfortunately, the Jews get all big-headed about that, which, Moses warned them not to in Deuteronomy 6 and Deuteronomy 30. Don't sit there and say how great you are because God is giving you this great blessing. It's also a curse. And you will be cursed if you don't do what he says. And that's in Leviticus 26 and Deuteronomy 28. Deuteronomy just means second retelling. Okay? He's recasting, summarizing all the stuff he said for practical purposes so they can just look at Deuteronomy and remember what to do. Okay? Moses had to know he was going to die the whole time. And he's writing Genesis knowing that he's going to die within the year. That tells you something. Time honored, even in pagan culture, when somebody's going to die, what they say ends up being more important. And usually, and this is traditional, and it's very common too, there's a prophetic quality to what they say when they know they're dying. Because now whatever they say is for posterity. That's very typical of Bible writers. All right? God gives them the last few years of their life to write it out. In Paul's case, it was different. He was writing it out ad hoc while he was traveling because the need was for him to do it right away. The need for Moses to write it out before he died was so that the world could understand why Israel. Why was she enslaved? Why was Jacob called? Why was Joseph called? Why was there a Moses as Pharaoh? So this text in Genesis is answering those questions. It's not about how old the earth is. And anybody who makes us think about how old the earth is from this text doesn't know how to read it. But of course, if you read it in the Hebrew and you paid really close attention to the wording, and especially the meter, you would know how to read the text. And my focus in my channels, in my videos, is to show you how the meter helps you to read the text. That's its purpose. So having done that, I've done a lot of videos that, because I'm getting it while I talk, about what these meters mean in light of these particular verses, and I've gone through them so many times. You're probably sick of my voice. I'm sick of my voice anyway. I'm always sick of my voice. Okay, but that's just ad hoc, and that's just this meter with this text, with this date line on it. There's more to this chapter than that. Much more. But I don't know what it is yet. That's the confession. So I'm going to try to summarize what I know. The text is going to have to be upgraded as I understand it better. So this text is nowhere near final, and of course this whole thing here is saying it's a draft. Okay, maybe it'll show up on the last page. I've got this watermarked as draft. All of my stuff is watermarked as draft. You can barely read it in the Word doc because it's very faint watermark in the background. It'll stay draft for years, okay, because there's more to learn. But what I want to tell you is where it's going to go, because I know where it's supposed to go, but I can't prove that what I'm saying is true yet. He always gives me the answer first, and then I got to go find out why that's the answer versus a potential hallucination on my part. Okay, because that's how your geometry teacher teaches you how to do geometry. So that's how God teaches you how to do Bible. At least that's how He's teaching me. And I've been under a pastor for 50 years at this point, 50, 60. So I'm 62. Started under him when I was 21. 21 or 20. So I've been under him for 42 years. Haha. 42 is a number of growth in the Bible. Let's see how much growth that really is. 1050 is the point of this chapter. There's a prophetical statement being made about time, and a policy statement about time being made. And to make it, God is using real years in the real history, in the real past, a kind of retrospective exposition to say that past is prologue. Here's how time's going to go. Each 1050 is going to be paradigmal to what I'm showing you here. Slavery, then somebody leads out the slaves who himself was a big mucky muck in the pagan world. Okay? And then it's going to be compared to some sort of timing with respect to pagan cultures. All right? And the pagan cultures die because they're pagan cultures and they think they're smart and they think they're glamorous and they think they're glorious. And you know what? They're just like vapor trails in the sky. But the culture that God establishes is going to last forever. Now, when I say culture, I mean God's culture. I do not mean the claims that Christians and Jews make that they represent God properly, because they don't. If you want to know God's culture, you have to look at the Bible. And whenever a Christian or a Jew, their culture agrees with the Bible, then it's right. When it disagrees with the Bible, then it's wrong. Bible's right, people are wrong, period. Just know that up front. But God uses people to communicate what He means, so you have to keep on asking God who to send you to. And then when you're supposed to do the communicating, you keep asking God to make you do it right. And you will do it right and you'll do it wrong, because you're going to sin while you're talking, like maybe I'm sinning now. I just used 1 John 1:9. Because I'm irritated. I'm irritated that I don't understand this as well as I should. But, that's going to have to come later. And of other cultures, but God's culture remains. That's a theme of the whole book of the Bible. It's seated right here. Yes, you're in slavery to the world. God's going to free you. He's going to just do it directly, or He's going to use some person who is or is not a big mucky muck in the eyes of the world. I mean, because He's used big mucky mucks in the eyes of the world. He's used Caesars. He's used presidents. He's used prime ministers. Okay, He's used important believers, Moses being one of them, who also happen to have big mucky muck titles in the pagan world. Okay, fine. He uses a stone. He uses a fancy, famous human being. He uses a nobody. He uses a brain out. He uses everybody. That's the point. And the whole purpose is to deliver you from slavery. Meanwhile, the world is busy getting all hopped up over itself. And the glory of the Hammurabi Babylonian Empire. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, and it's dead now. So is Noah. He was used to deliver the world. Hammurabi just thought he was that good. or told the world he was that good. Because, when you're a ruler, you have to strut your stuff. Yeah, and then the Hittites came and took him over. And the funny thing about this takeover, and this is a recurring theme in history, especially with Babylon, Hammurabi used water to drown out his enemies. And what is this about? This is all about waters. Hamayim, the waters, the waters. Israel delivered through water. Your very birth is occurring through water. Da-da-da-da-da. Babylon's end, when the Persians end up taking over Babylon, they're going to do the same thing. They're going to go underneath the river that goes through the center of the city of Babylon, and that's how they're going to beat the kiddies of Nebuchadnezzar. Okay, so water is a big theme in history. The Hittites undid Hammurabi's Babylon. I forget if they used water to do it, but they ended up being this huge kingdom for a long time, and they were a big bane to Israel's existence. And they're dead. But when it got started, our kingdom's going to last forever. And that's how Hammurabi got started, by drowning his enemies, diverting water supplies to drown his enemies. Yeah, and what happened with Egypt? Okay, the Nile. Okay, water again. You see, he's picking water events and pagan cultures, and they're dead. They were glorious, and the world still praises them. Everybody drools after these people even today. But they're dead. Israel lives on. And, she's such a small country. Yeah, and that's why every constitution on the planet uses the Mosaic Law. So it's not in numbers. Glory is not in numbers. Glory is in the quality of the concepts. Glory is in the quality of the law. Glory is in the quality of your life, not how many you are. That's another thing that you obviously see presented here. Because here we're now talking in the fourth day. We're just talking about appointed times. One guy, Jacob. Just one guy. And boy, he's a wacko. Jacob's name in Hebrew means chiseler, manipulator, finagler. Hey, I've got such a deal for you. And you want to give me something, and I want to give you something, and let's negotiate. Jews are famous for that, and they should be. And sometimes you get screwed, and sometimes you get blessed. Okay? God's got a better deal, and Jacob had to learn to stop doing that. And he did, finally. By the time he dies, he's not negotiating with God anymore. When he got started, he was negotiating with God. Hi, God, if you'll give me food and clothing and shelter and keep me safe on my journey, you'll become my God. Just go read it yourself. When Jacob first starts out for Haran, which is down here. 560 years before Moses writes. 448 years before Moses writes, Jacob's dead. An individual dead. Not a dynasty, not a polity, an individual. And what did God do with that individual? He told that individual, hi, I want you going into Egypt. And 400 years you're going to cook there. You're going to build there. You're going to learn all the skills that you need as a nation of people. Architecture, accounting, building, singing, because you're going to be building my temple. So I'm going to give you 400 years practice by building pagan temples. And all the people who went there were under this one guy who learned to stop negotiating with God. He went. And 70 years after he died in Egypt, 70 years after he died, he didn't live to see Israel descend into slavery as God promised they would. But they did descend into slavery about, let's see, he dies 1853. 20 years after that is when Joseph dies. And about 3-4 years after that, they descend into slavery starting in 1830 BC. Yeah. And by the time he's been dead 70 years, Egypt's 12th dynasty has enslaved the Jews in temple building projects in Goshen as a sort of eminent domain. And so the 12th dynasty dies. Amenemhet III started that slavery, and his kiddies, they end up dying. 120 years. 4th-generation curse. Okay? So, by contrast, we got another individual who also was a pharaoh, and he was nice to Joseph. He didn't have to leave Joseph in power. He comes into power 1400 plus 497, 1897 BC. Jacob's been there for a little. No, Jacob's not even there yet. Jacob's still cooking in the land. Sesostris was positive to God. So he's listed as part of the appointed times. Individual. Okay? Individual Jacob. Now, I'm sort of repeating what I said in the last increment to sort of like remind you. But these are all things that happened. Real events really happened, just as God literally restored the earth in a literal 6 days, and yes, it was a miracle each time. But for him, it was a slow miracle. Because see, Genesis 1:1, Bereshit bara Elohim et hashemayim wet haaretz. Just bing, 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 I say it exists, it exists. So he didn't have to take 7 days to do this. He felt like it. He feels like restoring you. He feels like restoring Israel from slavery. He felt like telling Jacob to go into Egypt. And this Pharaoh felt like obeying God. Joseph, in prison, tried to get out of it on his own power first, so he ends up languishing 3 years. God felt like him being there. God felt like saying, okay, Joseph, you're born now. You see, it sounds kind of arbitrary. That's what power is. You have the ability to be arbitrary. Or you can use your power and say, gee, what's the right way to use this power I got? You got that option every single day you're alive. How do I use me? That's the story being told here too. You see, it's not just about these specific events, but these events are used to tell you the paradigmal story of slavery and freedom and power and authority and how you use what you got and what do you want to glorify in and what do you want to live for. Because doesn't God face all those same issues himself? He's God. He's got everything. He can do anything he wants. Okay, so what does he do with his godness? You're introduced to the Son right here. You're introduced to the Holy Spirit right here. And you're introduced to the Father right here. Well, I think that's still the Holy Spirit. I think this is the Father. Right? Where is it? God saw it was good. Yeah, right here. You're introduced to Father here, verse 4. I think verse 3 is still the Holy Spirit talking. I think maybe that verse 2 should end right at this 19. And then verse 3 should be Waruach Elohim, starting there. And verse 3 ought to end with this. Maybe not. But that's my guess. But by the verse 4, you're introduced to all three members of the Trinity. And they're all being pretty arbitrary. Hi, I want this, oh. Light be, there it is. Okay, so now it's your question. Do you want to be in slavery, or do you want to have that same kind of freedom? So you see, this isn't just about the specific people and the specific time periods. It's paradigmal of a whole story. All right? And then you get down here, and then this is like the whole raison d'etre for Israel. Abraham matured. That's the second 2100 years, beginning 54 years early. All because God ordered Abraham to leave his own dad. Okay? And his own dad was ordered by God, or through Noah, to leave Ur just before the Gudians came in. 735 years before Moses writes, which is 700 years after Noah died. And then 49 years after that, Abraham is told by God directly to leave his own dad. So his own dad must have gone negative. That's my temporary conclusion. In any event, Abraham matured 2046 from Adam, and that's 651 plus 7. And that begins the 2100 of the Jews, which brings you full circle back here to Israel being enslaved and delivered out of slavery, because in Genesis 15, that was the promise to Abraham before he matured. and yet he wanted to believe in God anyway? See, the Jews are like the, what do you want to call it, the poster boy of history. That's part of the story being told here. As go the Jews, so goes history. Okay, and what makes a person a Jew? 2 ways to become a Jew. Then and as it were now, except now it's got a different name to it. Okay? You do what Abram did. Genesis 15:6. Abraham believed in the Lord, and it was credited to his account as righteousness. What did he believe? He believed that Jesus Christ was going to pay for his sins. Except his name wasn't Jesus Christ yet. His name was the Lord. He's God-man. Once he's got his name changed, well, then the name change for this whole thing goes to what's called church. And any Jew who did what Abraham did in Genesis 15:6, who's alive now or alive post-cross, is in church, whether he calls himself a Jew or not, and whether he's racially a Jew or not. The other way to be a Jew is to be a racial Jew, but that ain't going to send you to heaven. That only gives you a guarantee that God will take care of your body on earth, because he's promised it to Abram. Therefore, you are inheriting that promise. You don't inherit the eternal promise until you do what Abram did. That's what Christ is telling the Jews in John 8. 50 times he says, hi, I'm God. I would know. Before Abram was, I am. That's John 8:58. And I did a whole bunch of videos showing you how you can tell what he's talking about in John 8, called the Great I Am videos, and they're on YouTube. Just search on Brain Outie, Great I Am, and YouTube, and you'll find the whole playlist. All right, because I did like, I don't know, I want to say I did like 26 videos on it. All right, so one guy is the paradigm of history right here, this guy, Abram. We're all beneficiaries of Abram, whether you have Abram's genes or not. If you have Abram's genes, you're a beneficiary in your body. If you do what Abram did and believe that Jesus Christ paid for your sins, then you're a beneficiary forever, like Abram is. Okay, whether you're Jew or Gentile. That's the point that God is making when he benchmarks this, using a son of Abram, Moses, to do it. All right? Now, this brings you all the way back to the flood, because it's going backwards in time. And 1050 is 1050 years prior to when Moses writes. So you are to understand, I think, I'm guessing now, that from 735 years before Moses writes, all the way back to when the flood occurred, that almost nobody believed. Because there are no extra 7s in here. That's the technique that Paul uses in Ephesians 1, 12 through 14, to show that believers in Christ after Constantine are going to be very few. Maturing anyway. Growing anyway. They might believe and then just become apostate forever after. These numbers are designed to show growth in maturation toward God. The numbers stop here. So the implication, and I can't prove it, it's just because I see the same style in Paul, and there I can prove it, is that from the flood until Terah, almost nobody was believing in Christ, and certainly nobody almost was maturing. So that's why Terah is picked out. Noah was alive during that time. Noah dies 35 years after Terah leaves Ur. So he's saying, hi, we got a spiritual desert going on during this time. Now, if that's the case, if that's the kind of interpretation, sorry it takes me so long to come to the point, then it's potential that I'm supposed to read every 1050 like this one. Okay? That this is where you'd start looking at it. Hi, when a 1050 ends, the beginning of it is almost no growth for the first, what is this? 1050 minus 1050 minus 735. That there's at the beginning of a 1050 for 315 years, people just don't believe. Okay? That's one potential interpretation. If that's true, then we should find some kind of historical evidence to support it. I'm not sure there is historical evidence to support it. So I'm not sure if what I'm telling you is true. Okay? And then 315 years later, and it's not necessarily 315, it might be 300, it might be 320, it might be 340, then the growth starts. Now this would be analogous to what the Mosaic Law told Israel. When you get into the land, you plant your crops, but you don't use them. They lie fallow. First 3 years that a tree was planted, its fruit for the first 3 years you didn't eat. Or if you ate it, you didn't really harvest it to sell it. You might eat it or give it to your pig. Well, you didn't have pigs in Israel. You gave it to your cattle or something. You didn't sell it. It wasn't commercially viable. And God didn't want you to use it. The third year was the first year that you could use your crops. And I believe he said, and I'd have to go look this up in the Mosaic Law, it's only in the third year where you get to eat your crops, but he might mean that you get to profit from your crops. Okay, this might be analogous to that rule. Because every rule in the Mosaic Law was designed to teach you about the play of history. The Mosaic Law was not something you did in order to be a good person. It was something you did in order to learn about God. That's still true. That's why we have it in writing now. And you don't have these little rituals you have to do now. You just read the word and learn the principle. And then you invent whatever little rituals you want to obey to remind you of the principle. But in the beginning, it was cookie-cutter rules to remind you of principles, to teach principles. Okay, well, here's 315 years dead. 315 years with no sevens in between. That implies that there's no growth. People may be being saved, but they're not growing up. Is that a trend of history? Is that what we are to understand as the beginning of each 1050? Now, the reason why that's going to matter to us now is that our 1050 is about to end. Okay, the 1050, if I do what Paul does, he dates our 1050s from Christ's birth. And for all intents and purposes, we want to treat that as 1 AD. Okay, based on the schedule, because the schedule is based on the history going back to Adam. Christ ended up being born 3 years earlier because he had to be born on time relative to David. But for all intents and purposes, the historical 1050 is still operating on the old Adamic schedule. So then our 1 AD is that Adamic schedule. I don't know how Dionysius got it right, but he did. All right? So 1050 AD for us. All right, then what's the next 1050? Hello? 2100 AD for us. All right? That's the end of a 490. We're now in 2015, so we're in the last 85 years of it, and God always says during the last 120 years, I'm going to give you judgment, cleaning house, so that people are ready. Okay? So, that kind of flies in the face of the idea that this 1050 starts so sterile. It might instead imply that it starts with sevenings, with people maturing, but not quite maturing enough, but they're maturing in little groups of time. Individuals in various parts of the world maturing in little spots of time, little groups of time. Okay? Like 63 years after a 1050 starts, there's a whole lot of growth. Probably because the last 1050 ended with disaster, because it always does. Okay? This one is actually kind of beginning with a disaster as well. And a whole lot of people grew because it did. 63 means there's almost a full complement of growth occurring as a result of Israel being delivered. Not necessarily Israel growing that much, but people around the world hearing about it. Because this news traveled like wildfire. because Egypt was at the top of its game when this happened. Okay. Then you got another growth period happening 60 years later. This is just excluding the specifics about what this means and taking it paradigmal for the idea as a historical trend. There's some kind of slavery that causes that the people are delivered from some kind of slavery in their heads, not necessarily with a historical trend to match that you can see. And then there's some kind of deliverance that occurs again 60 years later. And so the first 4 generations, see, because that's 120, first 4 generations at the beginning of a 1050 start to really grow. And then it starts to slow down. By the 3rd generation, you still got some growth. Okay? But by the time there are 5 generations, maybe even still some growth. But then it really starts to slow down. Okay? Now, 70 years have transpired. See, it's slowing. The numbers are increasing more, but the amount of difference is slower. So now you got 560, which depending on whether you want to say generation is 30 years, because the Bible uses that also. If we say 560 divided by 30, 30 generations have reached the age 30 age of accountability. That's almost 19 generations have gotten old enough to decide on their own. They're over age 20. Okay, or you could say 560 divided by 70. You could say there have been 8 generations that have come and gone. Or maybe not all 8 have come and gone, but 8 have reached the age of mental maturity, or should have. Okay, well, but then the vote is kind of slowed down here. All right, and then this would be 10. And then at the end, see, this is the alternative way of reading this, is that we're starting the 1050 up here. That was my first hypothesis. And then by the time you get to the end, there's no growth. So there's a lot of judgment that occurs in the last 315 years of a 1050 to awaken people to the fact that they didn't grow. 50 of those 315 years are specifically targeted to get on people who never have believed in Christ. The idea is that you can get a big crop here, but it's going to have to be a rough sailing period of history. Okay, so now if that's true, and I'm not saying it is, I'm just trying to develop a hypothetical idea. And I've developed now too. I've got sort of like counter hypotheses now, because I started episode 4E and D with 4 hypotheses, total of 5 really. One of them was, what if we start this count at year 1 of a 1050 going back to the flood? But the flood here now is now being elevated to the idea of the representational 1050 of history. What if that's the way I'm supposed to read it? The other one was, what if I'm supposed to read it backwards, where year 1 is here and I move backwards in time? And then the growth is therefore back-ended, not front-ended. And that's, of course, why time continues. That's plausible too. Either way, if it's true, then we ought to find some kind of corroboration in history. What kind of corroboration ought that to be? Polarization of politics. We ought to find interest in Scripture. We ought to find Scripture being fought over. We ought to find religion rise. And we ought to find religion fall. But not, I mean, those are trends of history anyhow. So saying that is not enough. But we ought to find some kind of tie to the timing here, roughly. Now, I found some ties. Interest in Bible, I found ties in like about 200-year cycles. Okay, at least post-cross, I can demonstrate that. It's not, conclusive evidence, but there's enough to say, well, it's plausible because the trends seem to be there. Okay, and I've done audios on that. I forget where they are now, but I've done audios on that talking about each 200. But what you could do, if you wanted to do it yourself, is you could just go back to Adam screen forward. Here to Christ, okay. This is 30 AD. Okay, so then just go through it and look to see every 200 years, can you find something that talks about, you know, fighting over Bible or interest in Bible or growth. And obviously if we got all these alleged persecutions, which I don't believe now. This I took from some website that said that they were persecuted. I don't actually find proof of these persecutions. But Christian growth I found proof of. So maybe later in time I'm going to edit this, because I don't find proof that Aurelian persecuted Valerian. Well, Valerian I did. Decius did. Maximus I found no proof. Septimus Severus I found no proof. Marcus Aurelius I found no proof. Diocletian, yes, proof. But Christianity grew by leaps and bounds during this period. There's a lot of proof of that. Okay. That's within 200 years. And then you find a decline by the time of Constantine, where Christianity, yes, grew, and she grew apostate by this time. Stuff like that. I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on it. I'm just trying to give you an idea that this might be giving you a trend going backwards. Trend of how history runs. Just generically, every 1050. Does it run with the first 315 years or 300 years, let's say, being sterile, nobody believing, nobody growing? And if people aren't growing in Christ, then they're growing in religion and politics. So you would see a religious growth and a political growth trend. You know, people aiming at universal religion, aiming at universal politics, universal polities. Is that how a 1050 begins? All right. Or is it in the reverse, where a 1050 begins and it's kind of like fragmented? Powers are breaking up. Political powers are breaking up. And people are sort of going it alone with respect to religion. And then there'll be a fight among the religions for control because they're losing control. Is that how history runs? Okay, 200 years. And then by 364 years into the 1050, do you have a resurgence of one worldism? Because that's what these empires represent, one worldism. This is the crash of a one world idea. This is the starting, this was the start, okay? So you sort of have to apply it in reverse. If this was the start in 364 and it crashes 120 years later, or 154 years later, then when you're going forward, you're going to say, okay, well then it starts in a 364 and it's going to crash to 154 years after that. Okay, well 364 and 154 is just over 490. 364 plus 154 equals a little over 490. Okay, it's not going to be exact to the 490, but it would imply then that the first 200 years is sort of fragmented, building up to a one worldism by year 364 or 320. You know, it's not going to be hard set. And then the balance until 490 is a fight over one worldism, okay? And then it doesn't work. And then you got 70 years where God has designed it so that people wake up and smell the coffee and vote to learn Him. Okay, but at the same time, historically, it would be a sort of fragmentation. Everybody's sort of, you know, what do we do with ourselves? Is that a proper idea for trends of history? Okay, and then you got the last 490. Okay, and that would be the last 490s after 560, reading it paradigmally, a bunch of maturation occurring among some Christians. How are you going to tell that? That's a real boondoggle. And then in the last 350 years, everybody's all jaded. So this would be the rise of the political empires again, and one worldism and one religionism. And then everybody fights. And because they fight, over their politics and their one-worldism, a whole bunch of non-believers come to realize, oh, there's got to be a God to deliver us from all this one-worldism and one-religionism. Because it can't be from a real God. Religion is a piece of crap. Always has been. God derides it continually everywhere in the Bible. Mosaic law is not about religion. Mosaic law is about relationship. But when you're 2 years old, you got to learn how to wash your hands, Jimmy. You rub your hands together and you wash your hands, and that's good. Because Jimmy doesn't know that he needs to have clean hands to stay healthy. So you give him something to do. And that's what the Mosaic Law was for. It gives you something to do. And then hopefully as you mature, you understand why that rule is a good rule. And then you use it not because it makes you feel good, but because it's good for you. Mankind just adopts rules at this point to make himself feel good and be powerful. And he has no idea that those rules are not good for him. And he tells himself what a great person he is because he has a lot of people following him, or because his country is big, or because his race is dominating other races. Childish ideas like that. Prejudice, childish stuff. Okay? And man gets tired of his childishness. So by 1050, he's looking up at God. And then the cycle starts all over again. Year 1. Growth in little patches. Now, is what I just said to you even remotely plausible? If it is, there will be real history to support it. And that's what I'm testing for in this genius.xls. After the cross, I just stuck in a bunch of events that looked like they'd be relevant, whether they were true or not, like these persecution events. At the time I put them in, I was just copying somebody's idea. But there were a lot of Christians, so that's why that stuff is still in there. By the end of the first 490 of history, which is right here, which we call 520 AD from his death, 490 if you're dating from his birth like Paul does, can I say that what I just told you about the 1050, about the first 490 years of the 1050, or even the first 560 years, do I see this kind of trend at these 7 dates occur? Can I say that that's true? And, to be honest, I'm not 100% sure. I see some plausibility. That's all I can tell you. It can be disputed, easily disputed. First of all, because I don't have all the events in here. And how do you know what events that I'm listing are the proper events to list? What are the real turning points in history? What would show whether people were growing in Christ or retrogressing? My bet is that interest in Bible. Okay, that's a plausible idea, but how do I know that what I'm saying constitutes interest in Bible really is interest in Bible? You're talking about historical trends versus what people are really thinking on the inside. And just because somebody buys a Bible or wants a Bible, that doesn't mean he's actually growing in Christ. All right? So this is real iffy. Now, eventually what I'm going to have to do is test this better. What I'm doing with you now is I'm just broaching the idea, and I'm hoping that if you're interested in that idea, you go to God and say, God, did Bray not parse this correctly? If not, tell me how to fix it. And what do these numbers represent? Because right now, Brainout can only give you what she thinks she knows. And I'm not sure that I'm speaking correctly or not at this point. I know he's saying something like what I'm telling you. I know that much. But what I'm specifically saying to you now, is that coming from him or just my hallucination? I don't know. But I got to stop here because I got to go to work. I can't be doing this for a while. As long as I'm going out on a limb and, just speculating, I might as well finish off what I really think he's saying here because I'm pretty certain that it's true. I'm just not certain that my specifics are true. The general idea that I'm certain is true is that he's saying that this 1050 and the way it's breaking up with the 70s is telling you the way history goes. This is allocated to the post-cross, okay, wrapping up of history, because that's where the angels get involved in the angelic trial and conflict and millennium and all that. Church is basically in here, all right? It's not being prophesied. It's just allocated, all right? At the same time, church is human, just like, humans are human from Adam forward. And therefore, the trend that you see here for this 1050 is also going to apply as long as there is human history. In other words, until eternity. So it's kind of like looking at a map. Basically, the idea is that there's some growth in the first 4 generations, because this is standing for 4 generations. We know that from the flood. It's also Moses' age, but skip the specifics now. We're just going to get into, paradigms. The first 4 generations at the beginning of 1050, there's growth. Not as much as would be hoped for, but there's still growth. If I'm allocating this as 4 generations, all right, that's 30 times 4, then this would be 30 times 7. Okay, because there's a lot of double entendre going on here. This would be 30 times 7. By the time of 7 generations, you'll notice that the growth has slowed down. Okay, we got 91 transpiring here. Here, the growth started only at a 63. Think of these as percentages or proportionally. Okay, only 63 years have passed before there's significant growth. Then only another 56 years pass before there's significant growth. And it isn't specifically this number. It's just, think of it proportional to the total. Okay, now we have the growth slowing down. Almost half speed. Because now 91 years has to transpire before there's significant growth. Okay, so that's 7 generations at this point being exposed, reaching the age of 30, so to speak. And the total growth among them is slowing down. Question is, why is it slowing down? What is the counter? What is the competition that people stop being interested in God by the time you got 7 generations? Or 210 years, take your pick. I posit to you that because he's dating it the way he's dating it, that the competition is politics, one world government, world empire, the glory of the world, all that kind of stuff. That people become enamored of. After about 7 generations, they start to want, the glory of Rome, kind of thing. And we see that happening in history. It's a question whether it's happening, like in 200-year cycles. But we do see it happen in history. Again, is it really like in 200-year cycles that this interest waxes and wanes? That's about 7 generations counted as 30-year-olds. 7 generations of people reaching age 30. Flip side, and this is where the double entendre comes in, you could be counting this as a whole lifetime. A 70 plus a 50. 50 means you're just starting to really be able to think for yourself. It's called maturity in human terms. 70 means that you ideally have learned since you were 50 and now you're wise. That's not necessarily true, but ideally. Because you've only got like 20 years left on your life, tops, most of the time. Okay? I already explained that when I talk about life expectancy tables. Alright, so if we take that same analogy there and we talk about it here, then we've got 3 generations have come and gone that have reached age 70. Did they become wise? Also, by that point, those 3 generations would have had, at some point, they would have all been near in age to have a sort of dominance, a sort of political power collectively, whether they were, doing it together on purpose or not. That's true across the world right now. The people who tend to have the power now, right now, are between age 60 and 80, or between age 50 and 70. Okay? That's really when people tend to have sort of like a seniority, and they tend to have power. They tend to rise to positions at the top of whatever their profession is, or whatever the government. Okay? And that's kind of the way you want it to be, because you want somebody who's not too young in power. They've already had their goodies. They're interested in something more now. They're interested in leaving a good legacy behind now. Okay, well, you've got 3 generations of 70s doing that. So at the point that there is 3 generations, now they start, instead of growing in God, they start looking for, oh, Hail Mary, full of grace, religion. Or they start looking for politics and statism. See, you've either got the state as God as a trend of history, or you got religion claiming to speak for God as a trend of history. That starts right away. You can look anywhere in history you want, you see those 2 trends. The question is, over what period of time is the cycling of that trend? And that's kind of hard to depict. Okay? So that's the idea that I'm trying to show here. Now, once this trend gets started, here it's starting for the Hittites, but forget the specific entity. We're just talking about the trend. Once it gets started, it's going to take several more generations for these people in power successively to try to win over everybody else. Because that's what they'll do. Religion is, what do you want to call it? It's got to convert you. Because it's false, it has to convert you. It needs to sell you. A product that's actually good doesn't need a salesman. A product that's bad requires a salesman. Or a product that's viewed as bad requires a salesman. Okay? So, oh, the glory of Rome. Oh, the glory of Greece. Oh, let's go out and conquer. And hey, that's history. And what are they really trying to do? They're trying to take your stuff. They're trying to control your life. So if that's the rise here of that idea, let's go do that, it's going to take several other generations, and usually with fighting, for it to occur. So that goes, now notice, instead of 91, see the numbers are 63 here, which is higher. 56 means a faster growth. 91 means a slower growth. 154 means a much slower growth. And then 14 always stands for some kind of, what do you want to call it, crisis period. A lot of those in history. That's not hard to document. Crisis period. And then after that, there's a lot of growth. Why? Because this was all the fighting. You got slow growth, a real slowdown in people waking up to God. And then they do wake up because of all the fighting, in order for people who say, oh, we want to have one world religion, we want to have one world government, one world this, one world that, let's have an empire, oh, the glory of Rome. People wake up to the fact that that's all bullshit. Excuse my French, but it's appropriate here. And they start looking up to God. And then they wake up and, oh, let's grow, let's grow, let's grow. So you have, as it were, an investment of 154 years, giving rise to a heavy growth period of the next 140 years. Okay? And then it slows down again for, another 2, 3 generations. And then it speeds up again. And then the one worldism, the religious crowd and all that, they really get control this time. And so then the 1050 ends in real disaster. And because it does, it's kind of like chaos. And some belief comes out of the chaos. And then the cycle starts again. I'm sure that he's saying this. Okay? I'm not sure that the numbers I'm using are being correctly stated. I know that the trends I'm saying are true. I know that's what he means this 1050 to tell you. Because it's elsewhere replicated in history. Okay, and it's elsewhere replicated in the Bible. I mean, there's text about this all over the place. And my pastor spent 50 years of his ministry teaching about historical trends. And you don't even need the Bible to look them up. But there's a proportionality about growth, the interplay between growth and rejection of God versus the rise of political and religious power that's being stated here as a sort of correlation between when you reject God, then you're going to get into the rise of religion and the rise of political power. Can we prove that correlation exists in history? I'm pretty sure we can. I'm not sure that I've done that. In fact, I'm sure I haven't. But I'm also sure that there's some evidence to support it, which is why I created this worksheet, post-cross. Now, how do you read this data? Well, first thing you have to understand is I just put in whatever I had time to put in. That doesn't mean that all the right data is in there in order to make a meaningful, understanding of correlation. So go look at the individual items if you're really interested in doing this. I really wish somebody could write his dissertation on this, but actually you would have to spend 50 years writing to really get it down. Okay? You could try to establish, okay, well, let's do it in little chunks. Let's just look at the first 490 years of history. Can we find this correlation? Because the first 490 would be depicted then all the way from 1, starting here, going to, here's 497, but 490 here. Because there's a ha-ha that he's using the 7. Specific to Sesostris. That's why he's using it. But it's 490 plus 7. That's the way you should read it. Okay, so why is that an applicable, provable trend if we just take that as a hypothesis? And now we're going to look at the first 490 years from Christ's birth, which we're going to treat as 1 AD in order for all the numbers to match to history and to all of our other accountings, because that's the way we do it. Does it work? Now, there should be a lot of correlation there, because it's the first 490 years after the cross. Big impact can be measured. A lot of data, a lot of writing, a lot of external stuff to evaluate. Okay? I'm going to just say it. There looks to me like there's a real plausible correlation. Okay, I can't call anything conclusive. Okay, and then it gets even more plausible as you get to the next 490. Okay, and the close, okay, of the first 1050. Every time you do that, there seems to be this big push that between here, when the 1050, the 1000 ends, okay, that's our 1030 AD, to when the 1050 ends, there really looks like there's a confirmation of it. And it looks even more when you realize that the next one is the Reformation. Okay? The next one is the Reformation. Where is it? A lot of people date the Reformation from Luther posting his theses, but I don't think that's appropriate because you have to wait for the time before it catches fire and people all want to, make it actually a movement. So to me, the Reformation really starts in 1540. Now that's the third 490 since the Second Temple's destruction, and he died on the second 490 since the Temple's destruction. But this is the actual 490, which is 30 years later. Okay, but the Reformation was in full swing then. You can say that. Okay, and it kind of petered out by 1640. But when it petered out, the whole map of Europe was different. Now, you can say, well, what about the East? What about China and Japan and all that? Well, what about them? Look at what happened to them. Look at what kind of missionaries went out and what kind of effect that was during the same time. Yeah, they were Catholic missionaries. Yeah, it was all apostate religion. But people don't know that it's apostate when they believe in Christ. They hear this person paid for their sins and they say yes. They don't know that there's a bunch of lies attached to the truth. They don't find that out until later. So, you know what? There's a whole lot of voting for God in the East, in China in particular, during this time. This is a time of the great, a great amount of imperialism goes on here, all over the world, from Portugal, from Spain, from France, Germany, more from France and Spain, some from England, okay? So like the other continents are really responding at this point. So much so that the rulers of those continents and those polities feel threatened, and rightly so, because the people leading these imperialistic movements are intending to, conquer, at least to get economic power over. It was bad, but it was also good. Now, which would you rather? Would you rather have a bad history that results in a whole lot of people being saved forever? Or would you rather have a good history that everybody ends up going to hell? Take your pick. I'll pick the bad history every day. And yes, this is a period of bad history. Okay? And then you can go forward. So I guess what I'm trying to tell you is that in the third, as it were, the third day, or here's the fourth day of a 1050, there's suddenly a lot of growth. All right? And then it starts to peter out, and it slows down, and then the last 315 years or so, 300 years or so, between the fifth and sixth day, whatever you want to call that period, nearly zip. So that there's disaster occurring all along these last 350 years. Okay, if that's true, then do we see disaster? We got 1050 here, right? Here's 1050. Occurring right here, 1080, because I'm using it from the staff, but just ratio down the numbers by 30. Okay, was there a lot of nastiness going on in the last 350 years? You bet. What happened? You had the Muslims, and you had the stupid Catholic Church. Okay? They were confiscating Bibles. There were a whole bunch of missionary movements that came out, sure, but most of them were doing it to rebel so you get away from the Catholic Church's control. They were nominally Catholics, and what they really did is they started up a bunch of monasteries so they could just live on their own and just be close to the Bible. And that was the way you could do it in those days because the Catholic Church had so much control. See, the Benedictines, okay, you got a secretly made Codex Amiatinus distributed in England. Okay, you got a lot of rebellion against the Catholic Church going on because the Catholic Church was trying to keep its control. And of course, this is the time just before the Crusades start. And when the Crusades start, that's a black time in history, boy oh boy. Now, when you have a black time in history, a lot of people wake up to the fact that it's disaster, and they start looking up to God. I like to say that that's not true, but it is true. We don't look to God unless if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Okay, well, now we find out that it's broke. So now we look up to God to fix it. And then he fixes it, and then we forget about him again. So that's as much as I want to say. I think there is a correlation. I think it does, like within 10, 20, 30 years, on either side of these numbers, I think it does correlate. But proving that out? Honey, if I lived 200 years, I wouldn't be able to amass all the proof I'd need to satisfy the skeptics, and I am one. Peace out. There's a more prosaic interpretation you can make that I had started when I was talking about hypotheses 1 through 4. And hypothesis 5 was what I spent the most time on. And actually all these dates and specifics tie to it. So hypothesis 5 is really, yes, you start at the beginning here, and then you go backwards in time, because he's telling you a story about that 10, 50 years. And he is. Okay. So in that vein, which is the most provable, because I got all the dates here, and it's provable because you can take the same text and realize that what Moses is doing with the meter is he's outlining the content of the timeline of Genesis. Now, as a result of that, what kind of conclusions do you draw? To prove that, yes, you can do this, all you have to do is start here, work backwards. Okay? This is the flood. Okay? He's writing to you from today, 10, 50 years from the flood, which starts here, working backwards to the flood. And each one of these dates ties to something in the Bible. Okay, what kind of surprises me is that this 364 is tying to Hammurabi's start. And it does talk about Babylon, but not a whole lot. And I don't understand why the whole Hammurabi thing is important, except that Babylon figures very largely in later books of Scripture. And Genesis 1 is supposed to be the seed for all the doctrines of the Bible, and Babylon is a pan-Bible concept. Okay, the idea of somebody setting up an empire which has the characteristics of a Babylon. Okay, and that goes all the way through Revelation. So that could be why he's picking a Hammurabi thing here, because I don't see any other date in history that would be relevant to the text. Now maybe you'll find one. But it ends up being referenced here too when the Hittites take over. So it ends up standing for, the trend of history toward big political empires. Okay, Egypt being also part of it, and Egypt figuring very largely into Genesis from the get-go, and of course ever since. But on the most prosaic level, what you could do, and it works really well if you do it, is you could say, okay, this is the year of the flood, and now he's going forward in time to his own time to explain the origin of Israel's freedom and being a light of the world, because that's what Israel's being linked to right here, light B. So that you're using the meter, because people had to memorize this orally. You're using the meter to sort of give you a timeline outline of history, retrospective exposition, since the flood. And it's real easy to track that. Real easy to track that. That's not even debatable, really, except it's kind of interesting when you see how the meter gets used that way. All right, see, this is Genesis 9, okay, coming out at the flood, okay. Noah lived 350 years after the flood. Yeah, that's the distance between 1050 and 700 when Noah dies. Okay, it's being tracked. No, Moses does the same thing for the book of Judges. So what he's basically doing here is he's starting with the flood. He's going forward in time, At this point, he's gone 350 years forward in time. And then in the text of the later, Genesis 10, he's going to elaborate on Noah lived 350 years after the flood in Genesis 9. And then Genesis 10 and 11 takes you through that 350 years, okay, all the way to Terah. And by the time you get here, when Terah is 70 years old, then he takes there's a sort of a detour into the generations of Terah because he's going to talk about Abraham. Okay, now my bet is, but I have to go check it, my bet is that somewhere in here, this text is metered. Okay, because I'm getting the 2135 BC from the math. I'm not getting it from text. I'm getting it from math. Now, before I've gotten all that the whole timeline that I did, this one, juniors.xls, I didn't get any of this from the meter. I didn't even know the meter existed when I did this. I got all this from just doing the Bible dates and the math. Okay? I just saw the math relationships with the 490 and the 70 and the 560. I didn't know there was meter to confirm it then. This was 10 years ago when I did this. All right, the meter I've only been doing for like 5 years, since 2008, 7 years. So it's kind of interesting to see how the meter confirms the text, which is what you look for. He's using the meter. So what you're supposed to do, and you have to do this with Psalm 90 also, is that you got 350 syllables between this 1050 and the 700. And this is all for the 6th day. Okay? 6th day. Yom HaShishi. Okay? He's telling you something about the character of the time during those 350 years. There is a match to the history of that time during the 350 years. And the text that comes later here in Genesis 10 and 11, all right, which is matching during that same period because it was introduced by this. This is the introduction. Hi. 350 years after the flood, Noah lived. Then the next 2 chapters tell you about the nature of that 350 years. Okay? 350 syllables is also what he uses in Psalm 90, and though the whole of Psalm 90 is running on 2 time tracks, first going from Adam all the way to Purim, so it's partly prophetical on that time track. But the other one is also prophetical, running for the next 350 years after Moses writes about the book of Judges. And the book of Judges is designed to show the fulfillment of Psalm 90. By contrast, this is retrospective exposition about the past. At the same time, that gives you the ability to know how to see the meter. See, he's showing you the mechanics. Now he's showing you the past. This is the text that goes with that past, 350 years. And then he plots it out, okay, all the way to Terah. Okay? All the way to Terah, right here. And then he says, Terah took Abram. Right here at verse 31, 11:31, that ties right back up here. All right? And the number of years is exactly the same. All right? That's how come I know when it was, because the Bible text here is not telling you when it was. But if you're tracking the rest of the stuff here, then by the time you get here, then you know when it was. Because this is when Noah dies. That's the end of the 350. Okay? It's the only number that isn't really told to you. Now, the big question in my mind now is, okay, he's got all kinds of dates running from Genesis 10. Where is it? Genesis 10. Okay? Generations of Shem. Okay? A lot of these guys, he just tells you their names and who they were, but he doesn't give you a timeline for them. The reason he doesn't is because they don't end up believing. They don't end up growing. They don't carry the name. Carrying the name is sort of shorthand for saying that they believed in God. All right? So it doesn't tell you them. What it does is it starts at Genesis 11 and gives you now, only in Genesis 11 does it start giving you the same timeline it did at Genesis 5. When it slows down like that and gives you exact years, then it's tracing the line of those who believed in God as he was then revealed. This is like a hero roster. Okay, but there's nothing to tell you that these people like matured, that they believed. Okay, and the other thing that you know that's not necessarily that they matured is that during this time there's no sevening at all until Terah. Okay, Bible follows this style pan Bible. So that's why it's worth talking about now. When Paul does it also in Ephesians 1, 12 through 14. At the end of verse 12, for verses 13 and 14, there's no sevening until he gets to 91. Which means that there's no group growth. There's no like revival, what we would call a revival. What we're supposed to understand is that we are in truly apostate times, and that's how it stays. So mainstream Judaism, mainstream Christianity, throw them away. People believe, they get saved, and then they don't grow. That's the story. And that's what the story is being told here, except that we got text to match it. Right here. Now, what's that going to tell me? And I don't know what I'm just looking at this for the first time now. These are the generations of Shem. Okay, well, Arphaxad, because this is mistranslated, Arphaxad wasn't born 2 years after the flood. Okay? He was born in the second year. He was born in the second year after the inundation. Okay? Brought, okay, after, and then this is, I don't know if it's going to show it right. That's Arphaxad's name. Okay, let me show you. Okay. These are the generations of Shem. There's Shem. And when he was 100 years old, yes, which means that, see, if he's 100 years old and he's bearing, that means that like the day after or a couple of weeks after or no later than a month after the flood ended, because Noah was 500 when Shem was born. All right, so you should have been tipped off right away. The 2 years after the flood is a mistranslation. Because I get a lot of people writing me about this. Well, how do you know? You're not giving the right year for Arphaxad's birth. Yes, I am. I'm looking at the Hebrew. You're looking at the translation. Okay? See? This is what's wrong. It's not 2 years after the flood. It's in the second year after the inundation. See? That's even here in the Greek. That means when it began. All right, well, see, your second year begins on your first birthday. All right? So that's what it's saying here, too. All right? When he was 100 years old, Shem was 100 years old. If he's 100 years old, he's 100 years old in the same year that the flood ended. Because Noah was 500 when he begat Shem. And he's 600 when the flood starts. So Shem was born very late in Noah's 500th birthday. And he must have just turned 100 years old. So then Arphaxad is born just after the flood ended. Just after they got out of the boat. Okay? And for all I know, he could have been born, well, he wasn't born during the boat because Peter says there was only eight souls and you're not considered alive until you're born, according to the Bible. Okay, you're not a human being till born. So he wasn't born on the boat. He's 100 years old, okay, and he begets Arphaxad in the years after the flood. Now see, look at this. He begets Arpachshad. It says Shanim. Shanim. Alright? That means in the second year after the inundation began. Mabul means the flooding, the start of it. So it might be that the actual lapse of time is like 1 year, 1 year and a couple of weeks, 1 year and maybe a month. All right, now, I'm sorry I keep on stressing that, but I'm sick of people, writing me and saying, well, he was born 2 years after the flood. And all I have to do is keep telling them, did you look at the Hebrew? No. Well, now you've just seen it. It doesn't say 2 years. When you have a plural years and no number, that means it's the second year. Okay? In the second year. See? At least, see? Of course, that's what the Greek says. In the second year. After, and this means inundation. This means after it began, not after it ended. Now, I'm sorry to do that, but in order to go through with this, okay, so now we got, what's our meter? Is our meter tracking the generations? That's the question, all right? But to do that, it's going to be really hard to show it. Let me see if I can fix this. We got to be going backwards like this. All right. I don't know if this is going to be helpful. I'm going to try. All right. Arpachshad is born right away. So that's going to be like within these 16. We got to treat 16 syllables as 16 years. Okay? And that's a style Pan Bible. Then 29, next 29 syllables is 29 years. But where I'm breaking the clauses isn't necessarily where they're going to break the clauses. So, it's kind of like you almost have to just count one by one. Well, if you count one by one, this is going to work. But if they mean to bracket the ages of the births, then what you'd have to do is figure out, well, is it bracketing in the right place? And that's an answer I don't yet know. So I'm going to take a break and see if I can find that. I don't know if it's bracketable. You have to be able to bracket it by syntax. So now let's try and test that. We got the generations of Shem here, Genesis 11. We got the 1050 here, and it says down here that Arpachshad lived 35 years and became the father of Selah. Okay? So you're going to break the 1050 into 35. Okay, so it's 1050 here. So now we're going to go backwards. Okay, because we're going post-flood. So if that's 1050, then we need to go backwards to 35. All right? If we're going to go backwards to 35, then we're looking at syllable, instead of syllable 1050, we're going back 35. And that'd be syllable 1015. Okay? So then that would exclude, since this is 1018, that would exclude, let's see, that's it. I don't see how this seems to be working the way that Daniel's works instead of what I'm saying here. Lakela, that's 3 syllables right there. Okay, so he's not going back that far. Well, he can. Well, he can. That's 4 syllables, but maybe you're just going to swallow the wa. All right, so then all of this text would be applying to the time of Arpachshad living 35 years. I'm not sure the Bible means to do that. Okay? I don't think that's the goal of it, because it doesn't quite work that way with Judges either, and it doesn't work that way in Daniel either. This is a summary that's trying to tell you the nature of the times, all right? using a parallelism to the restoration of the earth, because it's post-flood. Post-flood is also a restoration of the earth. Okay? So he's making a parallel here, but I don't think he's going to trace it exactly to when the kids are born. All right? And of course, if you do it syllable by year and you're just looking for the metaphor, the metaphorical meaning, because it's all 6th day going all the way back here, well, yeah, you're going to tie exactly to the 350 years, because you're choosing every syllable. You're not benchmarking where this text is benchmarking. This is benchmarking at when Arphaxad becomes the father of Shelah. Okay? That's not necessarily going to be benchmarked here. So the only thing that you're going to get an accurate count, but it's going to be an accurate count based on something else. Okay, the trouble is I don't know what that something else is to verify whether or not what I'm telling you is true. What I can say, and it's kind of obvious, this part of it, is that 350 years after the flood, Noah dies, just like it says in Genesis 9. And then Genesis 10 and 11, see, it's Genesis 9. Okay. This is, Noah commits his act of sodomy when he's drunk. Okay, a lot of people try to avoid that, but this is to show you that it's not what you do that makes you praise of God, it's what you believe. Okay, Noah lived 350 years after the flood. Okay, so the next 2 chapters are telling you about who got born and the genealogy for the next 350 years. And then in Psalm 90, Moses is going to use another 350 syllables for Psalm 90, and when he ends it, it's prophetic going forward. Now, if he's doing that in Psalm 90, then my question in the last increment had been, well, then maybe that's what he's doing here too. Maybe this is like paradigmal for history. And I was taking it forward, this being year 1, okay, going forward on the 1050, rather than the actual narrative, which is working backward from the 1050, because this is the flood, and now this corresponds to the actual biblical text and all the events in the Bible, going backward, because he's writing from it's called POV in literary style. Your point of view is today, but to explain why today is today, you go backwards in time to the origin of what contributed to today. And that's what he's doing here. And if you were to take this text and you go forward to the time of Israel coming out at the Exodus, you get a timeline that matches what Genesis says. And that's where I got this information. Okay? Because I plotted these dates. I plotted these dates in genius.xls. That's what all this stuff is. This is strictly using Bible text. And then I had to, kind of figure out what is the equivalent BCAD based on these are the actual biblical text math numbers that result when you look at the verses. Okay? These are the math results. Okay? So, on the one hand, this is true, documentable, in Bible, retrospective exposition, starting here at the flood, going up, which is back, which is now forward to when Moses writes. Full circle. So now that you're full circle to today, and this has been your past, I know he's saying past is prologue. So my question is, okay, the next 1050. From when Moses writes. Are these its characteristics about growth, spiritual growth? And that's the proposition of the last increment. If it's true, you'll be able to prove it in history. In other words, analogous events too. We won't know who these individuals are going forward. Or maybe we will, maybe we won't. Because some of this is biblical period, okay? going forward from 1440 BC to the next 1050. Okay, 1400. Okay, you have to actually subtract 350 first. Okay, because he's covering the 350 in Psalm 90. So the next 1050 is running from 1050 BC, what we, for all intents and purposes, just call it that. Okay, so we got a lot of history from 1050 BC to the time of Christ. Does it follow the same pattern? And after Christ, does it follow this pattern? And what pattern does that tell you? Well, it tells you that most of the growth is in the middle. See, look, there's some growth here at the beginning. Then there's a long hiatus where it just sort of does nothing. And instead you got the growth of polities and empirism and religion. Okay? And then that provokes a crisis of everybody fighting to see who's going to be the top dog amongst the polities and the religion. And then everybody gets tired out, starts to look up at God by the year 490 of 1050. Then that provokes believer voting to mature. And then they sort of tire out voting for God because, nobody ever gets what he wants. All right? And then there's a little hiatus of upset. And then there's some growth again. And then the 1050 ends with a very significant amount of time. Here depicted as 315 years of deadness. Just a few people being saved and a few people growing. And the reason why that resonates so much is Paul charted the same thing in Ephesians 1, 3 through 14. And I documented that extensively, and I got history to back that up in my Paul Meter GGS 11 channel. So I'm wondering if Paul isn't mimicking the Genesis pattern here. Okay? Is he doing that? Possibly. But for sure, one way or the other, what you know is if you start here as the flood and you work backward, every one of these items has biblical text to support it. Now, does biblical text also support the non-7 section, which is kind of how I started this increment? And the answer is, how are you going to know? Because 35 years, Apoxide is 35 years old when he has his kid. Okay, that's 1015, relatively speaking, because 1050 is year 1. So that's 1015, because you're minusing 35 from 1050. Okay, well, what does it tell you? What does this text tell you about Apoxide being 35 years old? I don't see any relationship. Okay? Except that he began it. Whoop-de-doo. And why is this left out? He's 35. He's in the roster. And it was so. Why is that left out? See, so I'm not sure that this text means to tie exactly to, the breaks in their becoming fathers. Okay, I'm not sure that's meant at all. Okay? But when you add up all the begats here, you skip Shem's age, and you start here, 35, 30, you just use the begat years. Okay, that adds up to 350. And then you get to Terah. Okay, this is sort of overlap with the 350 with Terah. Okay, and it's right in the middle. Okay, it's like he's 70 years old. All right, when he becomes their, when he sires them. Okay, and then somewhere in here, Abraham is 25 years old. Okay, and he'd already married early. Okay, so Terah is still the scion of the family, and they still obey him because they do. And then they go to Haran. He names the city that he goes to, and he creates it. He names it after his dead son Haran. All right. And then See, he lives total 205 years. 49 years after he moved there, okay, and he moves there, you know, when Abram's 25, so 25 plus 70, he himself is 95 years old. Okay, and then 49 years later, Abraham is 75 years old. His dad is 144. So his dad must have been negative to God at this point, and that's why God's having Abraham separate. But the point I really wanted to make is that this text you can use to support working back in time and seeing all the Bible verses and dates. And the reason why that's important is that people had to memorize syllable counts. And so as they read the rest of Genesis, they can go, oh, the outline. This works like a little outline, table of contents outline, table of contents timeline of all the stuff that's going to be said in Genesis, Exodus, Numbers, etc. Mostly Genesis, because Exodus is starts right up here, really. Okay? So, think about that as you want, but it tells you another use of the meter that I didn't know. I knew it was used as a concordance and a cross-reference, but I didn't know it was used as a retrospective timeline in this manner. I mean, Daniel does the same thing. He uses his meter in Daniel 9's prayer as a retrospective exposition on Israel's kings. And maybe that's the theme I should be looking for. Maybe that's my thematic key. Maybe it's that simple. Hi, this 1050, I'm using this to give you a simple chronology showing the rule of the 490 and the 560 in the last 1050 years from the flood until now. And that's also going to serve as the timeline outline for the book of Genesis primarily. That could be what he means. It could be that prosaic. I'm thinking that it also has some kind of timeless meaning, like, hi, here's the pattern of history. But I could be wrong. So with that, I sign off. This video is something of an epilogue and a critique of the results I've shown for Genesis 1. I am not happy with the results, even though, as far as I can tell, they're right. Okay? This makes sense. The explanation made sense. Beginning in the conclusions videos, which I want to say was episode 4X. And I'm calling this episode 5 for lack of a better term. Shown there, you got the explanation about why God had Moses do the 70s where he did, which I didn't expect, and to some extent I still don't understand why he did that. But that he did that looks pretty patent to me because there's a thematic tie with each one of these 70s to the purpose of writing and to the text. And I think I demonstrated that, not completely nor conclusively, but enough so that you can say, wow, this is pretty plausible. Something's going on. Whether it's what Brainout said is actually the right answer or something else, there's something going on here that's deliberate. Okay, the meter is valid. The idea of the meter is valid. Whether my numbers and my meanings and my conclusions are valid, well, that's a whole nother story. So now I'm sitting here thinking, okay, well, I need to test this. Is there a better answer? Because either this is the answer or there's a better one. There's only two alternatives. This is either right or there's something better. All right, which is great because it's the Word of God, and whatever you know about it right now, the true answer is better than you know. It's only one win or a better win. With God, that's the way it always works. Okay, so it doesn't hurt to be wrong. It's okay to be wrong. I really wish my fellow Christians and Jews would stop trying to be right and standing on what they think they know, because they're hurting the progress of theology that way. But that's what they've done for 500 years. I can't help that. I'm not going in that direction here. When you see me say something, that doesn't mean it's true, nor do I accept what I'm saying necessarily is true. It looks true, so I say so. And then I go back, like right now, and critique it. So now we're critiquing. What if something else other than this is true? Well, if so, God will let you know. That's all I can tell you about this right now. Because I've been thinking for days now, trying to shoot this down, trying to find some kind of other meaning than I'm showing. And I can't find a better answer. So I have to let it go. Maybe he'll give you the better answer, then you tell me if you feel like it. Meanwhile, there are some things I found out while doing this that are missing in the rest of what I did. And so what I'm going to do is start covering what I found while doing this that I didn't say earlier, that does have somewhat of a dramatic impact on all the stuff I've said about how God orchestrates time. Number one on the list starts with Noah himself. Okay? This whole timeline is about, let's see if I can we'll do Abraham to Joseph. This whole timeline is about God's orchestration of time to bless mankind. If you plot all the numbers in the Bible out, or maybe not all of them, but the salient benchmark ones that the Bible uses, you get this timeline. And you notice that there are certain relationships among the numbers, like, and I've said this many times before, so it should be familiar, there's 490 years between the year that Adam has Seth and the year that Jared has Enoch. Notice the clever wording here. The year that. The actual distance between the two is 492 years. See, between that and that. But if I just count the same year that, and the same year that, it dwindles to 490 years. Okay, I'm not taking into account the distance between each year. One at the beginning of a year and one at the end of the other year. That's how you're getting the two extra. And that's not the only kind of, distance or relationship of the math you get from the begats. All right? Like, here's another one, and I have covered this part of it before I go back to Noah. Abraham supermatures 2046 from Adam, which is 490 years after Noah had his sons, because that seals the covenant. The having of sons is to depict the covenant, because that's how the whole thing got started. All right. 2046 is 490 years from Noah having his sons. So Abram's son Isaac is born 490 years after Noah's son Shem. So far, so good. That's a pattern we've seen before. But watch this. 1050 years after 2046, David becomes king at Hebron. See? 1050 minus 3096 is 2046, when Abraham supermatured. Okay? That's another 1050 other than the 1050s I've been plotting here. See, I start out with Adam's fall. We call that year 0. So these are all beginning of year numbers. All right? The first 1,000, beginning of the year 1000, after Adam's fall is there. Then you got a voting period for the Goyim. That's depicted by Jubilee in the Mosaic Law. And then you got what was supposed to be the final voting period to usher in, the millennium for the Jews. Okay, that ends up being a sort of timeline for history as well, in 1050-year increments. Then you got 1050. Okay, so now I'm multiplying, going from that 1050, you got another 1050, but first you got the 1,000 that's playing off the first 1,000, and then you got 1050 playing off the first 1050, and so on, okay? Those are historical times based, strictly speaking, on Adam's fall. They're not based on individuals. Okay, but look. This is an individual. Abram. He's 100 years old. He was born in 1946 from Adam. When he's 100 years old, he has Isaac, which is 490 years after Noah had Shem. Okay? And 1050 years after that? 1050? That's when our boy David is crowned rather than having a son. And it's 1050, not 490. God is somehow saying that there's a deadline from when Abram matures until David becomes king. It's some kind of deadline. Because why is it exactly 1050? If God wasn't keeping track of that. Why is it exactly 1050? That means that David had to become king by that year in order for some criterion to be met. I mean, granted, you can say, well, but Brainout, that's just the numbers. Yeah, but why do the numbers add up like that? And you can say, well, that's just, coincidence. Is it? Now let's go to Noah like I promised I would do at the beginning. Noah was born 1056. Okay? Born. Let's that doesn't do too well. So let's just do this. Okay, Noah is born. Go back to Noah. Here's Noah. He's born 1056 from Adam's fall. Okay? Add 1050 to that. And what number is 2106 from Adam's fall? Now remember, this is a birth. In proper accounting, you always take into account the character of the number. The character of this number is birth. Noah's birth. Okay? So we move up to 2106. And who's that? Jacob. Birth. 1050 years between Jacob's birth and Noah's birth? And you say, oh, well, that's a coincidence too. Okay, watch. Now we're going to add 1050 again. And that's 3156. What's 3156? I screamed at God when he wanted me to do this calendar. Now, obviously, it's turned out to be one of the best things that ever happened to me. 3156. Temple dedicated. Temple born. From Noah's birth to Jacob's birth to Temple's birth, each one 1050 apart, and the character of the numbers match. Don't you think that bespeaks a deliberate pattern? Okay? Now this is the stuff I noticed while doing the Genesis meter videos. See, when I do these videos, I'm doing them right off the cuff. I don't rehearse. I don't know even where the video is going, which is why the Genesis videos are so boring, is that I didn't even bother to cut them at post-production. I just put them up exactly what I said when I said it as I learned it. Doesn't mean you should watch them. Does mean that I documented the process, which is what I was supposed to do, or I think I'm supposed to do. Am I hallucinating God's will, or just, is it really His will? Well, He'll tell you. I have to just do what I do, and then He'll tell you whether I screwed up or I got it right. I mean, I don't really care if I get it right. I care what the Bible says, and I learn it one way or the other. So here we go. Years post Jacob's death. Jacob is referenced here too. Joseph is referenced here too. Yeah, and I already covered the Joseph connection. We go back to Joseph. And again, if I got my dates wrong in here, God will alert you to that. And they're formulas. You see, there's the formula. And then you can check it out. Because if I made a typo here or here or here, this is based on these two, which is based on these numbers. And then you'll know where I made my mistake. So far, I haven't found them. I haven't found mistakes. Doesn't mean they're not there. Joseph, 2176. 2176 plus 490 is 2666. Well, what's 2666? Move up the scale. And 2666. Exodus. Now, the evidence of the 490s and the evidence of the 7ing, and now evidence that God is actually keeping track, starting in Genesis, because he's using Genesis to explain why Israel was called out. Birth to birth to birth to birth to birth, okay? Birth of the restoration of the world, birth of Moses, birth of Israel, and prior to that, birth of the world through Noah. Rebirth, 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 rebirth. Those are all rebirth analogies. And now he's getting real specific about who as individuals. Before it was polities, Egypt's 12th dynasty, when Hammurabi got started to show that you following the wrong gods so your kingdom ends. Here's Moses, who ended up being a pharaoh of Egypt, leading Israel instead. And, half of Egypt with her. See? Those things all tie together, and it's kind of sort of biting sarcasm, especially when you compare it with Egypt and Hammurabi and the Hittites. Versus Sesostris, who's in the honor roster of Jacob and Joseph, which is a big surprise to me. But I can't find anything else that's referenced with this timeline. Maybe you will, but I can't. I keep thinking this has got to be wrong. But proof. Why? Where? How? That I don't have. All right. So in the process, I'm finding out what? 3156? This part was easy. Exodus? I've known that for 10 years. That's what started me on this journey. Okay, but I didn't know until I did the Genesis videos that you got a 1050 deliberately going on here with Jacob. Should have put him in blue, but I'm not sure he got awarded at 490. But certainly something's going on because there's a 1050. 3156 is temple dedication year. Minus 1050 goes back to Jacob's birth. Okay, so what am I saying to you? I'm saying that this big thing here is how God orchestrates time thing. I've got benchmarks missing in the 1050s. I'm only using these green ones, historical. And so sometimes I use, see, like this is the end of Noah's personal 1000. But those aren't the only ones. There's a big screw up that I made. I wondered about it for 10 years. But now I got proof. Okay? Because our boy here we go again. Because our boy Jacob has a 1050 based on his birth year. Now, what does that tell you? I'm not sure, except that it's telling you that that God has got some kind of set of deadlines based on individuals, not just time grants. And I don't understand what that means. Okay, Jacob born 2106. sorry, Jacob born 2106 from Adam's fall, and there's some kind of deadline that would be key to when the temple is dedicated, because Solomon delayed dedicating the temple. That's what the story will tell you if you read 1 Kings chapters 1 through 9. Chapters 1 and 2 tell you that David died at age 77, if you actually read the chapter properly. So that's why 1 Kings, there's a hiatus of the 3 years after David died. In 1 Kings 2, starting at verse 39, which is already telling you it's 3 years after David died, all the way to 1 Kings 6:1, which is telling you David would have been 80 years old, because he was born 400 years after the flood. That is to tell you the timing of the start of the construction of the temple, which was promised to David in 2 Samuel 7. Solomon waited 3.5 years to start doing it. Why? Okay? Because that 3.5 years is prominent throughout all of Israel's history, all the way through the way the tribulation is subdivided into 2 3.5-year sections during the trib. Why did Solomon wait? But that's not all. He waited another 3.5 years after he built all of his other buildings. He did build the temple first, starting in his 4th year solo, David having been dead for 3.5 years. So why did he wait another 3.5 years to dedicate the temple in 3156 from Adam? Is it because he was waiting for the 1050 to be up for Jacob? And what impact does that have? What import does that have? I don't know. Okay, I can only show you that this is the relationship. It's a forensic discovery. Whoops, wait a minute. 3156 minus 1050 is Jacob at 2106 right here. And then if I go back to my calculator and I subtract 1050 again, I get 1056, which is our boy Noah. And it's all, the character is the same. This is why you know it's not a random coincidence. Noah's birth to Jacob's birth to temple birth, with Solomon waiting 3.5 years up front and 3.5 years at the back end to dedicate the temple. See, until it's dedicated, it's not operational. So it's not born, even though it's constructed. It's kind of like your body is the fetus in the womb. It's not a human being until it's born. The same thing for the temple. Why did Solomon wait? Was he disobeying God to wait the extra 3.5 years at both ends? Or was he obeying God? Now that's a conundrum that I've had going in with these numbers for a very long time, like the whole 10 years. Why is Jacob's birth 1050 from Noah? And why is the temple's birth 1050 from Jacob? And what impact does that have on this? Obviously, this is Yom. I can never say this right. Reva, I think is the right word for it. Why is that the 4th day? Why? There's appointed times in history. That's the purpose of the 4th day. The sun, the moon, and the stars are there to help show you how time passes and to help you measure time. Their actual effect on everything else is kind of less than is accorded to them. They do have a dramatic effect on life on this planet, for sure. But there's a whole lot of stuff that isn't impacted at all by the change in the sun, the moon, and the stars. Okay? So why is that set up? Same question can be asked of, well, why is Jacob's birth scheduled to be 1050 years after Noah's, and then the temple 1050 years after Jacob. Because Christ's birth isn't based on any of them. His death and the temple coincide, but his birth is based on David. So what does that tell you? Okay, I don't have the answer. I'm just posing the question. But my primary purpose in doing this video is to show that these numbers are deliberate, all right. And as a result of seeing these numbers, you get these other relationships with 1050s. So, and then there's a third one here with Noah, his death. I didn't know there was anything related to his death, and it's not just 490. It's a 1050. See, the 490 was up here, and I'm still unhappy about this. Moses is saying, hi, I'm writing you 210 years after the 490 from Noah's death expired. Why would that matter? I mean, I could be wrong, all right. But, see, he dies 2006 from Adam. So 2006 from Adam. Minus when Moses writes is 2706 is 700 years. We already saw that. See, this is what gives this punch. This is a 210 based on Noah's death. The 700 we already saw based on Noah's death. And it can't be anything else at the 700. And it makes sense at the 700. So why is he making an issue of the 490? See, because that is 210. Why? Now, and then the other thing about his death, measured more easily from BC so you can see it, is he dies 2100 BC. Okay, minus 1050 leaves another 1050, which would be 1050 from the birth of Christ. So the birth of Christ is 1050 from the 1050 of the death of Noah. Now there's a mismatch in character. The birth of Christ is 1050 from 1050 from the death of Noah. Why? Is that just a coincidence number? Or is there a deliberate deadline or some kind of plan being revealed by the relationship between those three numbers? And the answer is I don't know. The other thing is that Noah's dying 950, not 1,000, 950, not 1050, 950. The implication is that it's taking into account the 50 years of Jubilee. See, because Noah's birthday is what will become Passover. Christ dies on Passover. The death of Christ relative to Noah's death or birth is nothing particular that I could see. But Noah's birth is on Passover. Christ dies on Passover. So that's the reverse of what I just said here. If it's the reverse, then the implication is that there's a deliberate tie between the birth of Christ and the death of Noah. And between the death of Christ and the birth of Noah. That's not a coincidence. The death of Christ on the day that Noah is born, and the death of Noah on the day that Christ is born? Why would God do that? So those are doctrinal issues. Those are doctrines that I don't know what they mean. But forensically, the numbers are bearing out that there's some kind of doctrinal connection. What is it? I don't know. So basically what I'm trying to get across in this video, and I always take too long to say it, is that while I may be showing 1,050 year, there are other embedded relationships of 490 years, i.e. from Noah's death, and there are other embedded relationships of 1050s, because I've shown 1,000 years, but I haven't shown a 1050, and then that begs the question, well, what other relationships are they? And the answer to you is I don't know. These are the ones I know of, and I can see that they're valid, especially at the Davidic level. See, because David's becoming king just in time. See, The Goyim vote period is going to be right in here. And they're going to need to be able to vote with their feet and have a place to go. So David gets crowned king. And the distinguishing factor about David is while he's king, then the whole interest in God thing really revs up. And he gets crowned just before the voting period begins. That's pretty obvious. And this is a 1050 from Abraham's spiritual maturation. Okay? Which Paul makes a big stink about in Ephesians. Okay, so then what are the other 1050s? This one is clearly important. This one's clearly visible. I learned about this one 5 years ago. And only in the last month or two, when I did the Genesis videos, did I learn about the one related to Noah. And this birth date related to Jacob's birth date, related to the temple's birth date. Okay? See, temple dedicated. How come? I don't know. I don't know. Okay? I can only tell you that there's some kind of extra relationship here that I haven't documented, and maybe God will give it to you to document, because how long am I going to live? Maybe tomorrow, maybe 30 years. I wish it was tomorrow that I would die, but that ain't going to happen. So what's the relationship with Jacob? Jacob to Moses to temple. See, this is, to Noah. This is Noah's birth, plus 1050. This is Jacob's birth. So Noah and Jacob are being aligned here in the text to temple, which was yet future when Moses wrote. And Moses wrote Psalm 90 ending with a cliffhanger on this temple. Actually past its own demise to the second temple being in jeopardy during what we will end up calling Purim. First Purim. Why? And honey, I don't know. And then, what it's telling you is that there's a whole nother 1050 timeline embedded within the historical one. See, all I've plotted is really the historical timeline, starting in a raw basis, from Adam's fall, then 1000, then 1050, then 2000, based on the 1000, because you always got to piggyback these numbers. You got 1000 and 2000. They're playing off each other because they're separate time grants. Okay, like David was given 1,000 years after David became king, then Christ has to be born. So the 1,000 is tracked separately. That much I was able to tell. Then you got 1,000 to 1050, and I always assumed that 1050 was merely historical. So you got 1,000 to 1050, and then this is separately tracked. And therefore from 1050, from 1050 plus 1050, you got 2100, so the next voting period starts at 2050. All right. This is all I've ever tracked in the worksheet, but I'm wrong. There's more to it than that. Okay? What is more? Well, something to do with Noah. My pastor long said that God is measuring some kind of civilization time based on Noah. Well, Noah, but his birth? That I didn't expect. So civilization of Noah's birth to Jacob's birth? To temple's birth? To the temple? Why? And then, how does that relate to the Exodus? 490 years. So there is a relationship. This is the dedication of the temple year. Exodus is 2666. And it's 490 years less than temple dedication. So they do interrelate. So what other 1050s are there? Answer, I don't know. Answer, there are more. That I do know. And hopefully, over time, I'll find them. If not, maybe God will hire you. Point is that this whole meaning is 1050 measured on multiple accounting bases. And that's why the 490 in Daniel 9 exists. It's accounting something well known ever since Genesis 1 that was documented and precedented in Genesis 1. Which that's why Daniel, unlike all the other chapters, Daniel doesn't ask God any questions about why 490. Because he was already taught, because this was part and parcel of the Bible from Genesis 1 forward. That part I do know. The rest of it, up for grabs. Peace out.